Hey, everybody, what is going on? How are you? We're here. And we're going to play some Hearts of Iron 4 for a bit today. Getting the stream going. Dipping back in to the pool after it's almost been 2 months, I think. I remember who we played last. We were like in Asia. We were trying to like fight Japan as Sink Young, I think, right? Or wait, no, not who do we play? Manchukuo. Yeah, we played Manchukuo, sorry. Sink Young was much earlier. We were Manchukuo last time, and it did not go well. What up, 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 what up? Oh, that actually kind of worked. Hold on. Chat, you're not supposed to look like that. You're very wide today. I can fix you. Maybe. I will fix you. I have fixed you. You are healed. I do have the technology. All right, let me see what you guys are saying because I was fixing you and not reading you. Etel, did you ever mess around with the Giga Poland campaign? I mean, I finished it. Yeah, I did what I wanted to do in it. It went really well. I think I tried some off-stream Poland as well. And it took a lot of attempts, but I eventually did succeed. I think I was trying like a historical Poland, but I don't remember what the spin on it was. It was one of the monarchies. And it took a while. It was really hard. It was like historical Poland, but with monarchy. And it took a lot of min-maxing. Gamer time. I got coffee. We're starting a little late today because I had a change of plans. We were not supposed to stream today. It's supposed to be a day off. But because plans changed, I'm going to hit you with another stream because I got some time now that I didn't expect to have. So that's why it's now 4 o'clock here in Las Vegas. It's probably not going to be like, you know, a long stream. But it will be, I'm guessing like 7 hours. Seems reasonable. 7-ish. You know, we can go higher or lower. Last of Us. Oh yeah, I'm just on like a random game music playlist, I guess. And Cyberpunk. I was like, yeah, I feel like listening to some Cyberpunk. Get me in the zone. And now we go guitar time, yeah. Now it's a little sadder. Can we get a room view? Yo, this is the room view. What do you mean? That's the whole thing, dude. I'm in the process of upgrading it. Soon, actually. So we're gonna have some more stuff back here. This corner in particular is gonna get some love. And not just a little fan in the background. So in the immediate future, we're gonna have something else back there. Try to get this space, because like, listen, once we went to the subathon and got everything all nice and cozy, it does, to me even, feel like it is missing something now. Like, I was used to just living sort of, you live like this, bro. You know, I got used to that. And then we did the subathon, and then I was like, oh, this is what it can feel like to me. And now that it's post on the other side of the subathon,
$10. Wow.
Some of the subathon still lingers on in my mind. I thought I just heard March, for example. But yeah, I'm gonna get some things to try to bring a little coziness out. I'm thinking like I want some gamer stuff, you know? Like I want like either cinema or video game. Is memorabilia the right word? I like that word. Objects kept or collected because of historical interest. Okay, not necessarily. That's like, especially those associated with memorable people or events. Okay, that's like to remember. Things that you have to remember. Well, that's sort of relevant. Like, I want stuff that I remember liking a lot, but it won't necessarily be removed from that event, right? Like, I want some game posters or like something to go up on the wall. I have a Zelda tapestry for the empty space. Yeah, I want like a tapestry or a framed poster or like a movie poster or something. Or maybe a shelf. What if it was just a picture of this stream? You know what I mean? Like what you're seeing right now minus the chat. And it was just a framed giant photograph of me in the background. Streamception. Keep one screenshot of chat and forever remember one specific group of chatters. All right, what can we listen to here? Chat, what can we listen to? We're gonna kind of just jump in pretty quick, to be perfectly honest. So I don't know if we need to listen to that much. A life-size picture of Keanu. I actually might get something that is cyberpunk themed. I really like cyberpunk, and I'm gonna finish it off stream. We finished the DLC on stream, which was the whole reason I started playing cyberpunk again. So for me, that's done on stream. Because I did not realize how much content there was in that game, and I'm glad that we stopped it when we did, because I started an off-stream campaign ages ago now, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do all the side quests. I actually want to do all of the gigs, which are like tertiary quests, and I didn't realize how much stuff there was to do. Any highlights from the off-stream campaign? I mean, it's just fun being like a different character and hearing I really like voice acting, so hearing the like other set of V dialogue has been really fun. The highlights of the other campaign are this V has I can't say stuff without spoiling. So, I don't want to spoil stuff. But let's just say everybody wanted a piece of this V. Romantically, sexually, and V's played a little hard to get. Clip that. Clip what? Listen, V is like a legendary superhero of Night City. People are always like, how come in RPGs, the main characters always have so many romantic encounters, people throwing themselves at you? It's like, you're the hero of the whole world, bro. I don't understand that comment. Like, you are literally the main character. Of course everybody, like, it's crazy to me that more people don't want. Like, you walk into a bar as V in Cyberpunk with like 100% rep for your street rep, and nobody comes up to you to be like, hey, how you doing? That's unrealistic. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be like a legend of Night City at a certain point. Everyone's supposed to know your name. If anything, there's not enough people throwing themselves at you. Are you gonna play Cult of the Lamb content at some point? Probably not. I got what I wanted out of Cult. I don't feel like I need to play. It's like Dredge. I played it. It was fun. The end. I think you only become a legend after certain endings. False. There's literally a mechanism in the menu that dictates how famous you are on a street level, and it gives you an explanation out of 100%, and it changes over the course of the game, but it's not my fault you weren't observant enough to notice that. Okay, I take it slow. I got like 140 hours in one campaign right now, and I haven't even started the DLC. Because I read shit. I notice it, I just don't agree with it. All right, I don't even need to respond to that. Got people in chat just telling the developers that they're wrong. Okay. Whoever wrote this, you're size reference. Okay, it's about 21 inches tall. So it's almost 2 feet tall. Because he's also standing on a platform. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty big. They've also got like Assassin's Creed ones and other stuff. Also, sorry, hi. You can buy 4 of them to get the full-size Johnny Silverhand. They have another one that is of Idris Elba's character, and it looks cool, but it's not Johnny Silverhand's character. So like Johnny Silverhand is just like, I don't know, he's kind of an iconic looking character. I thought Idris Elba's performance in the DLC was good generally. But at the same time, it doesn't have like a guitar and an LCD screen behind him. And he's like standing with a cigarette with his legs crossed. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different vibe. Like, I think this is the other one. What music is this, by the way? This is Fall Guys? Sorry. What you get is Fall Guys, I guess. While I pull up the Idris Elba character. Yeah, this is the Idris Elba one. And it's like, it looks cool. Like, I like the yellow lighting through the grate. He's kind of like sitting on a table with like a computer and like a file cabinet. It looks good, but it's just like doesn't have the giant LCD screen behind him with like a guitar and everything else. The Johnny scene is better, but Idris' face is nicer. Yeah. Okay, anyway. I got off on a tangent here because all I was trying to say was I need some stuff back there because it's bothering me too. The lighting has been nice though. The lighting stays from the subathon, and I enjoy that a lot more. It's much more comfortable, but we're gonna get some more because it's a little bare. We got rid of the string lights and we got rid of the tree. We got rid of the giant wreath, 3 feet diameter wreath, you know? I need the cozy vibes. Johnny's still the face of cyberpunk. Yeah. Like, is there a giant cyberpunk neon sign? There is. There is. Actually. I don't know if it's official or if they sort of just like decided to make it. And we're just like, you can't copyright the word cyberpunk. You can though, I think. Because there's a few signs actually. Okay, let me see what we got. I've never seen neon signs like this one before. These ones seem cheap to me. I'll show you the one I'm discussing. This one seems kind of like cheap. Because I bet you that is much smaller than it looks. Right? I feel like that's a few inches across. I think that symbol is cool. But at the same time, it doesn't... I don't know. I feel like that's a secretly tiny look at the wood grain. Yeah. Okay. This one makes me laugh. I don't know if I can even see this image. AV1 files make it so much harder to stream than it needs to be. I can't see it. All right, you can't see this one. Sorry, it's illegal. It's illegal. Oh, here we go. Chat, I'm gonna put this above my bed. Cyberpunk 2077 above my bed. I don't even think that that's the real neon. It looks like somebody drew those numbers in Photoshop and then gave it like a filter. I don't even know if that's like a real physical item. So suffice to say, there are a handful of actual neon signs. Some of them look fake. Some of them are real. It's hard to tell which is which at this point. You know what? Like, I'm scared to get neon signs. Because of that stupid, like, did you guys see that news article? There were multiple news articles, but the event from like a couple months ago where people were doing like a NFT convention or something, and then they decorated it with actual real like neon signs that were not the ones that you're supposed to have for display, but the ones, or no, it wasn't neon. It was like, God, what was it? It was like the black lights, and it was like burning them from UV. Yeah, the UV lights, not neon. And they were like real UV lights for disinfectant, and it was like giving everybody sunburns and like had some actual like real damage to some people, and they were like losing some hair and shit. Oh yeah, like a couple people were blinded. That's both horrible and also hilarious. Most things in life are simultaneously horrible and hilarious, yeah. Okay. Let's do this thing. Because, yeah, I mean, like, I know it's the internet, but just because people have NFTs, I don't think they deserve to die. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta we gotta draw the line somewhere. Bold statement. Has Chad forgotten what -2 means? I think they forgot what it means. It doesn't mean you disagree with something that was said. I understand that it's been corrupted by other channels, as all memes are, and that I've seen -1s on other channels, which okay, that's like when you just copy someone else's homework but change it slightly so it looks like yours. I've also seen -5s, which is actually accurate, but underutilized. A slap to the face. Anyway. The downvote button isn't for when you disagree. Accurate. We should allow chatters to upvote and downvote each other's comments in the chat. And if it gets like enough upvotes, it stays visible on the screen even when it scrolls up too high. And if it gets like downvoted immediately, then it's hidden even from the VOD watchers. Bring that into Twitch chat. If you get enough upvotes, you become a mod. Not a bad idea. Okay, anyway, thanks for beginning of stream subs. I would let subs talk even if they got downvoted. Controversial, I know. Godfiend also with the Spain Punk sub for 11 months. Hello, Godfiends. Yeah, we're gonna play Spain today. Fargman for 64. Thanks for the 2 subs in 1. Over 5 years already somehow, and thanks for subbing again all this time. Chubby Penguin getting comfy in chat for around 70 months. Hello, 70-monther. I can't believe it's been that long for some of you. It's actually crazy. And KXZ also just now hitting it up for 40. Thanks for subscribing once again. Here at ETAL Air, we'd like to thank our first-class passengers. 5 times the cost for barely any noticeable increase in quality. That's true for now, past me. But we're gonna have subscribers are actually gonna be distinguishable from one another soon. And by soon I mean soonish. I got one art project at a time. That's going to be the next art project. The immediate art project is still the Subathon t-shirt, which is coming. It's being developed as we speak. And I will let you know once the design is finalized. And then it will be available for you to obtain via whichever distributor I end up choosing and going with. And I will definitely pick one that ships worldwide. 100%. That will come at a premium cost to those of you that are outside North America, unfortunately. But it will be possible, at least. And I'm hoping to have multiple sort of t-shirt colors, so you can pick the one that you like the best. It'll have the same print, and I'm also open to the idea of putting it like on a hoodie as well, which will be more expensive, obviously. It's more material. But I want it to be wearable. Whether anybody that sees it understands what it's supposed to be or not, it's just going to look like it'll just look like a character, a character who's not necessarily supposed to be anything to other people. T-shirts will have colors and graphics. Like Marge. No. Marge is a very distinct Simpsons character. It's not nondescript at all, actually. It's very descript. But anyway, that's being worked on. Ashley Lang is working on that t-shirt design, and we should have something to show for it in the very near future. Making us another shirt after like 5 years, 6 years, 5 years, 6 years, somewhere around there. It's been a long time since shirt 1. Crazy. How does time fly by? I feel like I still have an unworn original crab shirt in a closet somewhere to memorialize it forever. But I'll probably leave it open for sale for like, I don't know, like a month, maybe? That way everybody has enough time to get it and then take it down after like a month. I don't want it to be like a permanent thing since it's like an event t-shirt. 1936, let's go! Dark times are coming. In Europe, Hitler has consolidated his power and his attention is increasingly drawn beyond Germany's borders. Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring military adventures, while the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China and Asia. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. So, 1936, we just did a one-stream campaign of Manchukuo that went very poorly. I think I don't remember what I said needed to go differently that time. It felt like it was more extrinsic than intrinsic, where I don't know how much more I could have done differently. It seemed like events outside my control were going poorly. And I didn't like the campaign very much, even though chat picked it. So, but then again, they did force me to do Claim the Mandate of Heaven, and that's probably one of the reasons why we lost. So it wasn't my favorite. Today, we're going to go to the wonderful world of Spain. The beautiful world of Spain, which I commonly say is the best starter country to learn Hearts of Iron with. It does require a DLC. In that sense, it is not the best, but I think it has the most robust series of choices and replayability in tandem with the other nations that come in that DLC, Portugal and France. I think the La Resistance DLC, I don't really use the spy mechanics at all because I'm a bad gamer and I also play minor powers and it's much harder to use them there. But I really like all three of those nations with the revamps in the DLC, and I think that they all have a lot of playability and replayability. We haven't played Spain. Chat's like, we're playing Spain again? We haven't played this since like 2019. It's been like 4 years, I'm pretty sure. We're doing this again? I'm pretty sure it was like ages ago. This guy plays Spain every time. Try to sit back and watch, and you'll see what we're doing. A lot of people say that when you're starting Hearts of Iron, that you should start with Germany. I'm sure that's fine, but it's not going to teach you the things you need to know as quickly and as replayable as, like, if you just like stomping everybody every time, then, you know, that's fine. You can just play Germany each time and kind of be boring because there's only like 2 paths that you can take. Or you could just get the like $5 subscription if you don't want to buy the DLC and play with all the DLCs. And then get Spain and have like at least, I would say, 6+ paths that you can take in one nation. Each of them with different sort of pros and cons, different ways to solve the civil war, different allies that you can take up afterward, or take no allies at all and cause havoc by going anarchist. And you actually will have some challenges along the way that'll teach you core gameplay mechanics, such as how to manage your troops really immediately, how to navigate the political focuses efficiently so that you can accomplish your goals, and how to do, I would say, fundamentals. So here's our starter guy, and he is, whose name I will butcher. Chat, how do you say Nicito Alcala Zamora? Democratic ideology, democratic regime, elections in Feb of 36. So we're starting in January of 36. And the ruling party is PSOE. In the first 5 years of its existence, the fledgling Second Spanish Republic has already had to deal with strikes, a military coup attempt, and a major revolutionary uprising. Though it has survived these challenges, Spanish society continues to be marred by political polarization and violence between anarchists, communists, and phalangists. Both sides look toward the upcoming 1936 general election with hopeful eyes, but it's unlikely the victory of either side will bring a return to stability. And as the violence continues, the military waits and plots. They do indeed. All right. Spain? I think regular difficulty is perfect. Changing to veteran does not make the AI better. It just makes you have more debuffs. If you're going for challenge runs, go for it. Otherwise, it doesn't add anything of substance to the game. It only makes it unnecessarily harder by letting the AI cheat more, basically. Regular puts everybody on the same footing. And if you're playing as... I like to play minor powers, so I think regular is perfectly balanced for that type of gameplay. If you're playing primarily again, the German Reich or Japan or the US, you're going to have an easier time on regular. So we're going to do Iron Man mode. Why not? And no historical AI focuses. I think AI historical is a fun challenge as well, but I like the zaniness that comes from ahistorical. And I don't change any custom game rules, but you have quite a bit of settings that you can manipulate here to make the game play the way that you want it to. I just leave everything on default. This is one of the few Paradox games I leave everything on default. And away we go. Let's make a name. Let's make a name. We have, no cheese Danish, unfinished business. I saw IKEA, pull my finger, and Puyi Puyi Tetris. We need a new name. Chat came up with most of these names, by the way. These are from chat. Also, somebody asked me, what is the state of Hearts of Iron versus Stellaris? They're both great games. I like playing Hearts of Iron personally more because the campaigns are shorter and I feel like more varied. And I enjoy the combat. But I like space and sci-fi and the stories that Stellaris tells you. And also, I like the council and government mechanics in Stellaris. But I think, for me personally, I like Hearts of Iron's my favorite Paradox game. That's why I end up playing it so much when I'm like, hey, what should I do? What should I do for a little variety? Play some Hearts of Iron. It's always good. Because it'll be 1 stream if I lose, 2 streams if I win, 3 streams if I feel like playing an incredible campaign that's really long. And so it has a nice expiration date on it, so that's why I find it so highly replayable. It doesn't require a lot of commitment. And I have fun every time I play a different nation. Or the same nation with a different twist. Okay, anyway, sorry. Names. I got distracted. I was answering chat questions. Spain. Is my main. Spain is my main. I think it's good for this tutorial campaign. So I'm going to try to explain everything that I do as if you've never seen Hearts of Iron before. Okay, and I might make some mistakes because we're doing this live. This isn't an edited video, you know? So it's going to be kind of like, how do you adapt to changing circumstances? I can't cut out the loss. Just because I think Spain is good for a starter player doesn't mean I think it's easy, right? That's sort of the whole point. I think Spain has a good enough challenge where if like a veteran player who knows what they're doing will probably always win the Civil War in Spain. There are some weird mechanics that are different from outside of Spain that are only specific to Spain that will kind of throw veteran players off a little bit. Like there's a system by which the armies that you have are made basically weaker, slower, and worse as part of the Civil War mechanic that takes a little getting used to. And that can just throw you for a loop if you're not ready for it. And so I'm going to play imperfectly, but I think that's more representative of what you can expect if you try it out. A map game? Yo, a map game? Where's the grapple hook? Hang on, are there grapple hooks in Tarkov and nobody told me? I really enjoyed Tarkov the last couple days. Super fun.
Here at ETAL Air,
Who
we'd
didn't
like
like
to thank our first-class passengers. 5 times the cost for barely any noticeable increase in quality.
Where are all these tier 3 subs coming from? By the way, there's supposed to be a new Microsoft Flight Sim this year, so if there's one game I'm excited for, it's Microsoft Flight Sim, because there's nothing else coming out this year. I'm pretty sure Flight Sim 2024 is out this year, so that's 100% guaranteed. And maybe we'll get some 2020 Flight Sim in before. Once we have like a firm release date. I don't know if they have a firm release date yet. But it looks awesome. At first I was like, why are they doing it 4 years later? That doesn't seem like it makes any sense. And then I watched the gameplay trailer and I was like, oh, I understand. I get what they're doing. It's got a completely different vibe. It doesn't seem like a NBA 2K whatever update, like a roster update. Anyway, I do appreciate the tier 3 subs from Mr. Super Smiley. Thank you so much for 45 months. And Chillin' Sicilian, thanks for the huge tier 3s from both of you. Hearts of Iron just teased a map of South America and January 25th today. Okay, but that's not going to be like a release date. That's going to be like a trailer date, probably. I'm getting tired of trailer date announcements, but that's okay. If it was a release date, I'd get excited and hyped. But either way, that's going to be really cool. I think it makes sense. I would have said, if you had asked me where are they going next, I would have told you South America, for sure. They just got done with Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland, technically, and Denmark. There's nowhere else to go. You got to go to South America, for sure. It's the only place that made sense. They're going to do, like, South America, and then they're going to, like, pivot and do one of two things. They're either going to start on the new Hearts of Iron after South America, because, like, Hearts of Iron's kind of old now, or they're going to, or maybe they already have started on it, or they're going to finally redo, like, the U.S. Honestly, if they gave the U.S. and maybe even Japan the same treatment that they've given Italy, the Soviet Union, France. Okay, the UK as well probably needs that. If they just did like a pack of majors and redid them, and did US, Japan, and Great Britain in the same pack, that would make sense, because Italy and Soviet Union and France have had pretty sweeping changes that make the others look bad. Anyway, thanks again for the big tier 3 subs. I appreciate you guys. Lord Snow as well. Hello, Lord Snow. Thanks for joining. Cork Marquis is arriving. Thanks for sharing your Prime. I'll take care of it for 30 days. Bragger Crab, blame the main on Spain. I feel like we're trying to do a tongue twister here now. And hello, Mexidancer. Also Cat arriving. Cat arrive subs. Rise up. All right, welcome to Spain, everybody. We're going to take this nice and slow. We're just going to chill our way through. We got to do a few things first. Very, very important. If you're new to Hearts of Iron, okay, listen to this. You got to open the music controller, then the music player, then turn off weighted, and just turn on no shuffle, and then start at the first song. That's very important for your continued success in Hearts of Iron. You got to start with that main theme and let it roll down every time. Okay, let's take a look at Spain. Also disable speeches. Unless you really like the speeches, but I can't understand them half the time anyway. Let's see what Spain starts with. Spain is beginning with 4 national spirits. Our first is Carlism. In 1830, King Ferdinand VII promulgated the Pragmatic Sanction and made his daughter, the future Isabella II, heir presumptive. This act removed his brother the infant Carlos? Infante? Is that Infante? Infante Carlos from the line of succession, and so upon the king's death, supporters of Infante Carlos ignited a series of civil wars, uniting under the banner of Carlism and fighting for the reinstatement of the Salic line of succession. A century later, the Carlist movement is still very much alive, and its militias, called riquetes, train unceasingly in preparation for the time where they will once more be needed to defend Christianity and champion the return of the rightful king. Carlism is giving us minus 0.3% weekly stability, so we're losing national stability. It's currently at 35%, very, very low. There's a lot of reasons for that. Division attack down 10%. Division defense down 10%. They're just causing a little chaos at all times. Military disloyalty. The failed Sanjurjada? How do you say that? Sanjurjada military coup attempt in 1932 still casts a shadow over the Spanish military to this day. In the aftermath, various disloyal military commanders, among them the coup's leader, José Sanjurjo, fled to exile in Portugal and continue their plotting even now. Even this failure has not discouraged disloyal officers, however, as within Spain itself, many desire to see a return to monarchy or even a strong fascist dictatorship. Too strong meddling by the government in the internal affairs of the military may well spark yet another uprising, far more violent and bloody than the last. Okay, we also have political violence. Oh wait, what does this do? This is military leader cost plus 100%. Woof. Political violence. The Spanish political scene is one of increasing polarization and violence. Only 2 years have elapsed since the last big uprising. The Asturias miners' strike and the current political climate appears to have all the markings of a new, far larger and far less localized uprising. It seems unlikely the upcoming elections will put an end to this downward spiral of societal unrest. National strikes. Okay, so that's minus 15% stability. Cannot assign ministers and laws. No assigning anything. Very limited. And national strikes. The country finds itself seemingly in the grips of the starting stage of a workers' revolution. Strike upon strike paralyze the industry and daily life as workers demand less work and more pay, and poor tenant farmers increasingly appropriate farmland while the government turns a blind eye. Minus 10% stability and construction speed and factory output and dockyard output. Big time. Things are bad. Things are bad, and we're going to try and make them better. But it's going to take, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet in Spain. So, let's do this first. I'm just going to create like a new... somewhere over here. Somewhere over there is good. Okay. We start with volunteer-only recruitment. We have about 200,000 manpower. That's going to change here in a bit. We're export-focused, so we're building things faster, and our factories are a little bit better, but again, we have all these national spirits that are holding us back, and we're in the basic civilian economy, so not mobilized for war at all at the moment. No political advisors, which is normal, and then everything else is stock standard as they come. Let's not look at the national focuses yet, because that's going to be the most intense part of any new game, and especially hard for new players. We're going to jump into the easiest stuff first. So assign divisions, we're going to like shift left click.
Sí, señor.
And see everybody here, and just throw them right clicking into one of these guys, and then give them a field marshal. Okay.
Sí, señor.
So we got Field Marshal Francisco Franco. And we have Emilio Mola. So right now, it doesn't really matter who we pick, because these guys are all going to change sides depending on whether they have nationalist sympathies or not right now. So at the moment, you just kind of pick something, and I don't think it really has any impact on what happens. So we're going to have, that is our field marshal, and then our general, we're just going to pick Mohammed Meziani. I don't know. Okay. I did my best. All right, taken care of. Done. You're missing an equipment production. On logistics, we don't have any infantry equipment. We're lacking some support. That's just stuff that's just gonna happen, so I'm just gonna clear that. We have 7 total military factories. So we have 3 that are not being used. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 being used for infantry guns, support equipment, and towed artillery. We also have dockyards, which 1936 cruiser hulls. And 143 convoys. I don't really care about this thing, man. Alright, controversial take. Who cares about this mine-laying destroyer hull? Literally delete it. Oh my god, there's more. Okay, yeah, the mine-laying can just go die somewhere. What I'd rather do is just have all of these finish the ones that are basically halfway done. Because there's no reason to lose out on that. But the mine layer, I don't care. Okay. And then these will take a while. We'll get some more dockyards. But yeah, the ones that are already in progress, there's no reason to cancel them, I don't think. But mine layers I'm not going to use anyway. Okay, I wasn't done. We have 3 military factories left over. So we want the things that we've already got. We're going to need trucks and we're going to need trains. But if we take a look at our logistics fulfillment, we need 3 trains and we have 14 in the stockpile. So we should have plenty of trains. And we have no trucks. We don't really use trucks yet, but we will a lot. But let's just focus on pumping out some guns with 4 of these, and then have 2 on support equipment. I think that's a good balance to start. So more factories before we even unpause. As long as we haven't unpaused, these factories are currently working as hard as they can at the start of the game, right? So if I had unpaused even for a second and then gone back and assigned those factories, they would not be at their current cap of efficiency, and they'd have to build their way up. So doing that before you unpause is always important. So they're at 50% efficiency right now, which is their current maximum. We're going to fix that soon. Well, maybe not as soon as I'd like, because we have other political focuses that we're gonna need to prioritize. But yeah, that'll kind of get us started here, pumping out 15 guns a day, 6.5 support equipment a week, and like almost 4 artillery a week. Now let's go to research. Oops, I didn't mean to right-click that, but that's okay. So, at the beginning of your Spanish game, we have sort of a conundrum, which is we know we're gonna be fighting real fast. And because we're gonna be fighting real fast, we want every advantage that we can, because there's a guaranteed civil war that's gonna happen. And we just get to choose what side of that civil war that we want to be on. So I like going support weapons 1 off the bat, straight away, because it's a 1918 technology, and it's gonna give us just a solid 5% on defense and offense here for our infantry boys, which is gonna be our entire armed forces right now. And if you have the DLC that just came out, you'll have to choose whether you want to do this or not. If you don't have that DLC, then this won't even be a button on your screen. But this costs political power per day to basically research this faster and get you some XP for your whatever you call these guys, in military industrial organizations. Yeah. I don't care about that right now because I need the political power for other things. We're going to have a lot of decisions to make, so we're not going to use any political power. And we're just going to say no. Okay, so let's start powering up support weapons. Now, I would love to do this, but we're not even close to 1938. It's 1936, so there's a 2-year ahead of time penalty that makes this 494 days to research. So even though that would help our infantry, it's too far ahead of our tech level or our timetable right now, so it's not really worth pursuing. Support company-wise, we actually have access to engineers and recon, which would be super helpful. We haven't even researched trucks. Okay, yeah, so we'll have to do that. But I don't think it's my top priority. We have basic trains, we have early trucks, technically. So I think we just go with that infantry one, and then we skip over to engineering. We probably still do engineering, because radio is really nice to have for infantry. So electronic mechanical engineering is normally one you start with every game anyway. Just boost your global research speed once it's done, forever. And then on industry, we can either do construction for 10% faster construction time, but that's sort of not going to be very important to us right now because we're not going to be doing a lot of infrastructure building. We want to start pumping out guns and we want to start pumping out support equipment. So production efficiency cap is going to help all of our factories out and make stuff faster. Because right now they're capped at 50% efficiency, so that'll raise it to 60% efficiency, which is good. It's better than it sounds. Like 10%, how good is that, right? But it's actually twice as good as it sounds. And we have some free civilian factories, which we can't really do anything with, because I don't think anything will be finished building by the time the war breaks out, but you can just occupy those by building a civilian factory in Madrid or something, and just let that go, because it's going to take till August. I don't know. Actually, I forget what year the Civil War starts. It kind of varies depending on what national focuses you take, which is what we're about to look at. So, at the beginning of our Spain campaign, we have almost no events and decisions to worry about. It's easy. I'm not going to commandeer civilian trains. You can read over all these if you want, but we don't need to do any of those. However, once we start picking some national focuses, then we're going to be more concerned with that decision tree. And it'll fill up real quick. All right, we're lacking 1 aluminum. Who cares? Clear that. That's just going to make us produce things a little bit more slowly. And now, the actual challenge. National focuses. So, you've got the DLC, the Spanish focus tree will dictate a lot of your timings on when the Civil War starts, but also it'll dictate your timing on how long does it take you to read over all this. This is why I think it's one of the best DLCs there is because there are many mutually exclusive trees for a lot of replayability. So you start at the top and you pick one of 2. Whichever one you pick, it'll eliminate the other entire half of the tree. So it'll narrow your focus real quick. And then each of those 2 have 3 mutually exclusive paths that you can take. Phalanx Ascendant, which leads all the way down to retaking the Americas, which is kind of interesting. Uniting Iberia, claiming the Aragonese possessions as claims on like Malta, Tripoli, Sicilia, conquer Italy and all of their holdings is pretty cool. Lots of fun there. Spain also has the most interesting, in my opinion, choices for like how to go outside your borders and conquer and annex others. Then we've got Unify the Nationalist Front, which is going to take us down a path that ultimately ends, if we follow this here. This is just like some industrial, Spanish Miracle, hyper-industrial, carriers, ships. We also have a Claim West Africa here that might be accessible via 2 different paths. This is like your Join the Allies path right here. Unify the Nationalist Front, fuse the parties, join the Allies or the Axis. So it's a little bit more kind of, I would say this is more stock standard to me. I think that's the Franco. Yeah, it kind of looks that way. And then we have Supremacy of the Communion, which leads to Defenders of Catholicism. I think this is the Carlist path, if I'm not mistaken. And that leads to the War of Vengeance, annex Cuba, puppet the Philippines, and conquer the United States. You know, normal things that you do as Spain. And then on the right side, which comes from the Popular Front, we have Regional Defense Council of Aragon. That leads to non-aligned popularity. Non-aligned is typically your like kingdom. But this is Portuguese anarchism. Okay, yeah, this is this is the Regional Defense Council of Iberia. So I think this is the anarchist path. Yeah. This is anarchist. Anarchism knows no borders. Probably the most fun path in the game. We did a full playthrough of this some years ago now. You get an insane ability if you are successful to form the Global Defense Council and basically not only annex but also core almost anywhere on the entire map. Which basically means that not only do you conquer them, but once you've conquered them, they become part of you as if they were de jure part of your empire. And they give you all of their resources, all of their manpower, and all of their buildings and structures and factories and everything else that they have. It's kind of insane if you get it to work. Probably the most powerful campaign in Hearts of Iron, if you succeed. The anti-fascist workers' revolution takes you down the communist path. We got a couple of different ways to go here. We got against Trotskyism and Stalinism. There's against fascism, puppet the German Reich. Grant war goals on countries who sent volunteers to the nationalists. Just get your petty revenge. The 5-year plan is in a faction with the Soviet Union. And then on the right, we have maintain the Second Republic and basically go beg France for some help. The anti-fascist crusade, or deal with the devil, but you've got some like kind of a little bit more vanilla options here, I'd say. Spain leaves the Comintern, join the Allies, that kind of thing. Right? So a lot of different ways that you can play. Many different ways to play Spain. I think we have to do the meme. I think it's time to go Carlist, because I don't think chat would let me go unless I did it at least once. So we've done Anarchist before. We may as well be like Carl never wins. We may as well make Carl win, or die trying. So we're gonna try going Supremacy of the Communion. And see where that takes us. We'll see where that takes us. So we definitely need a Great Spain. Like that pretty much answers. Like I decided where I wanted to end up. So that dictates where we start, right? I can just ignore Popular Front, go Great Spain, and we don't even have to really worry about making a decision until I go boom, 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 and then once this opens up, we'll take a look at what we need to do, right? So, a Great Spain, the fledgling Second Republic, has failed in its duty to protect religion, family, and property. As the left beleaguers our Christian civilization, the Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas will stand in its defense and give Spain true unity and a new spirit. Parliament will submit to the will of the people, or we will eliminate it. Change in fascism popularity, up 10%. Change in popularity of non-aligned, 5%. And we get 15 political power. This is a quick 35-day focus. So we select that, and we're done. All right? We'll have to look and see sort of what we need to be doing, but there's really nothing else to do right now. You can give orders to your people, but, like, I kind of just leave them, since I don't really know where the front lines are going to end up. And I think I don't need to, because we can just do that as a demonstration. We're just going to leave everybody scattered around. Okay, hang on. Do we have any foreign territory that I need to be aware of? The easiest way to tell is to click Spain. Okay, so we got Rio de Oro. We got the Canary Islands. And then we've got Equatorial Guinea, which this is part of. Malabo is part of. And I think that's it. So right-clicking on your territory cleanly highlights in green the places that are yours. And we have Sidi Ifni carved out here. So much border gore, man. Everybody trying to get a piece of Africa and just making this, like, awful, terrible border gore. Let's see. We have some stuff over here. No. Got nothing over here. Okay. Just checking. Do we have anything over here? Nope. Oh, yeah. Taking a little inventory. So I'm accidentally making some of these dudes leave. Let's just pause, halt. I'm doing an area defense of our different sort of territories here, just so we can be, like, evenly spread out throughout. Because we're not expecting to be attacked by anybody outside of our borders, just inside. I think that's everything. All right, and I want them to only really guard naval bases and victory points, to be honest. It requires 39 divisions. They're going to be spread out real far, but that's okay. Also, we could just do ports only, and then that's 18. That'll spread them out. All right, sure. And away they go. Reposition. People arrive. Civil War win. It's always sooner than you really want it to be. Laughing Bear says, have a great stream, Etal, and a great year. Thanks. January's going by too fast, chat. How's it already the 18th, though? It's kind of crazy. I don't like it. I don't like it. But yeah. Spain has a nice start here where we can just go like 3, 4, 5 times speed, however fast you want to go. And once you've taken care of those first pop-ups, you're done. Nothing else to really look at or worry about. Just wait for events to pop up and see what happens in Ethiopia, actually. Maybe Ethiopia will... Did Ethiopia ever win in one of our campaigns? They kind of settled a couple times. I wouldn't count... They allied with the Soviet Union and made Italy back down, which it's kind of a win. It's not really beating them, per se, one-on-one. But yeah, we're rocking a historical. We have played Ethiopia. I did a full Ethiopia campaign. Many, actually, because it took like 10 attempts before we got a successful one. It was really hard. But it was super rewarding. That was challenge mode right there. Like, honestly, I think the Italian DLC is one of the harder DLCs. Like, I didn't think Switzerland was kind of tricky as well. I didn't really enjoy Switzerland. I appreciate that they tried something different. We did Italy, and I felt like I struggled with Italy because the timings were hard, and then Ethiopia was hard. I think Ethiopia was my favorite of those campaigns, though. Italy, I feel like I need to play a couple more times to really, like, get a grasp on how to play it well and not just fumble my way through. Describing Ethiopia basically being a puzzle that you have to figure out was very spot on. Yeah, it feels like a puzzle. There's like 1 or 2 correct ways to win. And you have to use every resource available. You have to get your focuses down. You have to get your researches down in the right order. You have to hold the correct front lines. You have to be prepared for Asa to give in. And you have to know that that's coming and reposition. Because if they crack through Asa, it gets really hard. You have to have the right amount of troops to not overextend your supplies, because you're in the desert. A great Spain! All right, we have plus 15 political power. And some fascism and non-aligned popularity. So now that we've picked a great Spain, this entire section of the focus tree is gone. We don't even have to look at it, right? So that's going to simplify things dramatically. Hand over the CEDA campaign chest. We have ample funds remaining after our electoral campaign. In the event that Parliament rejects our voice, we must prepare for its elimination. We will hand over the campaign chest of the Confederación Española de Derechas Autónomas to the enlightened parts of the military, so that they may prepare their uprising against the left. Plus 200 political power. That's going to be useful for many different things, also a 35-day focus. So we're just going to cruise down here until we get to negotiate Carlos' support and then kind of figure out what we need to be doing after that. Italy moves to annex the Sultanate of Ausa. Have you been watching speedruns? I have not. I haven't watched any GDQ, but it is a cool event. I have been obsessively watching Escape from Tarkov streams in my free time. Hello, Hammer. Welcome to stream. We're just getting rolling. We're doing a tutorial campaign. Rumors are swirling that the annexation of the Sultanate of Asa by Italian forces might be imminent. Italian troops have been seen amassing on the border of the isolated nation, and sources indicate that pressure is being exerted diplomatically in Asa to force a capitulation without bloodshed. It remains to be seen whether Muhammad Yayo can resist Italian pressure, but the situation does not look promising. And there they go. Perhaps unsurprisingly to many, the Sultanate of Asa has accepted Italian demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear that colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are now moving into the small nation to take up new positions on the border with Ethiopia. It's unclear whether the occupation is permanent or how it will impact the wider Italian conflict in Ethiopia. So yeah, the front line opens here. There's Asa. And so Ethiopia has to quickly move to defend this new front line, which is tough. Because you saw how quick those events were, right? Like, it was like, hey, they're pressuring Asa, and like 3 days later, they gave in. Also, let me change the lighting up in here. Get a little bit more friendly, comfy lighting. There we go. That's nicer. Despite a massive election campaign by the Spanish Confederation of Autonomous Rights, it is the left-wing Popular Front, formed by Spanish Socialist Workers' Party and Republican Left, with the aid of anarchists, communists, and trade unionists, which appears to have won the 1936 election. Illustrating the heavily divided Spanish political landscape, the Popular Front's lead in the popular vote seems to be far more narrow than the comfortable lead in seats would indicate. Whichever new government will be formed under the leadership of President Nicito Alcala Zamora in the days and weeks ahead, it will have to deal with an increasingly alienated and hostile political right. Rather than solve the political violence and societal unrest that grips our country, it therefore seems likely that the recent election's results will only serve to exacerbate it. Only from the ashes of the Second Republic can Spain be reforged. Change in fascism popularity up another 10%, so it's at 43% right now. Unlocks a new on-map decision allowing you to expand nationalist influence in states. Only states that have total nationalist garrison control at the start of the Civil War will begin the conflict under nationalist ownership. All right, this is where mechanics start to come in. This is where we have to start actually, like, making some strategies. So we're going to get on-map decisions, which is a new mechanic that we're going to have to learn. And they have to be totally under our control in order to have nationalist ownership. Okay. So what does that mean? It means when I click on the decisions page, suddenly we have more decisions that need to be taken care of, both on the left side and on the map itself, right? So let's see what we're working with. The inevitable civil war. I can't believe the game is spoiling the fact that we're going to be in a civil war in Spain. In the aftermath of the elections, a civil war has become all but certain. It's imperative we do not dally too long lest we give the Republicans time to prepare their defenses. We must seize the initiative and secure control over the nation's garrisons. So right now we have 23 divisions for nationalist Spain. And Republican Spain would get 66 if the Civil War started right now. So, it's a little lopsided, wouldn't you say? Little lopsided. Right now! So we have to spend political power in order to try and move that balance, tip the scales in our favor. Hold on, there's gonna be a civil war? I haven't watched that far into the VOD. We got VOD spoilers. But yeah, this is where it starts to get spicy. Hopefully not overwhelming, though. Who are we playing as? We're playing as Spain. We're going to play Carlist Spain, because chat loves Carlist and always votes for them in the Spanish Civil War. This will be the One Hearts of Iron stream where we do not gamble channel points on the Spanish Civil War because I am Spain this time, and I'm just gonna win. I'm gonna win. Hi, dog. Hope you're having a nice day. What's up, Sim? I am having a nice day. Well, yeah, I'm having a great day now. I'm having a great day right now. I've been oversleeping, and I feel terrible when I wake up, whether I undersleep, sleep the amount I plan on sleeping, or oversleep. I feel the same. If I get 6 hours or 10 hours of sleep or 5 hours of sleep or 9 hours of sleep or 8 hours, it doesn't matter. I feel the exact same no matter what. Does anybody else have the problem? You're over 30. Maybe. I mean, I'm about to be 35 this year. But yeah, I feel better now. I just have to like force myself to get up, and then like once I take a shower, I feel good. Before, the shower is so refreshing every day. And then I feel fine. Life is Spain. Also true. But I hope you're doing well, Sim. Thanks for saying hi. We're doing a little bit of holy. All right, what are my choices here? Select where to manage your garrison influence, right? That's going to be us choosing these buttons when we strategically see the need. 250 days, there's a new countdown timer. Military plot. Our preparation to overthrow the government are underway. But to ensure we do not suffer a repeat of the failed 1932 coup, we must ensure we have enough support among the people before launching our coup. The timing must be perfect. So basically, in 250 days, the Civil War begins. We might be able to manipulate that, though. We have a speech, an assassination, sway leader loyalty, and suppress the strikes. Each of these costs 30 political power, and we need to be spending political power on the map, right? So this is where the strategy comes in. So Spain is very front-loaded compared to other nations. Other nations, you'll be fast-forwarding through the early stages and trying to get to the action. Spain throws it in your face. You're making decisions in 1936 that are going to change the rest of the game. You're getting ready to go to war now. Okay. Primo de Rivera's speech. Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera is one of the founders of the Phalangist. Chat, is this actually Phalange? Phalange? I can see your phalanges. Española, a public speaker, critical of democracy. Perhaps he should be encouraged to hold further speeches to increase our popular support and further destabilize the nation. Let's actually ask Google how to say. Is it just phalange? I guess. I don't know, because phalange is actually a word. The bones and fingers of the toes, but in Spanish, probably something else. Obviously, I know it's like a political party. Also, give me 1 sec. I gotta shut the blinds. Okay. Okay, we're back. So, what does this do? It costs 30 political power. Takes 37 days. Makes fascism 5% more popular. And it removes 36 days from the military plot. So it'll make the Civil War happen faster, from what I can tell. Political assassination. Our political adversaries are proving to be a thorn in our side, swaying people who could otherwise be swayed to our side instead. By tactically eliminating a key opponent, we can ease the pressure on us and give our message more of a chance of getting through. Also, I'm going to move these lights a little bit. There we go. Stability goes down, war support goes up. Remove another 36 days from military plots. We can manipulate the time, sway loyalty of leaders with the right means of persuasion, like a cat, persuasion. We may well expand our support among the leading officers in the Spanish military. Having their support when the time comes may prove invaluable. Remove 36 days from mission military plot and gain nationalist sympathies for Jose Miaja Minant. Suppress the strikes. The strikes are causing massive unrest and economic damage to our nation. We'll send in our militia to break them up and make people go back to work. Remove 36 days from mission military plot. Modify national strikes with stability down, construction speed up, factory output up, dockyard output up. Okay. Seems good, right? Seems good. Now, we got 58 days. We have another thing, too. Opposition, civil war prep. While we labor to thwart their every move, our enemies are not idle. We would do well to keep their actions in mind as we make our preparation for the coming conflicts. We have 38 days until concessions to the left occurs. The government is making widespread concessions to striking workers, letting them get away with things our right-wing brothers and sisters are incarcerated for. Though despicable, it appears these measures are popular among the strikers. In 38 days, we will add 15 days to the mission military plot. Political power gain is going to go down. Stability will go up. Construction speed down. Factory output down. Dockyard output down. Okay, so that's bad, right? Secure the Guardia Civil. In 58 days, if the Civil War starts, gain 5 trained units with 6 infantry battalions. The Republicans gain 10 poorly trained units with 3 infantry battalions. So we get soldiers for the Civil War. They're building. And then these are the same as they were. All right, so here's what I want to do. What I want to do, I'm planning on the Civil War. We need to figure out where we want to establish control. And this is where your own decision-making will come in. What I like to do is have a unified front line. And to have a unified front line, I like to have my back against the wall in certain places, right? I say that we take a look at where factories are and try and secure a few of these locales. So, like, let's go ahead and start building a factory in Galicia and secure Galicia. I think that's a great place for us to start. So, I'm going to click that to expand the garrison influence. So for 14 days, it'll be active. Once it's not active, we increase our own control by 1 step. And we have to be maxed. So we're going to have to do this a bunch, right? All right, done. I could do some of these other things, but I'm not really sure whether I should be doing them now or not. Or if I think I'm going to, like, kind of save some political power. We're about to get 200 political power, though, right? So one of the things that would be good for us, in my opinion, is certainly getting some leaders to get nationalist sympathies with us. Some generic fascist support would also be good. There's quite a bit, actually. 54%. I think getting... I want some leaders to be loyal to us. Jose Minant. Is that one of our generals, perhaps? Yes. So one of our potential generals will get sympathies to us, and therefore we'll have an extra general on our side and removed from the opposition side. So that seems like a pretty good swing. Let's go ahead and rock that as well. And then we're ready. Unpause. Hit it. How do you farm political power? You don't. If you desperately need political power, you simply don't do a focus. But we really need to do focuses because this focus gives us 200 political power. So one way is find national focuses that give you political power. The other way is you do get a bonus to political power if you are not doing a national focus, if it's like of the utmost importance. And then the other way is there's some political advisors that give you like 15% bonus political power gain. But you need to get those like as soon as the game begins, as fast as you are possibly able to, for it to actually matter in the long run, right? So those are the like 3 main ways. Okay. Let's unpause. So this thing is going to progress quite quickly because it's only active for like 10 days total. Because yeah, I'm getting 0.75 per day, but I'm losing 1. You always are spending 1 per day on the national focuses. Hold on. There we go. That's better. Some of these songs are just louder than others. Hopefully, these explanations are helping somebody in the chat. Somebody somewhere. All right, we've already gotten expanded influence in Galicia. It's currently weak, and again, we need to have full. In order for it to be like, there's 3 steps basically, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and just lock down. Even if you have some influence, right, like weak influence, current divisions created upon Civil War start 1 nationalist, 2 Republican. Now, not all of the divisions will be the same strength, but I'm going to spend the rest of our PP getting 2 out of 3 steps on Galicia and start influencing there. And by the time that's done, we should have the extra 200 political power. And I'm going to try to sort of secure up to Bilbao. And I'd like to keep those contiguous, if possible. And this ensures that nobody sort of spawns in behind us. We want to keep our front line manageable. We don't want to have to defend, like, from the middle out to all sides. We want to start on one side and push over to the other. So if you want to start on a different side, I think that's viable as well. I just chose somewhere that had, like, 1 extra factory. And whereas there's development here and here as well. Like 2 factories, 3 factories was like my priority. And I think it's a pretty strong place to do that from. So there's our 200 political power. Preparing for the uprising against the left. And now we have negotiate Carlist support. Our cause has allies. We need to reach, but we... Our cause has allies we but need to reach out to. Reading is hard. Anti-clerical sentiment from the left has antagonized the Carlists, who have long been preparing for a confrontation with the Republic. Should we gain their support, our uprising will be much strengthened. So, non-aligned popularity is up 15%. Upon the start of the Civil War, gain 5 well-trained units with 3 infantry battalions. These will be removed after the conclusion if Spain is not Carlist. Well, lucky for us. That is exactly what we're going to be. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory close to the French border in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local population cheered the German soldiers on, while the diplomatic reaction from France and Britain has so far been muted. It is no more than Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator in Britain observed. All right, we've got Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne, signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried as an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty has finally amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey now has complete control over traffic passing in and out of the Turkish Straits, and the states around the straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. Turkey, maybe one day I'll try playing you again. We had a miserable time in Turkey. Such a long solo campaign with diplomatic choices. Turkey is like Spain if you don't get to do anything fun until like 1946. In my opinion. It's just like all political power maneuvering, but it's extended over the whole game instead of like Spain has a ton of political power decisions, but they're like highly concentrated into the Civil War, and then once the Civil War is over, you can go back to playing the regular game. So it's nice, it's fun, it's refreshing. Turkey like never ends. It's just political power map things the whole game. People arrive. Carl Stream. Hell yeah, Dunk Slide. Oh yeah. Also, it's weird, like, I can tell that I really like Hearts of Iron because I'm sitting here doing my thing, I'm planning, I'm getting Spain ready, and when I start seeing the pop-ups of what the other nations are doing, it gives me that good feeling of like, okay, here we go. You know, I'm getting ready to watch some fireworks. I like seeing how all the nations clash each time in different and interesting ways, even when they sometimes take familiar routes. Like, remilitarizing the Rhineland is not anything special, but I want to see, like, how it goes down. I like watching the dominoes fall. Dopamine receptors activate, basically. More or less. Okay, it looks like influence is being challenged. So... Galicia, reduce nationalist control. So they're trying to reduce our control. Which is annoying. But we're reestablishing more control. I'll pause again. So I'm doubling down on Galicia. How long does this have? Like, this has 10 days, right? So here's my question, you know? What's gonna finish first if I click on this now and this takes, oh, that's 14 days. Is this just gonna create like a political power sink for us? Like if I try and establish if I go full control, are they just gonna reduce my control again and back and forth? And I'm just gonna be sitting here like spinning my wheels? Maybe. But I do want to lock it down. But let's spread out a little bit, maybe. It's gonna -1 then +1. That's what I think. But I'm curious how often they can do this. Let's just start moving our influence over here. We can only do one of these at a time. And we want to go all the way to Bilbao and like up in here. So we just need to lock these in. We won't go to Bilbao yet. We're gonna do Oviedo and then here in chat. Is 2 L's a Y sound? Is this Valladolid? Valladolid? Why use 2 alphabet letters when one do trick? I say. All right, we're about to hit concessions to the left. And then influence challenged. Concessions to the left will reduce political power, construction factory output, and dockyard. And it'll add 15 days to the military plot. Also, we can do another thing. We don't really want this to happen that fast. We don't want the Civil War to immediately happen because we don't have any troops or strength. So, I don't know. I'm not really, like, looking to reduce 36 days from these yet. And these ones are adding to them. The influence challenge in the Galicia garrison failed. It went back down to 1. So we're doing this one. Now we're going to go back and do that one. Because we really need to secure Galicia. A little micromanagement of the map. This is also not a good campaign if you like going 4 or 5 times speed. Because these are every 14 days. And it's kind of hard to catch them, you know? And you want to see what else is going on down here. This is securing the Guardia, the Guard. Gain 5 trained units with 6 infantry battalions. The Republicans gain 10 poorly trained units with 3. So we get, like, fewer but stronger. All right, first research is done. We live in an age when electrical machines can no longer only warm and light us, but help us think and communicate. Electronics will be the key to military intelligence in the coming century. Research speed faster. Now, the reason we did research speed faster is so we can immediately turn around and research the radio, because reinforce rate and coordination is very important for our infantry stats. Replenishing troops who die, or casualties, I should say, which not necessarily dead per se, and coordination to focus a single target and try to knock them out one at a time. Very, very useful for the Civil War. The Carlists! Non-aligned popularity is up 15%, and we gain 5 well-trained units with 3 infantry battalions, each for the Civil War. Now, to get supremacy of the Communion, which is what we're trying to do, the Spanish Civil War has to have begun. That is the requirement here. That's the path we're going to take. And then we get some political advisors. What's up, EJ? Again, they're back. I had followers mode on because the damn bots, bro. You guys aren't bots, though. You guys are panels. Not to, you might be able to build a robot out of panels, but I think that's a completely different thing. Raiders, man the walls! But yeah, I turned off follower-only mode for you. Welcome on in. Hey, everybody. We're playing some Hoi tonight. We're doing a Spain tutorial run right now. I'm explaining everything that I'm doing in gratuitous detail. And we're going to be doing Carlist, because I commonly say, chat, always ask when I play Hearts of Iron, Etal, what is the best nation to start with for new players to learn those mechanics? And I always say Spain, so now I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and we're playing Spain. Not because it's easy, but because it's actually difficult and teaches things that I think are very important for Hearts of Iron players. So we're going through that right now, getting ready to start the Civil War soon. But what's up, Mel Shaw? Stewart is back. McCheeto, welcome back. Hello, Foul. Rockets and Redstone is raiding. All systems go. What's up, Weather Guy? Artium. Gina Prime is back. Major Postal. Das Hibbit. Be Cosmic. Hello, we are the panels. You are the panels. Hearts. EJ may have influenced me a little bit. We influence each other when it comes to Hearts of Iron, I think. Like, I saw you playing some Hearts of Iron within the last week, I want to say. And I play Hearts of Iron, and EJ's like, that looks fun. And then EJ plays Hearts of Iron, I'm like, that looks pretty fun. And it's a vicious cycle, perhaps. Because I know EJ was doing Canada. And did you do a UK run as well? I got to see more of the Canada than the UK. As you know, I love Hearts of Iron. Gonna make dinner and lurk. Hey, have some food, get some grub. Thanks for the raid. Raiders, welcome. We just got started a bit ago. Taking things real slow. Spain's super front-loaded. Lots of decision-making early on, so this is not a good country for fast-forwarding at 4 to 5x speed. Lots of details. Lots of details. EJ, stop spamming my chat, okay? Go eat dinner. This is all I see. Look at this. This is what I see. Who is this? Raider from EJSA. Hi, VOD watchers. Hello, VOD watchers. How you doing? Get that guy. Get him. But no, welcome everyone. Welcome. I hope you guys had a fantastic stream. Shout out for our good friend EJ doing a little Kerbal, also probably some science and technology. I hope Kerbal 1 has been treating you well. He's going to be streaming tomorrow. I don't know how you start at 9 a.m. my time. I guess you might not be Pacific time. That makes it a little better, a little easier. But hope you had a great stream, and welcome Raiders. We'll take good care of you for the rest of the night. But if you got somewhere to be, thanks for stopping and saying hi. And if you're in my chat and you haven't already followed EJ, click that button at the top of your screen. Always sending his good people over here. Glad to have you, and hopefully we'll find some more opportunities to send some love back in your direction. But click that follow button, chat. Catch that morning stream tomorrow. I like to turn it on when I'm waking up and having some grub, getting some lunch. I like to hang out in there. EJ loves working, and he's live for like 12 hours a day, it feels like. Or turns the stream off and then comes back on. 2 streams in one day. I don't know what that's like. All right, gamers. Here's what we're up to right now. Those of you coming in, the state of the world is pretty easy to explain. Ethiopia is still getting invaded by Italy. They took over Ausa. And also, Germany remilitarized the Rhineland just now. So we're in ahistorical, doing an ahistorical run on regular difficulty with standard settings as Spain. We're going to try and go Carlist Spain, and we're prepping for the Civil War right now. You're all caught up. That's where we're at. So, the Spanish tree is massive. It's huge. We only have to look at this half of it, and of this half, only things that are in the Carlist side of the mutually exclusive decisions. So we've already narrowed it down. I picked where I want to be, so the focus tree is much less intimidating once you know where you want to end up, right? So this is the start of the Carlist path. But this is another reason why I said this before at the beginning of stream before people just came in. I hated the La Resistance DLC at first because I was like, I don't really like I'm really not a big fan of the intelligence agency. I don't like it. I accept it. I'm neutral on it. I don't hate it. I'm just very neutral. But it's got my favorite pack of countries. Spain, Portugal, and France, I think are really good. Really good. And lots of replayability. But also, it's worth noting, Hearts of Iron does have a bunch of DLC, but they also have a $5 a month. Basically, if you want to dip your toe in the water, you can pay for the subscription, and you get all the DLCs. And then if you decide, this is too much for me, I don't like this game, you can just unsubscribe and you only lost $5. Or if you do like it, you can get a sampler of all the different countries and figure out which DLCs you do want to get and just buy those and then unsubscribe. Or you can just stay subscribed and then forget that you're still subscribed a year later and you look, where'd that $5 out of my credit card come out every single month? Oh yeah, oops. You know, it could be any of those. You never know. But it's a good deal, honestly. Okay, so to do the Carlist path, we have to literally be in the Civil War, right? That's number one. So, we're not in the Civil War yet, so we're going to do Army of Africa instead. The key to victory in the upcoming struggle is the seasoned Army of Africa. We must ensure their loyalty to our cause, draw up plans for the lightning occupation of North Africa, and then prepare the transfer of these battle-hardened troops to the mainland where they can swing the balance in our favor. And Canada costs $11 a month. That's because Canadian dollars just stole USD's symbol, but then actually used monopoly money instead. But anyway, there's supposed to be a new DLC soon, so I'm very excited about that as well. Or at least there'll be a trailer for like a South American DLC soon. All right, what do those do? 35 days, we get 10 Army XP, which would be this. And at the start of the Civil War, get 5 well-trained units with 7 infantry and 2 artillery battalions and recon and engineers and guaranteed control over Spanish Africa. That is huge. That is huge. So that is what we want. Now, we're currently looking at the events and decisions page because we have to establish sort of a base of power by spending political power on the map and expanding our influence over different garrisons of troops in different regions of Spain. So I have chosen the northwest portion of Spain in Galicia to try and establish our base of power. So if we do one more, that's 30 political power, but if it finishes in 14 days, it'll, I think, guarantee that we have influence. We have, basically, this will start here. And we're going to work on expanding our influence east for when the Civil War starts in 171 days, which is sort of being changed because of concessions. This is rough, man. Things are deteriorating. Train. Okay, so we just got secure the Guardia Civil, which gives both sides different military options when the Civil War starts. Train the Union Youth. In 68 days, upon the start of Civil War, Republicans gain 10 well-trained units with 3 infantry battalions. All right, that's bad for us, but we're not really going to be able to stop it. Like, I could try and force the Civil War to start immediately, but we're going to get wiped. They're going to have 73 divisions to our 21. So we kind of just have to cope. And continue doing some of these, right? Also, chat, this is why you have to read stuff, okay? I told you guys I was going to play suboptimally. This is why you got to read a little bit. I may have played suboptimally here. Secure the northern garrisons will automatically increase garrison control to total in Galicia, Leon, Salamanca, Valladolid, Burgos, Western Aragon, and Navarra. Gotta read ahead a little bit. But it's okay. Because this is, I told you it would be more representative of an actual campaign. I have done the other side of this. So this is my first time actually doing the left portion of this. We've done Anarchist Spain before. And then we're gonna have to do Con Poquito. Right? So, Galicia, Leon, Salamanca, Valladolid, Burgos. I wish I could, like, have this page open while looking at the different regions of the map. Okay, Galicia, Leon, Valladolid, Burgos. Was Asturias one? I don't think Asturias was one. Okay, so we need that. Western Aragon and Navarra. Western Aragon and Navarra. Okay, so yeah, we need to, like, secure these two ports. I think. That should be our top priority. The good news is we have some time, and I've already gotten 1 point in there. Run over time to restart. Nah, we're good. We're good. And if we're not good, then we'll just cry about it later. But yeah, I didn't think there was going to be a whole focus that gave us instant total control. But that's really nice for us. That's really good. All right, 2 days, 1 day. Dismissal of Nicito Alcala Zamora, the power struggle between the various parties of the left, so recently united in victory in the 1936 elections, has already come to a head. Wary of President Nicito Alcala Zamora's centrist and compromising policies, his alienated support in the Cortes judged the very dissolution of the Cortes that resulted in the elections to be unconstitutional and dismissed him from office. In Alcala Zamora's stead, the Cortes has elected his old rival, Manuel Azaña, who has now inherited the unenviable task of bringing back stability to the increasingly polarizing Spanish political scene. The chaos is complete. We have a new figurehead president, and we're going to start securing control over these two locations, which will make our lives a lot easier. Actually, now I remember how I did restart right in this exact situation. It's all good. Just gotta know what secure the northern garrisons does. It's easy. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. Okay, at what point do we want... They're challenging my influence here as well. At what point do we really want to reduce time off the military clock? We're going to have to start... Let's actually do the math. Okay, we're going to need 35 days, then 28 days, and then we need to kind of have started. So we really only have like 60 days. I'm going to go ahead and do one of those. Which one's going to be more effective? 5% fascism popularity. War support up, stability down. Or we've already swayed one leader, or we could suppress the strikes. I would say the strikes probably, because political power gain and then factory output is pretty good. So let's suppress the strikes. Spend some PP on that. And yeah, they're challenging my control over Oviedo, so we have to, like, do this again. Which is unfortunate, but that's just how they're going to be. They're making it difficult. I don't like that their influence challenge is, like, faster than my ability to spread influence, but it is what it is. They do have a cooldown on it. But it seems like they can do one challenge for every 2 influence spread that I can do. But I did kind of waste some PP on the West. All right, Army of Africa. Upon the start of the Civil War, 5 well-trained units with 7 infantry and 2 artillery and recon and engineer and guaranteed control over Spanish Africa is awesome. Now we can secure the northern garrisons, which we just looked up. More PP, always better. Very true. Extremely based. Meanwhile, we have a couple of our actual researches almost done. Very slow construction in Galicia, because we know we're going to have total control over that, so that's why I started to build in the places we plan on having control, so we're not building for our opponents, which is what I started a little bit in Madrid and then realized that. That's Iron Man, baby! The Bulgarian government condemns the IMRO. Bulgarian leader Boris III issued official statements showing his rejection toward the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization and publicly condemned their activities. The Bulgarian Minister of Interior has announced the implementation of a package of extraordinary measure that will allow the government to allocate resources to take active action against the IMRO and root out this terrorist organization once and for all. With this pronouncement, finally, maybe, the Bulgarian government seeks to end one of the greatest sources of conflict and tension in the Balkans. And Poland is going ahistorical. They have crowned a king. On the 5th of November 1916, Wilhelm II of Germany and Franz Joseph of Austria signed a joint declaration that out of the Polish-occupied territory in Russia, a new kingdom would be born, the Kingdom of Poland. However, the young state failed to find a king in its time, and the then president declared the Second Polish Republic. However, it seems Poland has at last found herself a king in Karl Albrecht I. Born into Habsburg nobility, Karl Albrecht has been fighting for the Polish military almost as long as the Polish state has existed, and today, to the roar of cheering crowds, he's been elected the first Habsburg king of Poland. Okay, fun fact. I actually attempted a Habsburg Poland historical run, and it was incredibly difficult. So much so that I'm not sure the developers intended it to be as difficult as it was, because you have some truly pitiful focus tree options to support that you kind of like have to waste a lot of time trying to just secure your own things, and by the time you're done with that, everyone else is ready to invade you, and you really can't defend. You defend worse than if you were just historical Poland. Let's put it like that. Like, historical Poland has a better chance of survival against historical Germany and Soviet Union than does Karl Albrecht. It was really, really bad. It took me like probably 6 or 7 attempts off stream to nail down the optimal strategy. And eventually I was able to hold them off long enough to dominate and become Super Poland. But it was a struggle. It was like almost as hard as Ethiopia was. Truth. So basically what I'm trying to say is that guy's dead. If it took me that many attempts, the AI is going to fail almost immediately if anything goes wrong. All right, we got machining tools. Production efficiency cap is up 10%. We're getting some newly developed milling machines, military production buffs, small and versatile types available to any machine shop to the large scale. Advanced models pushing our technological limits. Okay, another thing we're going to do is take a look. We're at 1936. We don't have any more infantry buffs that we can really easily do. Engineers and recon is pretty much all we can hope to have, I think, for the war. We're gonna have some artillery, so I want interwar artillery because we will have a few artillery units due to special troop types that we're getting via decisions and focuses. So making them have 10% better anti-infantry attack is probably useful to us. No organization, and then we also just finished Support Weapons 1, which is a nice buff for our infantry boys. Chat is in fish moly only mode right now. Then the next thing we want to do is also push industry. Now, typically I do dispersed industry when I'm playing minor powers because I like being invulnerable to bombing. Not literally, but more invulnerable. And I also enjoy production efficiency retention. We're going to try concentrated because once we win the Civil War, everyone else is going to be leaving us alone. So I think it's like an interesting time to attempt concentrated industry where I'm not really worried about bomb vulnerability as much. And we'll get output is going to be way up, but retention is going to be way down. So we'll see how we like it. So we'll try concentrated. Dude, I thought they had a longer cooldown. Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. Yugoslavia, even more stoically than other nations, has for years refused to recognize the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement that the government of Yugoslavia will henceforth establish official relations with the Soviets, this policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen, but the tone of the announcement is surprisingly cordial. Also, dude, they're challenging the Asturias garrison immediately. So this is just like a back and forth. It's kind of annoying. So I shouldn't have clicked the 30 PP one. I should have just gone to Bilbao and then go back. The AI is cheating. They let me establish influence, but then they immediately take it away. Like, what's the point? I don't know if I'm just unlucky or if this is how it always goes. Because I just spent 30 when I could have just spent 20. Lost a tutorial AI. It's not. I told you it's a tutorial because it teaches you to get good. Spain is not easy. It's it gives you all the challenges up front so that you don't have to play for 5-6 in-game years and then lose. You can learn everything like off the bat. Whereas other nations, like the United States, you'll be fumbling to play and wasting like 8 years in game before you finally go to war and then lose the war because you didn't know how to do war. All right, I'm just gonna pay the 30 PP and we can get Asturias garrison. So we're suppressing the strikes in 2 days is gonna boost political power, construction speed, and factory output, reduce military plot time. And then we're probably gonna go straight from there. I think I'm gonna give a speech or suppress the strikes again. Because we're losing fascist support. It's getting closer. So let's do a speech. Do you use any mods? This is all DLC only. All DLC only. Okay, but yeah, we used to have like 54% support for fascism, then we got like 41, so they're definitely doing things on their side as well. Secure the northern garrisons. Isn't Carlos unaligned, not fascist? Yeah, but when the war starts, it's fascist. Like, okay, the anarchists spring out of another faction, and the Carlists spring out of the fascist faction. So you still get like more units up front if you have more popularity, because we still want the Republicans to not dominate. Secure the northern garrisons. Using the proper encouragement, we will obtain the support of garrison commanders in the north. With a well-timed concurrent uprising, this will give us a solid power base from which to wage our war against the leftists if our initial coup attempt should fail. So we have total control over these regions. And the nationalists will begin the civil war in control of these provinces as long as their garrison control is at least weak. Okay, so it has to be at least weak. And then we can just choose either one of these because we're going to ignore them and go this anyway. So we just do whichever one is, like, more advantageous. So we can either have Francisco Franco as a nationalist field marshal, or we can just get 60 political power. I feel like the 60 political power is better. But he is a solid field marshal. Level 3, 3232. We have Emilio Mola right now, who's 2242. A little bit weaker, but better. They've both got some organization. Thorough planning. Cautious is not very good, though. So yeah, I would say take the 60 political power. Okay, they're challenging my influence here also. But we've got this one, this one, this one, this one. Can we do the region, the state view? Yeah. So state view, we got locked, 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 locked. We have a soft underbelly here, and that's what I'm currently trying to take care of, basically. But we're running out of political power. That's why I'm going to try and grab another 60. All right, so we're going to have full control, and then they're going to reduce our control. But while we're here, let's start expanding control over Bilbao. And kind of like bounce back and forth between these. One day until Republicans get 10 well-trained units. Unfortunate, but it is the way it is. Communist coup in Ethiopia. Again? Members of the military and the anti-fascist organization known as the Black Lions have orchestrated a coup against the imperial government of Haile Selassie. The emperor was due to inspect the troops when he was ambushed and placed under arrest. Meanwhile, in Addis Ababa, the Black Lions captured the key infrastructure of the city, including the emperor's residence. Many loyalists from the military and police have been killed in minor skirmishes, but what remains of the nation is now under control of a communist-leaning provisional government. The majority of the people, exhausted by war with Italy, have simply accepted the authority of their new government. Okay, well, time to call Big Daddy Soviet Union to stop the war with Italy, I guess, for Ethiopia. All right, so they reduced our control by 1. And we're establishing control in Bilbao. Weak control. And also the Primo de Rivera speech will remove 36 days. And then we probably want suppress the strikes again. Try and like force the civil war to start soon. Look at how much different this is now. Nationalist Spain's 46 divisions, Republican Spain 63, because we secured control over all those places. So we're getting units from each of these with the 3 check marks. So it's swinging it more in our favor. Concessions to the left is just adding time. Enlarge the weapon caches. Upon the start of the Civil War, our share of the equipment will be reduced to 20% instead of 50%. I'm trying to force the Civil War to start before that happens, which is tough right now. I'm making it go as fast as I can. And I don't think we have enough time, but we'll see. Because they're going to add 15 days. They're challenging Galicia, but we'll still have control over it as long as we have weak. Okay, let's go Bilbao again. And I'm going to need more political power, chat. Sin Paquito has 4 more days, and it'll give us a little injection of PP. It's getting a little close, though. All right, we also want a couple things. We're going to guaranteed have control
Atención.
over Africa. I don't know how these forces are going to get split, to be perfectly honest with you. But we shouldn't have to worry about control over Africa at all. So I'm just going to create a new sort of area defense. Because some of them will go to us and some of them won't go to us. And it's going to be sort of randomized. So I'm just going to create a new area defense and just have them all split up throughout the entire country. The government, fearing his potential disloyalty, has sent Francisco Franco to command the forces in the Canaries. However, despite our invitations, he has not promised us his support either and merely delays us with indecisiveness. If Miss Canary Island 1936 will not... I'm allergic to Miss Canary Islands 1936. Will not decide to join us, then we will simply proceed without him, plus 60 political power. So this leads to a completely different route, which I'm not interested in. We're going to do this one. We can't do any of them now. So we are now locked out, which is fine because we're going to get a lot more political power. And we need to be pumping suppress the strikes to try to reduce the military plot timer as fast as we can. Okay, suppress the strikes. It's down to 34 days. Actually, we might get this before they enlarge the weapons cache. Maybe. Because they're about to add 15 days to it with concessions. 46. This is going to be close, dude. This is going to be close. If we don't get 50% of the weapons cache, we're going to have a big lack of infantry equipment and support equipment and all that. I don't even know if we should be training anybody. I don't think we should be training a single soldier because we can't guarantee that they're going to end up on our side. All right, so they've reduced our control here, here, and here. I don't know where they're going to try reducing my control next. I say we just start spreading some more into some, like, annoying territories, right? Because we're not getting any soldiers over here. Let's start taking the, like, 10 PP in Eastern Aragon. Because they're going to get 3 units over there. We can get 1. We gain 1 and reduce their 3 to 2. But yeah, time's running out. Maybe I should just have secured full control. We'll still go for full control over these two. We'll probably get Bilbao. We'll go for whichever one they aren't challenging. That's actually the best idea. Yeah. They'll probably challenge one. Okay, they're challenging this garrison, so they didn't challenge either of these. So now I'm stupid, and I should have done Oviedo or Bilbao. Oh well. I thought I was being smart. Hello, Overtly Esoteric. What's up? Also, Drimbus, thank you for 27 months. I appreciate the sub. We are getting very close to starting the Civil War. I think Bilbao's going to be more beneficial to us. So let's rock that. Okay, we should secure control of Bilbao in 13 days, and then Civil War will begin in 15 days. We won't have full control over Oviedo, but we will have more control than they have. They'll have reduced our total control, but we should start with, like, the map on our side. All right. It's game time, chat. It's game time. Yeah, suppress the strikes is when the actual Civil War will begin, which will enlarge the weapon caches, which is our nightmare. The 11th Olympic Games were held in Berlin, Germany, attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first in history to enjoy limited live TV coverage. The Games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, which spent lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. So now you guys are getting to see, whenever you're betting on what Spain's gonna do, this is what actually is going on behind the scenes, right? They're manipulating control over the different individual states. They're changing weapon caches. They're suppressing or enhancing strikes or political assassinations, or, you know, all of that's going on simultaneously. All right, so we will narrowly secure full control over Bilbao before the strikes are suppressed and the civil war is catalyzed. So let's just ride this out. Our plans are complete. We are in position to spring the coup. However, to avoid a repeat of the dismal failure that was the 1932 Sanjurjada coup, we should wait until the political climate is most ripe. We will spend our resources to cover our tracks while we wait for the opportune time. Add awaiting the rebellion. What? Which grants daily political power -1. This will be removed at the start of the Civil War. Okay, well, that's like now, so I think that was just letting you know you're taking... That was just letting you know you're taking too long. At exactly 5 a.m. this morning, precisely 1 day after contact was lost with the North African garrisons, a well-prepared military operation was launched all throughout Spain, with the intention of gaining control of all government institutions and strategic locations in the major cities. Major parts of the Army, Navy, and Air Force have ceased responding to government orders, while concurrently Carlist militias have revolted in the north of the country. Complete success of this attempted coup has only been prevented by unofficial people's militias who, through quick action, have managed to retain control of many of the targeted locations and cities. Despite this failure to meet their initial goals, however, it seems unlikely that the insurrection's leaders will give up their strong position as willingly as they did in 1932. With neither side appearing inclined to compromise, the path lies wide open for the current situation to escalate into nationwide civil war. Which, under the leadership of the Phalange, we will win. Which, by God, Fatherland, and King, we will win. Okay, so whichever one you pick here determines what focus you complete. So don't click the wrong one if you don't want to do the wrong focus. So if you click this one, it does Phalanx Ascendant, and if you do this one, it's Supremacy of the Communion. That's the one that we want. We want Supremacy of the Communion for Carl. So don't click the wrong one. Very important. Otherwise, my Iron Man run is over. Remove military disloyalty, which grants some real bad debuffs for military leader cost. Remove political violence, which is stability -15%, and we cannot assign any ministers or laws, so we'll be able to do that again. Remove national strikes, which is huge debuffs to political power, stability, factory output, dockyard output. Gain death before surrender, which grants surrender limit plus, so it's hard to surrender, which is great, for 900 days. Spain gets death before surrender. The non-aligned party will now be called the Junta Militar. Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera dies, and Nationalist Spain completes Supremacy of the Communion. All right, let's go. Supremacy of the Communion automatically completes. As certain as God created the heavens and the earth, so does the Traditionalist Communion hold the key to Spain's unitary future. The Carlist uprisings in the 19th century may have been hindered, but their spirit was never broken. Those who are true to the faith stand ready to rise up against the Republic once again. Impending fascist crackdown, new mission, and we got these things that are going to start helping us. Okay, so we need to pick we need to actually research these a little bit and pick the thing that's going to be the most helpful to the war, right? Let's start with prepare the Carlist insurrection, which sounds like the thing we want. Unlock prepare the Carlist insurrection decisions, securing controlled states for the Carlist side in the uprising. In addition, secures Burgos and Navarra if these are controlled. Burgos and Navarra. Yes. They are controlled. So this is our territory right now. We can just quickly walk over this. Basically, we have to stop them from getting into the ports. Ooh, we have the port of Bilbao as well, which is excellent. So one thing that's going to happen, right, if you ignore La Coruña, the AI will just go ding ding, and they'll swim over here, and then suddenly you're being backdoored. So as long as you take that port, they can't actually get any troops here. They might have started with one troop, and we just can't see them. So we'll just have to kind of like engage them and sneak around a little bit. But yeah, we want to do a few things here. So, securing control is good. We have to secure control again for Karl, right? Because right now the fascists of the insurrection have it. We're going to create a faction within a faction. 50% cost reduction for a land doctrine. It's probably going to be actually useful for us, but not the first thing we need. Base stability. Manuel Falconde becomes a leader. War support up. Unite the Requetes. Remove the disjointed Carlist juntas, which lowers your attack and defense. Awesome. War in the north. 50%, 50% cost reductions for your land doctrine. And we Asturias and Pai Vasco, or Pai, however you say that. So here's the thing, right? In the Spanish Civil War, there's something you have to know about all of these territories, which will show up here in just a minute. And that is that your combat is not representative of how combat works in every other nation. It's going to be like 80 to 90% penalized for every faction. And there will be an event, I think, that sort of explains that a little bit more. So basically, a couple of these will remove that penalty from certain regions so that you can fight there more easily. So yeah, we have to go as fast as possible before that thing happens. And then war support. All right, let's just prepare the Carlist insurrection first. I feel like that's the most important thing. Is securing certain areas. We have air wings with no mission assigned. I don't think we're going to have those for long, but you actually will be able to use them. Also, look at our troops down here in North Africa. 20 combat with gamer gods, with artillery and engineers and cav, with 2 line artillery. Okay, that is what the benefit of having picked the Army of Africa is. So those guys are sick nasty for this compared to all the other troops, because our other troops are like 6 combat width. Nothing. 3 infantry, best of luck. So all the rooks, and then our horsey boys are 12 combat. Knight to La Coruña, 6 infantry divisions. So our North African troops are actually like our super specialists. All right, now that the Civil War has begun, there's quite a few things that we need to do. Before we do this, chat, I'm going to take a very, very quick gamer death break called I Drank Too Much Coffee Too Fast and I'm Hungry, but now the fun begins for the Civil War. Tentacular Time Lord, Hearts of Iron Pog, thank you for the 39 months. Welcome back, Tentacular. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for subbing again. Welcome back to stream. All right, Spanish Civil War has begun, chat. I'll be right back. Just a quick bathroom break. And then we got to win Spanish Civil War. It's easy. Yo. You guys want some beef jerky? Probably should have just removed the packaging before I brought it up here, but now I just have beef jerky packaging next to me for comfort. Chat, you ever drink old coffee and eat beef jerky that's teriyaki flavored at the same time? Because I have. It's a good combination. I love looking at the top right of the screen with all the, like, fire gasoline canisters on fire. Base is in low supply. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now we have work to do.
Listo, señor.
Now we got work to do. So, here's the plan. The next phase of our master plan is to basically take all of our troops
Sí, señor.
who are collectively in the north, and we're going to put them into a single unit, which is far too large. But I'm trying to get a feel for how big our forces are. So initially, we're going to have some different front lines. Okay? More specifically, normally I would separate people into different army groups or divisions and commanders by their type, but we don't have that luxury right now. We're against the clock once we unpause. So we're going by proximity. So in this case,
Sí, señor.
in my game, everybody up here on the left, their top priority is to secure this northwestern portion of Galicia, which for some reason we have not very much control of. Even though I think we had it like basically locked down. So we're gonna create a new group for them. And then we have this portion over here as well of Asturias, right? And so we're actually going to take, like, this guy and then all of these nerds
Sí, señor.
and put them in a different group as well. Okay,
Listo, señor.
so in this case, we're going to give this group, this front line. Okay, I'm not doing a very good tutorial right now. So, here's how this works, right? We just put
Listo.
all 10 of these troops into one army group. Let's go ahead and give them a commander. They don't need a very strong commander because I'm not expecting a ton of resistance. Also, our commanders are going to split again once the Carlists come out and play. It got dropped down to 1 control? It did not. But anyways, yeah, we never had 1 control in Galicia. We had 2. Army 1. This is going to be someone who's hopefully just kind of blitzkrieging over this area and shouldn't have to fight many people at all. So for that, I'm just going to pick someone who's kind of like far down on this list. Doesn't need to be our most powerful general. They just need to get some things done for us at the moment. And I'm not even going to create a front line for them. We need them to spread out as fast as they can.
Firme.
So I'm going to kind of take manual control here.
Atención. Sí, señor.
Actually, take the airfield
Avancen.
and then left. We're going to have this guy go right.
Listo, señor.
And both of these guys go up, right? And we have some ships at the dock here as well. Okay, so that'll get them started. And then we're going to do a similar thing here, even though we did create a front line. We probably don't need a front line unless there are secret troops there. We're just trying to move over and take as much territory as we can before the penalties come out to play. So we're going to take our cavalry division, who will just be faster than everybody else. Ooh, big cavalry. 24 combat with cavalry. Oh my god.
Avancen!
The super horses.
Avancen!
Alright, yeah, just go ahead and swing on through there.
Avancen!
So shift right clicking to create kind of more robust orders. Just in case there's anybody else here, we'll send a couple infantry units as well. So that top left portion is sort of the most important, right?
Sí, señor.
Now, this is going to comprise the majority of our frontline push. And we're going to want to be fairly aggressive. So this like 6 attack plus 15% attack bonus, Mohammed Meziani. Looks pretty potent. Good skill, good supply consumption. They have 1 too many units. They can only really have 24 under their command. So all I need to do is like hand one dude off to a different unit, and that's okay. All right, we're gonna give these dudes
Atención!
a general as well, and they can have this guy for now. We're eventually gonna like split these armies up differently, but
Sí, señor.
we want our primary group. We have a giant front line in the south that stretches all the way west to east. And so we want to keep the Republicans from taking more territory than they need. And speaking of taking more territory than anybody needs, we're going to go ahead and take some territory now and continue our crusade. My long-standing crusade. I can push the ban button more than there are accounts that have been created for illicit measures. And I can do it faster, and I can do it stronger. And it's easy. Honestly, one of the best things that Twitch chat ever did was add that first-time chatter highlights. So it's like easier. It puts a nice box, like a crosshair, aiming right down the middle, you know? So it's just like one click, done. One click, done. Boom, 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 bang, bang, easy mode. Like painting a target on your back. Easy, clap. Done, purged. Removed from the VOD even. I release you, chat. Welcome back. What up? Okay. Anyway, so we got this huge front line. Massive front line here. And we're going to need to put some people at the front line. So let's go ahead and choose our 24 units. Front line. Left click. Now to make sure, just because you create the front line doesn't mean they're all necessarily moving. So I like to control plus click to assign them all to that front line. And basically that'll cancel any moves that they're already making or have already been told to make and put them to go like all along this. Now, even though we're putting them on the front line, I'm still not unpausing yet. Because we need to take manual control, right? We have some very easy open areas here that the sooner that we move into, the better. And that's going to continue to sort of expand the front line. So up here, we don't necessarily want to push because he's a bit alone, and we don't want to get encircled. But we can bring a couple of other people who are already at the front line up and around, right? Like so, until the other dudes reposition. Okay, so I think we're almost ready. The other thing that we can do is we have some air wings standing by. I'm going to probably deploy those over here. So they're going to transfer from North African airfields up to northeastern Iberia, and we'll come back to those. We have a few unassigned divisions still. All right, these are our super troops. These are the God tier North African elites. So we're going to put them in their own group and give them a general. We'll probably be reconfiguring the generals. But we don't have to worry about control over North Africa right now. However, I think the Canary Islands might be a problem later. And so we want these guys to group up
Avancen!
at a place with a port, and ultimately kind of travel in probably to La Coruña. So we'll wait until we have La Coruña or Bilbao or something and deploy them to the front line there. Okay. Then we have free civilian factories. There's no reason not to just have them build something. It's not really gonna matter, it just clears one of those notifications. And we have low manpower. Logistics-wise, we do have some infantry, some support. We're gonna be using those for the war effort. And we have some backup artillery. The backup artillery in our logistics is huge, since we've got these dudes with 2 line artillery. So if they start hitting friction on the front lines when they get to the front lines, they're gonna be burning through artillery. So we need to have some to replace. All right, ready, gamers? Let's go 2 times speed and watch the magic happen. German Reich wants to send 2 divisions and air wings as volunteers to help out. Okay, so here's a fun fact. We want this, but we also don't. Because we want this because it'll help out right now, but it's going to hurt us, I think, once we pivot into Carlist. So, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to accept or not. I think good RP says that you probably accept. We don't need them. Sure we do. Come on over. Let's go. Chat be like, ew, Germany bad. By the way, I can't wait to eradicate all the non-believers from the world. Go Carl, pump it. Yeah, cultivate that fanaticism, baby. Let's go. All right, so now as we're moving, we're starting to see where some of the hidden units are. And we don't really know until we bump into them where they are, right? So we're quickly maneuvering to the front lines here. Now, here's the thing, right? There's a little tip for this sort of situation. So we see that they started moving to this empty space before we did. That means they're going to get there first. However, if we're willing to send one of our troops to sort of impede their ability to go, that'll buy my guys some time to make some moves and take some territory. So you can occupy other troops who are moving by engaging them. That's the actual pro tip. All right, we need to continue moving all these dudes on the front line in, using a similar strategy. Now, we might not be able to break in here, so I think we just hold, and we found they have 1 pocket division in Bilbao, so we should have about 7 other divisions who are moving in to kind of surround them, and then we'll be able to kind of like make that orchestrated push. Meanwhile, we need to push to the port. And we need to surround this dude. You don't have an order. Whose team are you on? Also, chat, I didn't, sorry, I did forget one thing. We do need to give them an army group. So let's put them all under probably Emilio Mola. Or Falconde. I guess Falconde because of the Carlist loyalties. All right, we'll put them under Falconde. And then we'll give Falconde... we need to be kind of like quick and efficient, so let's do offensive doctrine. They lose less organization when moving and +1 attack. And then we can also do... I think reinforce rate is good, but I like recovery rate so they can continue to fight. So we'll do charismatic, and then we'll do Falconde. Okay, so they're going to get the buff of their field marshal. So they're going to be stronger because he's stronger. And they're going to get some buffs from him. All right, that'll be super helpful. Now, the majority of the soldiers moving to the big front are still moving to the big front. And we're trying to push up to get as much of the front line expanded as we can. All right, the air wings are here, and we're actually going to use those to support. We've got 2 fighter wings we're going to send on air superiority above northeastern Iberia, which, you know, they don't have a lot. They're babies, but we may as well use them. All right, this is looking clean.
Firme.
So we got these 10 units we're going to put here.
Firme.
And then we're just going to... We got this dude encircled.
Firme.
So anytime we have an encirclement like this, we're going to want to go ahead and put pressure to try to eliminate them. They have nowhere to retreat. So if they lose their battle, which we can tell if they're losing by the number. So if it's green, if the circle is green, it means that we're currently winning the battle, and then the number is by how much. So we're approximately 34% winning this battle. So if we get to 100, we have won. And since they have nowhere to retreat because their back is against the water, they'll basically have a little animation of a helmet popping that shows us that they were encircled and completely eliminated from the game. So not like Stellaris, where if you lose a battle, the enemy forces disappear and reappear back at base. Like, if you encircle somebody in Hearts of Iron, they're gone from the game. It's the most powerful military maneuver that you can pull. Can they break before losing the battle? Okay, so each battle you can click on, and it'll show you details of what's happening. So right now, we're on the left. There's a little tug of war at the top. You cannot win or lose without the tug of war actively going to one side or the other. So in our case, if it turns red and we start losing and we go to 0, we will have not succeeded in making that offensive. Each of the generals are going to be using different tactics cards that will give them bonuses to offense or defense. And the better your doctrine, the more options they will have for different types of tactics cards that they can randomly play. And you can also favor certain cards, but that's more advanced. We're not going to worry about preferred tactics right now. Land Doctrine will also just give you a lot of huge buffs to the various types of warfare. Land Doctrine is the one that I find the most benefit from, because most of the battle in Hearts of Iron is on the ground. That's how you move the borders. That's how you move the territories. But in a given battle, we have different factors that are helping us. So our side is getting a bonus from attacking from multiple directions, right? The more flanks that we are pushing from, the better that bonus becomes. This is our combat width, so we're currently using 32 combat width, so we can see at a glance that we have way more troops attacking than they have defending, right? We can also see their individual defense values and what's benefiting them. So right now it's mostly from their commander skill, but if they got super entrenched, if we left them alone long enough, they'd build entrenchment up, and it would be harder to get them to get out of their dug-in position. We also have a couple of easy health meters here. You can see that we have no organization on our horsies. And we have about 50% organization on our infantry that I just told to manually push. Whereas they have full organization and full strength. So even if they have 100% strength, if they lose organization, that's basically them routing and breaking. So someone said, can they break before losing the battle? That would basically be the same thing, for all intents and purposes. So their organization represents a combination of things. You could infer that it's their morale, how concentrated they are on accomplishing the same goals, their preparedness levels. Whereas their actual strength is, are they fully stocked? Do they have all the troops that they're supposed to have? Do they have all the guns they're supposed to have? Do they have all the logistical things like artillery or whatever, tanks? So even if they're 100% strength, if they're at 0% organization, you will still rout them and encircle them or win for all intents and purposes. So this is like their soft HP. This is whether they will retreat or not. But if you ever get to 0 strength, their unit is just wiped out because you fought to the last man. So anyway, we can unpause here. We're going to do the same thing on this side.
Listo, señor.
where we want both these guys to kind of push in. You can see we're handily winning this. We took the port. That's going to stop them from sending in troops to back cap us. And we're going to fill these other 2 pockets, eliminate these guys, and then reposition to the front line where the Republican front is currently pushing us. We're just trying to secure our flanks so that nobody comes in backdoors these ports. It's also highly unlikely, if not impossible, for them to do naval invasions of these areas, because I'm pretty sure, as far as the naval control goes, I think we have, like, the whole Navy. So we're just trying to close these pockets out and then move everybody to this front line. And we have a couple ways that we're going to be doing that as well. So, like, we have a couple of weak spots here where they're going to be counter-pushing us, and that's okay, because we're not really fighting at our full strength. And then also, these guys all just got to where they're going, so we're going to send them to the Bilbao port. So, you'll notice if you're trying to move troops from port to port, we get an H to halt that command. H is a great hotkey for canceling orders. They have to be in a square with a port. And then you might be trying to move them over to Bilbao. And that'll work sometimes. But I find it easier just to right-click on the actual port icon, and that seems to work 100% of the time. So just FYI. It's a little finicky sometimes. But they're going to disembark, and they should be able to safely travel up here. I don't know 100% if there is any enemy navy that might try and sink, since we control North Africa, and the UK controls Gibraltar. This strait is actually open, but if you control both sides, or if both sides were in an alliance against you, it actually would block your transit of that strait. So that's pretty cool. But we're going to take, like, our primary fleet here. We don't have much fuel. We have very little fuel. What I'm going to do is convoy escort with these guys, give them our only naval admiral, and then I'm going to right-click the area that is most closely related to where they are and just kind of have a little naval escort. I don't know if I need that, but I think better safe than sorry. So we'll actually be able to see them disembarking. There, yep. And when it lights up green, that means that they're split up. So we have actually 3 groups of like 8 ships each, and they're just occupying. They just happen to be split up into those groups. I didn't actually do that on purpose. They sailed down there fast. They were at different ports. Some of them were at the African port. Some of them were at Palma de Mallorca. And some of them were at Bilbao. So they were in a few different places. So they just all dispersed simultaneously. Okay, but yeah, now we're just kind of trying to hold the line. They're going to be pushing us back. With only a week of fighting behind us, it's already becoming apparent that the Spanish countryside is not well suited for the transport of large quantities of equipment. Difficulties in keeping our front lines and offensive supplied are cropping up and will only get worse if we continue to attempt fighting everywhere at once. Remember how I said that there was a timer on spreading out and taking as much territory as we possibly can in a brief time? This is that. Remove planned uprising, which grants supply grace of plus 72 hours, and then like 20 regions in Spain get a debuff called unplanned offensive, which has a huge 75% reduction in our speed of moving. And this is for everybody. It's not just us. It's all sides. Organization is regained at 50% smaller rate. Ground support is 75% weaker, which is planes, which we're not really using. Division attack is down 90%. And then the ground attack factor is down 75% as well. So we are experiencing what it's like to go door to door fighting in Spain. Through the streets, not ready for military combat. It is a huge debuff that hits everybody. This is why the war takes forever. Good to know. Yeah, this is why the war takes forever. Unlock Civil War offensives on map decisions, allowing the removal of these combat penalties in targeted states. So we now have a new decision tree called Civil War offensives. Issues with our ability to supply our frontline troops make it difficult to make effective pushes against enemy strongholds. We must plan ahead and adequately expand frontline equipment storage ahead of preparing large offensives. So if you know that you want to attack Barcelona, you can start preparing Eastern Aragon, and then Catalonia, and then Guadalajara, and then Madrid. But you gotta spend. So at the moment right now, we could do Asturias, but I think we're gonna win this anyway, right? Like I've already got, we don't need this many people here. I'm gonna take you. I'm control clicking to kind of like just select one. Okay, so control click is just selecting only the one. I'm gonna move them probably over to the front lines soon, but actually, why don't we just like right click and push everybody in and just try and like close these down. It's gonna take a long time, but it'll take less time now. Okay. So select where to prepare your offensive. If I selected Eastern Aragon for 14 days, Eastern Aragon will remove unplanned defensive. So you only get a 14-day window to make your pushes. Or rather, it'll be, sorry, I misread. It'll take 14 days to remove the unplanned defensive. I don't know how many of these we can actively do, but I think Eastern Aragon is where I would want to go first. Active for 14 days. When removed, remove unplanned defensive. We'll try that first, because that's where I'm going to want to redeploy everybody. Alright, where's... my super troopers are down here, moving on up. We're losing a couple of these front line fights. Which again is not surprising. Now things are going to be happening 90% slower. Which gives you a lot of time to react. So it takes forever for the war, but what that does for you as a new player is it gives you so much time to react to things, because you can see when a battle is going bad and try and do something about it before you actually lose. So it's like playing in slow motion. Sanjurjo dies! Only scant days after the start of the Civil War, our side has already been hit by tragedy as the coup's selected leader, José Sanjurjo, has died in a plane crash on his way from Portugal to take command of nationalist forces in Spain. It would appear that, in an attempt to make a heroic, daring aviator impression upon his return to Spanish soil after over 2 years in exile, the general insisted upon flying in a small plane rather than any of the larger ones that were available, and subsequently overloaded it by demanding all his heavy luggage be loaded onto the same plane. Crashing immediately upon takeoff, he was killed instantly, and in doing so has reduced nationalist leadership to a collection of squabbling generals vying for control. Oops. He dared too much. Military junta becomes leader of the non-aligned party. Divided interests. Division attack on core territory up. Defense down, research speed down. Okay, so now we can go like 3 speed, and the thing we're ready for is prepare the Carlist insurrection. Impending Western Aragon offensive. So they're trying to attack us. And we have 86 days of preparing offensive here. Okay, I wanted to see how long it was actually gonna be. I don't know if I was ready for that. I was trying to get a grip on how much time we were. I probably should have just done Oviedo instead of what I did. There's Eastern and Western Aragon. The 2 divisions German Reich promised have arrived in País Vasco to fight on our side. They sent motorized infantry. But yeah, what I really need is...
Avance! Atención!
these guys to go into a separate group. I'm gonna choose someone with 3 defense. Got a cool eye patch and has Carlist loyalties. And I'm gonna create a front line for them, but if I right click on this area and drag, I can choose how big I want that front line to be. So I want it to be like that big. So we're gonna send some reinforcements over. All right, also, these super troopers are here, so we're gonna put them in that same army group. 3322. What's his thing? He's reckless. Promotion cost down, Carlist loyalties. Okay, that's great, but probably I want infantry officer experience, but he doesn't have any Carlist. Ooh, this is pretty good. Planning speed up, division defense up, Carlist loyalties, and I can assign a new trait to him. And I can give him infantry expert for 10% attack. Ambusher's great, but we need to be aggressive. So I'm actually gonna replace that dude with this dude. And then our new awesome guys are gonna go to the front line. Loud!
Listo!
And I need to send them as fast as possible, so we're gonna toggle on strategic redeployment, so they actually take the trains and go to the front, and then hopefully get some organization and reinforce. What's up, GDBE?
Sí, señor! Atención!
They should do kind of strategic redeployment automatically. All right, radio gives us a little buff. Reinforce rate and coordination is up. Coordination increases the amount of damage dealt to the primary target in combat. That'll focus fire on the same enemy when you have multiple units all attacking the same enemy instead of dispersing that damage across multiple enemies, so it takes them out one at a time faster. It's like when you're supposed to take out all the trash mobs in a raid. You want to, the whole raid group has to focus on the same dudes at the same time. Everybody doesn't attack a different dude. Same principle. So even a 1% increase to coordination is worth it, in my opinion. And we don't really need construction, and it's a little too early for 1937 tech. So I'm fine with getting that 1% global stat. Our alliance with the Phalange is one born of necessity, and its life expectancy can be counted in weeks. We must strike at our supposed allies before they strike at us and eliminate their flawed ideology before it has a chance to take root in the minds of the common people. Unlocks preparing the Carlist insurrection decisions, allowing you to secure controlled states for the Carlist side in the uprising. In addition, secures Burgos and Navarra for the Carlists if you control them. Which I do. And now... what do we want next? This is the fascist supporters will start a civil war, is no compromise. So we have to do these 4 guaranteed no matter what. And we can do the war in the north. This also removes unplanned offensive from Asturias and País Vasco, but I already have both of those pretty much in hand. So it's not the most necessary thing for us to do right now. So I say let's go ahead and take the one that leads to unite the Requetes. What's the purpose of this game? Simulate World War II, 1936 to 1950. And we're playing ahistorical, so we got a map. We're playing as Spain, pick a different nation, have a different campaign each time. War! is the purpose of this game. It turns out war is good for one thing, and that's making video games.
Listo.
Uh-oh. I'm going to reinforce that so we don't lose it. We're also losing this little spot as well. They're pushing. Notice how slow this is going, even though we're technically winning over here. It's been at 97% for ages. Luckily for us, we took the ports. That's the number one thing. If you took the ports, it doesn't really matter how long this takes, because they're not reinforcing it. Now, we're probably over-committing
Sí, señor.
different forces, so I'm going to start taking the ones who are just not fighting,
Sí, señor.
and even some of the ones who are, and just move them to defend, because I don't want to lose any ground over here if I can help it.
Firme.
And we're going to lose this spot in a second. We're also going to lose this little knuckle. They have a huge number of flanks. It's like 4 flanks per side right there. I hear pizza. I hear the pizza time song.
Firme. Listo.
But yeah, more and more of our troops are moving over. We're moved up to 98%. Just gotta close the door on them, and then suddenly things are gonna start swinging in our direction. And it will be very nice. Meanwhile, I'm at a casual 3x speed right now. We're not even worried about planning a counteroffensive yet, because we need to bide our time until we can actually start the Carlist uprising anyway. We just need to, like, carve out some space for ourselves and then hold out. This is going to be a long civil war. All right, interwar artillery's buffing our artillery by 10% soft attack. And it's almost 1937, but not quite. I'm just scanning, looking, thinking. No plane. We definitely don't need planes. We're gonna want to start thinking a little bit long term now, so I think we can go ahead and get mechanical computing, get that research speed buff. All right, we also have some decisions we need to start using, so we should look at those. All right, select where your offensives will go. So we have established Galicia Carlist cells. These are going to cost 50 apiece, and they're active for 90 days. And what is that? Does that have a? I guess it doesn't really have a side thing here. But yeah, I want to do the same strategy, so we kind of have to do this twice. We're gonna have to take over the same territory twice for Karl. Let's activate Galicia Carlist cells, so that way we can hold this corner and then work our way out. How long can this war go on in this game? I mean, war will go on until you turn the game off. There are peace conferences and stuff, but someone will be at war somewhere. But the war will go on until someone else loses enough victory points, like their cities, to capitulate. And you can see the capitulation by clicking on the world at the top right, looking at current wars. And then, for example, the current Spanish Civil Wars, right now it's about almost 50-50. Nationalist Spain has lost 3,000 casualties, and Spain is at 27K. So they're doing a lot of forced offensives. They're grinding out their troops, and they're losing more because they're being very aggressive. It's notoriously hard to end the World War once it spreads. Yeah. And then this is their percent toward capitulation. It controls 89% of victory points, so like cities and things like that. It'll capitulate when it has 5% or less. There's no other way to get peace in Hearts of Iron other than forcing the other person to stop fighting at the end of a barrel of a gun. Unless you have a national focus that allows you to acquire peace in a different way, which is the exception, not the rule. Meanwhile, in Ethiopia, Ethiopia very much losing. Does war ever not start? Nope. Can you play peacefully? Nope. There's nothing to do if you do that. You will just not play, you will just not turn the game on. It's literally a World War II simulator. But we're playing ahistorical, so zany things can and will happen. World Peace Simulator. Alright, so we're at 99% here. With everything going as slow as it possibly can with the new Spain penalties. We've got 70 days left to establish the Carlist cell in Galicia. I think that's a good stronghold for us. And boom, I saw the helmet pop go off. So we successfully encircled that troop. We're gonna select these guys who don't have an order or purpose in life anymore. And I'm just gonna right-click on the army group I want them to join. So that'll consolidate things down here. It'll automatically assign them to the front line that I've established on the eastern flank. And then once they get over there, I'm gonna start repositioning my front lines. These guys are holding out. Quite obnoxiously.
Sí, señor.
Why are you guys taking the slowest possible route? Sometimes they do that.
Atención.
Okay, so now that we're actually getting some more troops over here on the eastern side, it's a good time to create an offensive line. So, okay, tutorial. It's a tutorial time. So, to create an offensive line,
Listo.
I got my army that has a front line on the right. Offensive line. Right-click where I want it to start, and then I just trace over. Now, if you screw up your front line, you can just go backward, and it'll untrace. So you don't have to start a whole new one if you just like, oops, you just back it up. Back it up. Now, if you make your offensive line too big, it'll turn yellow. And that's the game telling you, we don't have enough troops to hold that front line, sir. It's gonna, and then red is like, what the hell are you doing? So green means that the game thinks you could competently, like, hold that territory. You have enough troops to take that many cells. So I like to go down to maybe the port. And then the other thing that you're looking for in a front line is maybe some victory points like this, or possibly turning on the supply map mode. And, oh my god, I just remembered if I'm doing a tutorial, I'm gonna have to explain supply. But not right now, Let's not worry about supply at all right now. All you need to know is that supply depots and icons are good. That's like you can make a whole 45-minute video just on supply lines, seriously. It's probably the most complicated part of Hearts of Iron. You missed the port. Yeah, so it's okay. We're not actually going to launch this offensive. So, fun fact about offensive lines. Once you start an offensive line, all the troops that are on that front line will start getting a planned preparation attack bonus. So right now, some of these guys are at 10% out of our current max of 38%. It's increasing right now at 2.6% per day in-game. What's nice about this is, if you're planning on doing any offense at all, you should always be using an offensive line. Because the offensive line preparation attack bonus doesn't just occur when you tell the AI computer general to launch the assault and activate the plan, which they're happy to try and do. In fact, he thinks it's a great plan. We have the advantage. It also gives you that offensive buff if you do manual attacks, as long as they have an offensive line that they've been planning. If I picked these guys and told them to attack here, you attack here, and you attack here, those guys are still getting an offensive bonus just by having this plan. So it's not exclusive to clicking this button, which is really nice.
Atención.
Now, I don't want them to attack yet.
Listo.
These guys are going slow, dude. Get on the train. What are you doing? I don't know why strategic redeployment is super inconsistent for me. And that's just the way it is. People arrive. Where's Carl? I am Carl. Right on time. I am Carl. Okay. So we have so many people on the east now that we're doing fine on the east. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna start scaling back. Now, I'm still doing manual front lines right now, but I'm gonna go ahead and take my huge front line, edit, and then I got this blue one here, right? That's going all the way across. Now, since I've got other forces, I want the other forces to have their front line all the way extended, and the huge front line to scooch over, because we're losing a bunch of battles on the west, right? So now all these guys are going to start shifting over, and I've still got 17 divisions holding the east. Well, we're going to reinforce this western portion.
Seguimos avanzando.
But I didn't want to move them because I'd lose entrenchment bonuses until I had other forces here to fill in those gaps. Explain air forces. I don't even have an air force. Right now I've got 25 fighters who are fighting for their damn lives against 225 enemy active fighters. So I'm actually just going to tell them to stand down. I'm not sure where they got that many planes, but
Descubierto.
they got them from somewhere. But yeah, reinforcements are going to shift to the west.
Atención.
Head the Junta Nacional. The supreme wartime executive of the Carlist war machine, the Junta Nacional Carlista de Guerrera, requires a leader to unify the various Carlist regional juntas. Manuel Falconde can be that leader. Gain base stability, 5%. All right, we're at 8% stability, chat. Who knew that during an all-out civil war, stability would be hard? Who knew? So stability is also giving us some nasty debuffs to political power. Factories are 41% debuffed. Dockyards are debuffed. So stability is huge right now. Unite the Requetes is going to be our next 70-day, and we'll remove this nasty disjointed Carlist juntas, which is lowering our weekly stability by 0.5% per week. So that's obviously terrible. And it's lowering our division attack and defense by 10%, which is also terrible. And this is also a prereq to basically having an uprising against the fascists. And that's where things are going to get spicy. So in the meantime, we need to kind of push back the rest of Spain a little bit.
Sí, señor.
Do we still have the benefits? Why does it say preparing offensive failed? I don't think it failed. I'm pretty sure we have normal movement through Eastern Aragon, right? Because this has unplanned offensive. Do we only have like a tiny amount? Did my window already run out? Where's the button though? Your button's gone. Because this, like, Eastern Aragon here doesn't have it. Here doesn't have it. Here doesn't have it. Hold on. Okay, maybe I was looking at parts of Catalonia? It might have been, like, the coast. The coast has unplanned offensive. Even though that's part of... I guess it becomes Valencia. Okay, it becomes Valencia then? Yeah, it becomes Valencia. Sorry. But yeah, we did do it. We did do it. All right, in that case, I say we go ahead and try making this push. They're not well supplied. They have like 50% fighting force. Look at their orange bars. They've been throwing away a lot of their soldiers. Like, this guy's almost dead. They're fighting to the last man. They're doing a lot of force attacks, which is a command power that gives you big offense and breakthrough, but you cannot retreat while attacking, so it throws them into the grinder. And that's, as a result, just made them struggle and much weaker. So I'm actually tempted to just try a little AI push. Before we try an AI push and we click this button, which is a scary button, we want to see that I'm probably going to stay imbalanced. So you can choose how aggressive the AI is. Aggressive will, of course, make them try even when they're failing terribly. And then carefully can be beneficial as well. They'll wait and they won't attack heavily fortified locations unless they're sure they can win. But sometimes you really want to blitz in there, and aggressive will go the fastest. We're going to stick with balance for now. Let's click the button, and then go 2x and see what happens. So we're launching a couple of offensives now. And we should be getting the benefit of some decent planned prep, like 32% from the troops who are already there. I'll pause again so we can take care of this. Plus 20% factories in a state. Output for docks is up 10%. Excellent. All right, it's December 1936. So I want to go ahead with 1937 technology. Specifically, let's just do concentrated industry 2. That'll buff our factory output even more, because that's what we're going to need. We're already negative 145 infantry equipment in the holes, so maybe we shouldn't even be doing an offensive. But I feel like we have the advantage over here on the east. And I'm seeing lots of battles that are at least initially starting in our favor. They have air superiority, but I'm not sure how much that's really going to affect things.
Listo. Avancen.
This bro right here never got on the train. We're doing carless battle tank. Now that Twitch changed its copyright stuff. What do you mean changed its copyright stuff? My VODs are still getting muted when Spotify goes rogue. So I don't know what you mean. But yeah, some of these other spots, you can see the front line repositioning to try and reinforce here. And a lot of Hearts of Iron comes down to learning when you can and can't trust the AI. You don't need to be manually, like, right here, I don't need to be manually microing every single part of this front line on my attack. The AI can do things that I can't do. But sometimes you do need to take matters into your own hands. And I think a lot of the skills that you develop over time is learning when you do or don't need to do things yourself. But another thing I can keep an eye on is whether this is green checkmark and whether this forces comparison is green. And this is inaccurate, but you just have to watch how it changes. Sometimes your dude is super confident and then he goes in and insta loses. That's happened before too.
Sí, señor. Avancen.
We've been attacking this guy for ages, dude. Maybe, you know what? Here. I'm just gonna click Asturias offensive, okay? I should have done that already a long time ago. Should we pull our fleet back to port? Yeah, we should. We should. Though, to be fair, zero fuel, they will just go back to port if they're out of gas anyways. But yeah. So, take our fleets back. I just have to stop convoy escorting, and they'll go park. Alright, so I think we've gained a little ground. I can see some of them retreating over here. And what we really want is to try to drive a wedge and separate their two fronts, right? We want to create two fronts for them. And then we can push them through Barcelona. And that'll stop them from being able to move along their own front line, which is kind of huge for us. To be honest, I just saw Poke play Infuser and assumed something changed to make that possible. Another streamer is doing this? Twitch must have changed copyright laws. I appreciate your optimism. How do you replenish losses? You mean like manpower losses? So one way is you change conscription laws to start recruiting more of the population. That costs a lot of political power, and since we are about to take over as the Carlists instead of the fascist group up here, we don't really want to spend any political power on these until we have the correct leadership here. Manuel Falconde looks like he has seen some shit. He is staring blankly into the distance right now. But yeah, that would be the number one way. You just got to recruit more people. The other answer is you take fewer permanent casualties if you have research trucks and field hospitals. And if you've researched field hospitals, you have to put them. You have to use support equipment to put them into your armies, and then that will give you trickle back, which basically means 20% of your losses will be recycled back into manpower, and then higher level field hospitals is more regurgitated troops, but that's quite expensive for us because we don't have any support equipment to spare. We are everyone in this war is going to be running an equipment deficit. You can already see that the Republican troops are also lacking equipment in some places, like here and here and here. Their orange bar is very low. All right, impending Guadalajara offensive. They're getting ready to do an offensive against us. I'm preparing an offensive in Asturias, which may or may not take another 80 days. I don't know.
Sí, señor.
And it looks like we've been gaining some ground over here on the eastern flank. Our troops are repositioning and continuing to make some pushes. Trickleback's new album's not as good as their old stuff. Very true. By the way, Mitch F. Davis, thank you for the 6 months, says, "Aw, I just canceled my DLC subscription." You cancel your DLC subscription so that you could resubscribe to my channel. Thank you. Welcome back. But yeah, right here is where we're going to get them. We're at 86, 87, 88, 90. Huge push right here. So the reason why some of these pushes are going so well, actually they're pushing into us, and then we can just counter push. We have 5 of these elite North African divisions that have 20 combat with actual engineer and recon companies to give us some huge bonuses with the double artillery in the line. So those guys are kind of the backbone of this offense. You can see that lightning bolt there, lightning bolt there. They're the ones making these big waves. Got one dude to retreat. I was waiting for this tutorial so I could take another crack at Hearts of Iron. Yeah, and if I'm not explaining something well enough, you can ask for some more. A lot of it is just going to come down to reading tooltips and seeing what things do. But right now, I'm just letting the AI make my planned push. It seems to be going well. It's doing exactly what I want. We're losing, like, this spot here, but I don't think it's a huge deal, though I can move one of my forces to try and, like, manually reinforce because they're counter-pushing, which will happen sometimes, too. Do you like any Hearts of Iron mods, Italics? No, By the way, we won at last in the north, which is awkward because I think we're still preparing for 66 days. I'm not really sure what happened up there.
Sí, señor.
I don't really know what happened. So I'm gonna take all of those guys,
Están retrocediendo, señor.
put them in my second army group.
Seguimos atacando.
So while this general is doing the primary push, he's been gaining XP. But now that we've freed up another general, even though this is a Phalangist loyalty, I want the Carlist loyalties to be the ones who are getting the XP. So I'm actually going to start replacing
Firme.
this general who is Phalangist with someone who has Carlist loyalties here. We'll get the eye patch dude again, because he's got a little bit more offense and defense. Well, actually, we do have a cavalry officer, but I don't know if I like Old Guard. He's not very future-proof. Old Guard lowers their experience gain, unfortunately. Yeah, let's just go the eye patch guy. War hero means he gets cheaper to promote, but he's also a higher chance of getting wounded, which is obnoxious. I don't love him. But that'll be the guy. We also have a land... No, that's not a land doctrine. When is land doctrine? 100 army XP. So we're going to get half off of some land doctrines soon. So we're just going to hold off on that. But yeah, that group in the north finally lost, and now we can turn our attention to the matters at hand here.
Seguimos avanzando.
The trick is we've got about 70 more days until the Carlists have a little uprising of their own. Or we can hold out for longer, because we're just now establishing the Galicia Carlist cell. And then I'm going to spend another 50 BP on the Asturias Carlist cell and kind of work our way out. Yeah, we're going to have to just recapture the territory we just captured. So the plan is to push the fascist line down while the Carlist line comes in behind them, right? And so when we do our civil war as Carl, we'll have everyone will be like roughly equal strength. Because right now the Republican group is disproportionately large. Which doctrine is best? It depends on your objectives and your nation. So I usually pick differently depending on what nation I am and what I have access to. There's different people have different preferences there. That one is pretty contested. In my opinion, there's not one that shines head and shoulders above all the others. Because Grand Battle Plan is probably... Oh. Italy and the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia have signed White Peace. Latvia declare war on the Latvian People's Republic. Interesting. Like, Grand Battle Plan is sort of the most quote-unquote boring, but I found is incredibly good for nations that are going to have those long front lines where you just... that extra huge planning bonus will get you a massive offensive push, and you don't really rely too much on equipment. Like mobile warfare, you really need to have like tanks or mechanized or motorized for this to benefit, and not every country has the infrastructure for that. And then superior firepower needs a ton of artillery, so if you're not planning on getting line artillery in every single division, multiples of line artillery and or other support companies, then superior firepower doesn't do anything. If mass assault is also pretty decent, but you have some downsides, like you're gonna have people, but you're not gonna have that many bonuses outside of like reinforcement, or you won't have as much organization as probably the other ones do. But also mass assault is not the only one that gives bonuses to the recruitable population pool. Italo-Ethiopian ceasefire agreement with the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia descending into a war of attrition. The Italians have been forced into ceasefire negotiations. Most expected the Ethiopian military to simply dissolve following the recent communist uprising in the country. However, Alimework Bayani has managed to turn the war around, saving much of the nation from Italian occupation. However, with much of East Africa still under Italian rule, it's unclear if the uneasy peace will last. Peace, they said. You can have your Gollum, I guess. Your Gallum. We'll just take everything else. Here's your consolation prize. That doesn't count as a win, Chad. Restrain yourself.
Seguimos avanzando.
All right, we got reinforcements moving to the offensive front.
Avancen.
Take the train. Italy wants to send 3 volunteer divisions and air wings. How long is it going to be until... Probably not. Probably decline that. It's going to be like 80 days? 80 days, I think. So we just need to make as much progress as we can. They're doing another force attack on the south. It's good for us as long as we can hold the line. So what we might want to do is contact the Union and then do war in the north. That'll buy us 70 days for an extra cell. Because this requires all of the following anyway. Crusade Against Democracy also, so basically we have to get all of these. And then these ones are optionals. So this is declaring the Civil War within the Civil War. And this is just getting a nice offensive and defensive buff. For too long have the regional Carlist juntas been able to operate independently. We must unify them and their militias to the Requetes to better organize the Carlist war effort and eliminate internal dissent. Disjointed Carlist juntas was a national spirit we had, and that's gone. So we now no longer lose weekly stability. We're back to 3% stability. And we have bonus attack and defense. Excellent. All right, next. Quick 35 days. We need to start gaining stability. Which is hard, unsurprisingly. Impending fascist crackdown. Ever since the start of the Civil War, we've been sidelined by our Phalangist allies. They've made it abundantly clear their vision of the future of Spain is not compatible with that of a rightful Carlist kingdom, and they undoubtedly are planning to stifle our influence completely with any means possible. We should be ready to defend our ideals with force if they leave us no choice. We'll abort if has completed focus, no compromise on Carlist ideals. We have 149 days. So basically, we have to pick this in 149 days. Which I think we have just enough time to do this, this, and then that before that happens. So we're kind of close, but it is like perfectly timed, I think. .3% stability is rough though, chat. It is a bit rough. I don't really need the preparing offensive thing anymore. Oh well. Yeah, they're really pushing hard right there. Just took another city. Is anybody here? I'm sorry, is anybody here? Oh, they're moving there now. Who's gonna get there first, though? Me! We're making plays, chat. Now, that's a big play. We split the front line between Barcelona and Valencia. Now we just have to hold it down. So it took 8 of my divisions and put them up here, which we might need more than that.
Atención. Sí, señor.
And we got 2, I don't know how many that is, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of their divisions locked in. So they're gonna have to go by sea, Valencia to Barcelona, to reinforce, which is gonna be much more annoying for them than just going like along the front. And these guys are backed in. So that is quite good for us. So much so that we probably need to put these under different,
Señor.
like, army groups, I would think.
Sí, señor. Seguimos atacando.
So we're gonna delete this,
Listo.
create a different army, find our Carlist loyalist, give them this front line, and then give them a new offensive line that they can start planning to take that corner. It kind of looks like they aren't doing so good here. Because look at this. This is when you want to take manual control. When you've almost got this full encirclement right here. And they're leaving spots wide open that we can just kind of walk into. Now, we have no organizations. So this is quite difficult, and there's no divisions assigned to this.
Sí, señor.
So we're gonna need to control left click to get some divisions assigned. And that way they'll kind of like spread out.
Listo. Están retrocediendo,
And we have
señor.
too many divisions here, and we're not getting enough supplies. Which is, you know, it's kind of understandable. But the front lines are shifting fairly rapidly.
Listo. Están retrocediendo, señor. Seguimos atacando.
Alright, wait, did I accidentally take some people off of this?
Listo.
Alright, you stay there, bud. You stay there. We don't want to lose this. Okay. Now, the divisions that are on this line, we're going to have a similar problem. But let's take a step back. The problem is we need to weaken Spain, like regular Spain, so that when we do Carlist uprising, we have fewer troops to worry about. We just have to worry about fascist Spain, right? We don't want to like cripple fascist Spain and then suddenly Republican Spain just wipes the floor. So this would be a nice encirclement because we got 3, 4, 5, 6 divisions sitting here, ripe for the taking, yeah? Now, unfortunately, they're in a mountain. So, in this mountain, they're getting a lot of bonuses. If they're entrenched, then it's really tough for us to kind of crack that open. Because they automatically are getting huge defensive bonuses for being in the mountain. Did I mention, dude, you know how hard it is to do a tutorial of Hearts of Iron from scratch? Because you've got terrain. What is the difference between hills, between mountains, between forests, between urban areas, between deserts? Let's not even get into weather. You could do like a 10-hour tutorial on all the different aspects there. Some of it you just got to pick up over time. But I think it goes without saying, some types of terrain are more easier to fight on than others. In their case, they're getting some debuffs for being in the mountains, which is causing some supply penalties to them. but overall it's a net positive. We've got some supply penalties over here because we got too many people stacked on the same tile. Okay, so because these nerds are kind of cut off, you can see that the Republican front is getting stretched thin. There's holes in their front line. They're not doing so good. If you take a look at the war, they've lost 127,000 casualties to our 23,000. So, I mean, we're doing quite well numerically. But both of us are struggling with supplies. Understandable. Our stability is not helping anything. But yeah, I think this is the easiest pocket for us to try and crack. This one we just need to hold the line, I think, up here. It really depends on how big their forces are. Like right here, I have 20 combat with super soldiers. What do they have? We can mouse over that and get an estimate that they have 2 to 11 infantry. And then this mountain group has 2 to 21. That's not a great estimate at all. We don't have enough intelligence. So that's where the intelligence agency actually comes in. But we don't even have the infrastructure to be able to form that yet. So if you have better intelligence, you'll have a better estimate of how strong enemy forces are without actually having to engage them. Because if I try and attack them, I will forfeit my entrenchment, right? Like right now, we've got a 12% entrenchment bonus, which isn't that good because we don't have doctrine or anything else buffing it, or probably don't have engineers. The groups that have an engineer company, on the other hand, are at 18% instead of 12. So it's 50% more because they have the engineer company there. But if we move, we lose that entrenchment and have to build it up again from scratch. So you have to be sure that an offensive push is what you want. But I think it's best for us to take our mountaineers, which are specialists. These guys, and then both of these guys, and I'm just going to manual push. And I'm paused right now. If I am not paused, and I do 1 to attack, 2 to attack, and 3 to attack, they're going to join the battle at different times. If I'm paused and I do a 3-pronged attack from flanks, they're all going to attack simultaneously. So now I can click on it and I can see all of my troops that I told to attack are joining the battle at the same time. Nobody's waiting in the reserve to join later, right? So that makes sure that we're fighting at our full power right out of the gate. Now, unfortunately, like I said, they're entrenched in the mountain, but they are low strength. So I'm just kind of probing their defenses to see how good or bad it might be going for us. And I can also take... We have another flank right here that I didn't see because this tile is just a funky tile, so we're attacking from 4 sides at once. Coordination plus 1%. It's pretty good. We want to catch up, I think, on production efficiency cap now because we're low on supplies. So, plus 10% will be good because we are now at 60% efficiency here and we've lost all of our factories. So we're... I think making guns is more important than support equipment and artillery. So once the war started, we lost a bunch of factories because they were in the other part of Spain, right? So that's one of the big debuffs in the Civil War and why it's so grueling. But we have a little problem here, which is my front lines have split because I have manual front lines, which is not optimal. But I can go ahead and move that. We'll shift some people over to defend and take care of it. And they've got some big gaps in their defenses, but we don't want to overextend right now because we're trying to focus on closing out. Even though I could just walk in here, walk in there. No one's going to stop me. We got to be careful getting in too deep, and then suddenly you get encircled because they'll backdoor your front line, and then you're the one in enemy territory. But I want to focus on trying this encirclement. Like, this 4-pronged attack into this mountain tile is going quite well. The battle is being won. Close quarters storm, getting some good tactics. And we're about to be even stronger, I think. The Unión Militar Española, a massive secret society of officers who conspired against the Republic, has many who might have sympathy to our cause. We should contact them and obtain support from as many of these leaders as we can for when the time comes. So 1 land doctrine is cheaper. That's huge for us right now because we have 96 army experience. We use army experience for doctrines and also to change the unit types that we are fielding, but we're not training anybody, so this is something we're not worried about until after the Civil War is over, pretty much, because we just have to use what we've got right now. That's another reason why I like Spain for a starter campaign, is we don't have to mess with editing compositions. You just have to worry about maybe recognizing when one composition is weaker, like these guys are really weak, than the one that's standing right next to them, right? That has like a bunch more infantry units and artillery and all that. So just recognizing who's your weenies and who's actually like, oh wow, there's twice as many as in the other one, right? That's the most important part. All right, next national focus. We do have to go to war within 117 days. So we should have enough time to pursue the war in the north first, which will give us 2 more 50% cost reductions for land doctrine, which is actually quite nice. And now that we have the half-off land doctrine, we can actually try and choose one of these for our long-term. They're mutually exclusive, so whichever one of these 4 we pick is the one that we were kind of stuck with. Okay. So, for Spain, if I'm thinking short-term, Grand Battle Plans is definitely the best for our short-term. Because we don't have artillery, we don't have any mobile vehicles, tanks, and I think we'll have decent manpower. However, if we're thinking more medium-term, I would say that we could try and just do some classic artillery. I don't think we're going to need Grand Battle Mass Assault for this one. Because here's the thing. You can't throw people into the meat grinder if you don't have a gun to give them. So there's no reason to have more recruitable population. Is really the only main reason to pick Mass Assault Doctrine, in my opinion. I don't think that the other bonuses are, like, good enough. I'd simply pick the best one. If you're playing China, Russia, yes, you can. No, you can't, chat. They actually do have to have guns in this game. I know it's crazy. Also, I'm pretty sure that the Medal of Honor level where one person follows the other person with a stripper clip of Mosin ammo is enhanced for TV. It has somehow become solidified in our mind as the historical norm. Is the Byzantine Empire in this game? In 1936, you would have to reform it yourself by playing as an appropriate nation. But there are DLCs that technically let you reform it in some way. Okay, anyway. As far as which of these I want. I say let's just do a classic superior firepower doctrine. And think medium-term benefits. Superior firepower is quite strong. Grand Battle Plan's also quite strong. If you're new, and this is your first campaign because you're in tutorial, I think Grand Battle Plan, you really can't go wrong. The entrenchment is amazing for defense. Amazing. The max planning is great, and a lot of these will give you organization and max planning, and it'll make you like a tanky god who is smarter than everybody else. However, I think medium term I'm going to want a lot more support companies and a lot of artillery. So superior firepower will give us a suppressive barrage our generals can use as an attack card. And then all frontline battalions get plus 10% soft attack, which is basically our anti-infantry attack. So we just made everybody mo better straight away. The Carlist cause still has allies among the military. Coordinating with them and obtaining their assistance will go a long way to ensure the success of our uprising. Secure the allies in Western Aragon. Secure the allies in Salamanca. Secure allies in Lyon. Okay, in my opinion, we secure the allies in Lyon because we've already secured Galicia and we're getting Asturias right now, so we can kind of concentrate our power up here. So either way, we'll get 5 well-trained Carlist Riquetes. So let's go with Lyon. And that'll help us a lot. So that'll save me a ton of time. Meanwhile,
Sí, señor.
this tile is incredibly difficult for them to hold. We are flanking it from 5 sides simultaneously. Not good for them. Not good for them. Basically impossible to hold.
Listo.
So I'm leaving my dudes entrenched up here because we do not have a good way to push into Barcelona. This is our best
Listo.
offensive location right now. And I'm not attacking with this guy so he can defend against these dudes if they try and cross over. So we're trying to play it cool and just kind of Hulk. I'm about to need to start establishing a different Carlist cell though. Ooh, 99 and bam, take a spot
Firme.
and then they're gonna like redistribute.
Listo.
Oh, they're kind of like making a push against us? Interesting.
Listo.
Okay, if they're kind of making a push against us, we don't have supplies down here. So now we actually have to consider supplies. But there's really not a lot we can do because we don't have trucks. We have 60 baby trucks. Okay. So the reason why all these guys are not getting supplied is because they're very far from our supply hub in Zaragoza. The only way that we can try and enhance that is by clicking Zaragoza and changing the motorization level to trucks. And that will change the coloration of our supply lines. Now we can use twice as many trucks to go even further out and hope that it's far enough, but it kind of doesn't look like it's really that far. And I don't even know how many trucks. That used 54 of our trucks. So we're kind of like short on trucks right now, as you can see. But supplies are important because without supplies, you don't regain organization. Which means you won't be able to defend. Now, there actually is a supply hub here, but it's not connected to anything. So if we could simply connect this supply hub up to our primary supply lines, we'd be able to get the benefit of said hub. So I can click and make a railway from the hub and connect it up. I want the closest route possible. And then I'll raise that to be my top building priority, and it's still going to take till the 7th of April to be complete. But then we might actually be supplied here, which would be awesome.
Listo, señor.
I'm not sure why they're not moving to attack from this side as well.
Listo. Listo.
But hey, they're winning the fights, and that's really all I can ask of them right now. Also, these dudes stopped their offensive, which is also very great. Okay, we've almost established an Asturias Carlist cell. And then we supposedly have some troops coming out of Lyon. So we want to go probably from Lyon to... Bilbao, I'd say. Take the coast as fast as possible. 3 days. Time's running out, chat. Time's running out. It's almost time for Karl to appear. Our focus gives us Bilbao. No. That removes unplanned offensive, which is different from having a Karlist cell ready for the uprising. We don't even need to remove unplanned offensive because I took those over incredibly fast relative to the... This is like if you were struggling to fight up there. It would make it easier to fight. We're currently not fighting up there. It is still good, though, in the event that we do have to fight there after getting the Karlists uprising, but it's not going to give us any additional troops up there. Karl before the anarchists show up must be a new record. Well, we haven't shown up yet. The only ones that we have Burgos and Navarra. Is Burgos this? Yeah, Burgos is this. Bilbao is País Vasco. So we have control automatically of Burgos and Navarra. These two. So if we can get Bilbao, then we have the whole trifecta. Right? So that's pretty sweet. And it's actually ready for us to spend 50 political power on now. So we're going to start that. It's going to take 90 days. Which we kind of don't have. We kind of don't have 90 days. So... may have just spent 50 political power for no reason. We have 80 days. So if impending fascist crackdown happens, does Karl just lose? Like, immediately? I haven't played Karl before, so this is new for me as well. Karl can lose? That's impossible. It'd be nice if we could win here and eliminate the 5 Republican units. I feel like there were more, and then they died. I feel like there were more. I wonder if that just turns you back to nationalist. Uh-oh. The Regional Defense Council of Aragon has declared war on Spain. The anarchists are here! And they're pissed. Also, this front line, though, dude. This front line. This is kind of a mess, bro. We lost our little encirclement, which is interesting, and... I don't know whose side Germany's even on right now. Oh yeah, I didn't realize there's some Soviet Union volunteers here. I guess that didn't occur to me. All right, so here's what we're gonna do.
Atención.
I'm gonna delete all front lines now because this is too messy. It also repositioned a horde of my troops back because it was confused. Now there's only one front line, okay? Because we're at war with everything around this. So here's the thing. You can do a front line in two ways. I can click on the... not the admiral, the field marshal, and then do front line. And if I left click, it'll select the entire front line. I'm hiding the enemy right now. And it'll split up my divisions and their generals. So we have 24 divisions here, and then we have 14 divisions here, and then we have 8 divisions there. And it'll try and split them up in a way that it thinks makes sense, but I hate this style of front line. it's also going to mess everything up.
Listo.
So I'm going to mess things up further, and I'm going to do a unified front. So if we click the front line, but shift click instead, it'll create a line on the border without these sub-armies. And it'll just do one giant front line with everyone who's under that field marshal.
Listo.
Now, before they move, I'm actually going to change flexible cohesion to balanced cohesion, which basically says divisions will only relocate from a medium distance in order to maintain a battle line. I'm trying to do this to prevent, like, 5 people from over here from going over here, and 5 people over here going over here and doing a little shuffle.
Firme.
They're going to do a little shuffle. I don't want them to shuffle. Let's unhide the enemies. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain, as well as Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints, has led to full-blown infighting on the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militias and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. Okay, so the anarchist space is being carved out of Republican Spain space. So the Republican Spain is just much weaker now.
Listo, señor.
I want everyone to do strategic redeployment if possible. Get to those front lines ASAP. They're riding the trains there right now. There's a lot of changing of the borders here. And the event timeout on this is at 65 days. It's getting close. We're going to be cutting it real close. Okay, but anyway, since we're chilling up here, we go occupy this guy,
Sí, señor.
move into the mountains. They're very weak. These guys are completely encircled, which is kind of hilarious.
Listo. Listo.
So we can push there. The Soviet Union has declared war on Russia.
Sí, señor.
This space
Sí, señor.
seems open, or we just don't have any good intel.
Sí, señor.
So this is where we kind of go to cause some chaos. Rather unexpectedly, the white forces have risen up against the Bolsheviks once more. Their cause may have seemed lost, but over the last months, there have been several reports of a military buildup in Manchuria and Siberia. And earlier this morning, a provisional government of Russia was proclaimed in Chita. The Soviet government immediately mobilized the Red Army. And once again, Russia is embroiled in civil war. The Western powers have so far shown no interest in intervening in the conflict. It remains, however, to be seen how the Japanese will react to this turn of events. A noble cause, but can they really win this? Chiang Kai-shek executed. Following his arrest by Lee Zongrin, Chiang Kai-shek has reportedly been killed by a communist firing squad earlier this morning. After a quick trial for crimes against the people and the party, Mao Zedong pronounced a death sentence for Chiang Kai-shek. Even a direct intervention by the representative of the Soviet government was not enough to save his life. The provisional government is reportedly furious about the betrayal by Mao Zedong and has ordered the rest of the Chinese Comintern delegation. Ordered the arrest. New nationalist leader Wang Jingwei has vowed that the death of Chiang will be avenged and the communists exterminated. China will destabilize even further. Is Spain actually a good newbie nation? It's a good nation if you like learning and you don't need to pad your ego with an easy win. And you actually like want to learn how to play Hearts of Iron. It's a good newbie nation in that it teaches you all of the necessary mechanics you will need to win in 1936 and 1937, instead of playing in the kiddie pool for many in-game years before realizing you never actually learned how to fight in the war game. And then starting over, and then doing all that again. It's also incredibly highly replayable, because it's got 6 different paths that can be played in different ways. You're only seeing 3 of those here, because the other half of the focus tree is gone. You do have to have the La Resistance DLC, though, for all those. You will learn about combat, and what's fun about learning combat in Spain is you're learning combat in slow motion, because the battles happen literally 90% slower. Or I guess you could say 10% of their normal speed. So you get a lot more time to react to things, and you get to see why the numbers are changing and what they mean without the battle passing you by. And on top of that, you're forced to learn how to use political power and make decisions that will affect the outcome, which I think is an important lesson that you will be taken by surprise if you never learn how to use.
This is the Sound Redemption.
Shut up! 250,000 channel points deleted. Get absolutely wrecked. But yes, you have a contained fight that you know is going to happen, so you can prepare for it, and you can restart until you figure out how best to prepare for that civil war. And then once you win the civil war, you are excluded from the overwhelming majority of external conflict, and then you can focus on figuring out how industry works, figuring out how to mobilize an army works, figuring out if you want to do Navy, if you want to do an Air Force, and you can do all that at your own pace because everyone else is going to leave you alone now that you've won the Civil War. And it's an actual powerhouse of a nation if you can recover from the embers of that Civil War. It has a potentially large manpower pool. You also have a lot of different avenues to claim more land, so you can kind of continue the combat on your own terms instead of being declared on by other major powers. I think it's a good starter nation for all those reasons. The Hindenburg! The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the U.S. ban on exports, the Hindenburg, like all German passenger airships, was ultimately engineered to use hydrogen, which provides greater lift but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by this disaster and the rise of much faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of the era of airships. Dude, being there on the ground while the Hindenburg caught fire and crashed must have been one of the most surreal, ridiculous things. I mean, this is like the same event from a different angle. Sorry, I had to screenshot it because WebP is the stupidest format that's ever been created. Like, look how close those people are, right? The photographer's kind of far away, but look at the people on the ground while that crashes seemingly right in front of them, depending on focal length. Like, that's what's wild to me, is all the spectators. Look at that plume, man. You gotta imagine they could just feel the heat. Yeah, like, being one of those spectators on the ground, that would be something that defined, like, the rest of your life. I don't know how, but it certainly would be like, if I was there while the Hindenburg blew up and then crash landed and I was one of those people standing there, I would think about it like every day. All right, back to work. It's almost time for the rise of Karl. The dawn of the Soviet Compact. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. The solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Joseph Stalin's speech today when the Soviet Compact was announced. Going beyond political international, this is an alliance that binds the countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. Whether it will act as a sword or a shield for the communist revolution remains to be seen. Soviet Latvia has joined the compact. Latvia had a little civil war, and the Soviet Union has a little civil war. Things are starting to take a turn in the status of the world affairs right now. All right, I'm not sure how much further we should push before Karl rises up. I'm a little worried that Republican Spain is just going to come out and kind of kick our butts. But we'll see. Because I would have liked to put some more pressure on them.
Sí, señor.
Like, if I were to say, make a front line. Rivers are very, very difficult to fight across. Though in some cases you can't be helped. Like right here, you kind of have to just cross. And if I'm going to cross the river there anyways, I may as well take the train tracks and therefore the supply lines. Just a hypothetical front line. And they can start planning for that at least. Maybe we launch a little push. That being said, the push will be very slow because we don't have any offensives planned there, so it's going to take forever. But it's almost Karl's time to shine.
Atención.
Up to a 36% attack bonus for that planning bonus. The Civil War must have been super awkward for Portugal. In ahistorical, they can sometimes join in the Civil War, which is funny. And also annoying. So if you're playing ahistorical Spain, just good luck. Sometimes Portugal can kind of ruin everything. The North has always been the heartland of the Carlist movement. Any insurrection must focus on securing this as our base of operations. So 2 more Land Doctrine half-offs, and we got Asturias and Paivasco have the combat debuffs removed. Now, we have to start the war because we only have 47 days until they shut us down. So, no compromise on Carlist ideals will begin the Carlist Civil War, and we just have to make do with what we have. And hope for the best. We can also choose another doctrine. So we already picked Superior Firepower. So getting delay here with another +10 to organization, that's our soft HP. That'll just make us stronger, give us a new tactic card. It's just good. And then we get defense +10% as well, which is nice.
Firme.
All right, we're T-minus 35 days until war, so I'm going to go ahead and launch this offensive and just see if we can push Republican Spain back. I don't know if we'll be able to, but because we don't have any, they're fighting at 90% of normal speed, but, you know, just occupy them doing something. They're definitely taking some territory down here. And then 10 divisions should be enough to hold that front. I don't know that I want to eliminate The problem is I don't really want to eliminate the anarchists because that's just going to make it sort of harder for me to come in. But the anarchists kind of suck, to be honest. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. China declared war? Is that what it said? On communist China? Wang Jingwei versus Mao Zedong. Spicy. And we're about to take Valencia? I don't think we'll get to keep it. We're just capturing it for the nationalists, unfortunately. 20 days left. All right, we got Valencia. Let's stop the offensive. Halt. We spread that front line out real far. Mechanical computing. Constructing machines capable of advanced differential analysis will radically change what sort of machine-assisted calculations can be made. 4% to all research speed from this point on, and it's June 1937. And we really need to start thinking about the post-war. So I'm going to go ahead and get Construction 1. Try and do a little catch-up. Concentrated Industry 2 is coming out. Stability slowly going up. We can make it go up even faster. If I would... See, we're going to be non-aligned, right? So do we want to go ahead and, like, start some anti-fascist raids? Not base stability down, sorry. I could give up some factories. Yeah, let's just give up some factories. I'm curious, though. I'm a little worried about doing improved worker conditions before the Carlist Uprising, and I'm not sure if this will help me or not. So I might be better off just waiting until this happens, because I might be giving political power to stabilize fascist Spain instead of Carlist Spain. We'll see. Concentrated Industry 2. A little bit more factory output, dockyard output. We're still, like, in the hole on infantry equipment and way in the hole on support equipment and also artillery. But that was always going to happen. All right, it's probably finally time to research some baby trucks. Some baby trucks. Yep. Free civilian factories. You know what that means? It means we built that railroad over to our supply hub, and we don't really need to use the, like, high amount of trucks that we were using before because we have a supply hub here for the front line, so we can probably just go back to Horsies, and it's probably fine. We actually have very good supply. So in our free civilian factories, probably just want to go back to making another civilian factory somewhere up there and just give them something to do. It's a balancing act of not letting the other Spains be too strong or too weak. Yeah, it is. What's up, Next Gen? Welcome to stream. All right, so we can just go 4X now because there's not, we don't really have anything else. I don't think we'll have time to do the Carlist cell up there, unfortunately. We did our best. Hopefully it'll be enough. I'm curious how this is going to look. First time doing Carl. Game time, chat. No compromise on Carlist ideals. Displeased by our continued insistence on political independence, the Phalange leadership has decided to attempt to wipe our movement off the map. Phalange's forces have turned on our Riquetes, and arrest attempts have been made on multiple of our leading thinkers and politicians. In their inflexibility, they have endangered the position of the entire Nationalist Front and may well give Republican forces the opening they need. Their foolishness will cost them more than us. Fascism loses 35% popularity, base stability is down 10%, transfer a percent of forces to the Spanish directory, enable editing of the Riquete Carlista template. Spanish directory declares war on everybody. Leon creates 5 Spanish units. All right, we at war with all of Spain. Though we cooperated with the Phalange in our initial uprising, it is now clear to us that compromising on our ideals is tantamount to treason. If the Phalange does not accept our demands, we have no choice but to eliminate them too. The non-aligned party is now called the Comunión Tradicionalista, gains no compromise, which gives you a bonus to 15% attack. And the Spanish Directory defense bonus against country is plus 5%. We are now known as Carlist Spain, and we have started a civil war. Excelente. Okay, here's the trick, right? We have 70% war support, but this leads to the Crusade Against Democracy, which is like even more attack bonuses, and also gives us, this is research, air doctrine, fighter models. This is political power and recovery rate, attack and defense, recruitable population, organization and recruitable population. This is base stability into factories and also a research slot. Okay, now, base stability would be great. But I think we really need these attack bonuses. So I'm just going to go back and do war support into the attack defense bonuses. These are all 70 days, which is unfortunate, but I got Civil War all up in my Civil War. These front lines, dude. These... oh no! Bro! Bro. Oh boy. Chaos! We stranded out here, boys. All right, we got to make some moves, chat. We got to make some moves. First of all, everybody stop moving and delete this rogue front line. Okay. Number 2, you go here. So we got to fill in orange to beige. I don't know, brown. What is this?
Listo. Listo, señor. Atención.
All right, all right, all right. Number 1.
Listo, señor.
You guys don't count. Okay, you guys don't count. Everybody else, this is your new front line. And we do have to retake Bilbao, which is like kind of weird, but should be easy. That's the most important thing. Don't let them go through the naval base, because they absolutely will. All right, the rest of you have to start pushing. And we have to use this time of chaos to take more territories. Meanwhile, I need these dudes to just kind of retreat, to be honest. And then these boys need to like kind of like abandon this. Take that capital. And we need to like circle up. Carlist Uprising, that's us! Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having their influence over the Nationalist front more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist Requetes, predominantly in the north of the country, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effects on the military position in the Civil War are being downplayed by nationalist leadership, but it's evident the current chaos presents ample opportunity to the Republicans. They will have to take us seriously now.
Sí, señor. Listo. Avancen.
All right, we're gonna get squished over here if we don't hurry.
Sí, señor.
We're gonna get squished, chat. This is but then again, so are the other guys. I took away that front line because it was just holding me back. I don't care if we cede some of this ground. We need to unite these two fronts. Very important.
Listo, señor. Avancen.
And take Bilbao.
Listo, señor.
All right, actually, yeah, you're good to go.
Sí, señor.
Okay, this side has been united.
Firme.
Sorry, I'm pausing and making some micro adjustments to this
Listo.
to make sure that I leave no stone unturned here.
Firme. Atención. Sí, señor. Sí, señor.
I guess we may as well push here. Keep them busy and hope that the anarchists are chilling. All right, we got Bilbao.
Firme.
And we want everyone else to just keep
Atención.
pushing up. You feel me? Like, just gotta keep moving. If there's an opening, take
Avancen.
the opening.
Avancen. Listo. Sí, señor.
Okay. I mean, I want to say it's looking good.
Atención.
We have 5 unassigned divisions who need a general to lead them.
Atención.
Our best offensive general is this dude.
Firme.
So these are the Riquetes. Oh, they suck. 3 infantries. Oh, okay. Select where to prepare your offensive. I don't know, dude. We need to figure out where the front lines are first. You missed the airfield by...
Listo.
You mean the airfield that this guy's taking? Thank you. He's almost there. You just gotta give him some time. He's just walking very slowly. Relax. Amelia Earhart disappears. The famous aviator Amelia Earhart, the first woman to complete a solo flight across the Atlantic, has disappeared along with navigator Fred Noonan near Howland Island in the middle of the Pacific. The two were attempting a flight around the entire world in their twin-engine Lockheed Electra plane when they vanished. A search for the missing aviators is now being conducted by the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, but there is little hope of finding them. Weren't you supposed to start with Lyon? I was supposed to start with 5 units in Lyon, which I did, I think.
A por ellos.
It gave me control of more. Like, we still have a very reasonable 37 total divisions. Now, granted, some of them are only like 3 units strong,
Atención.
but it could be a lot worse. So if anybody's standing still,
Listo. Listo.
I want to zoom in and just make them take,
Firme.
you know what I'm saying? Whatever territory happen, unless they're like right next to an opponent.
Fuego enemigo. Sí, señor. Firme.
Like, we're gonna probably unite these two, and I think retreating is kind of fine here, because we have these dudes surrounded. Like, a few divisions that aren't gonna be able to go anywhere is nice. This guy's encircled. That's just one division done. And we kind of need to give time for everyone else to, like, move up to the front line, and we gotta get rid of this, you know?
Listo, señor. Sí, señor. señor. Atención. Atención.
Okay.
Firme.
The front lines, they are a changing. Spanish Directory is actively running out of space here, and we're about to get a giant Republican wave. So actually, it's not in our interest to push, because there's a huge Republican force right here, and we don't really have a concentration of our own allies. We're a little dispersed back here. We've got some unfinished business.
Atención.
Okay, that's really, really nice, though.
Listo, señor. Atención.
So I'm gonna give them kind of like a new objective here,
Avancen.
and then we can start sort of like filling this in.
Seguimos avanzando. Avancen.
But we need to eliminate this nerd
Están retrocediendo, señor.
and not let him escape. Oh god, these guys. Yeah, these guys. Hold on, I can save these guys. Maybe. I honestly... Oh, these guys too. Yeah, they are just like holding out, huh?
Sí, señor.
Yeah, we do kind of need to move here, huh? That way we have a place to retreat. Good call, good call. Get them out of there.
Sí, señor. Avancen.
Let's just do this.
Seguimos avanzando. Fuego enemigo.
If once we free this up, we're going to be able to redistribute all these troops. And it's going to be beautiful, same here, but it's just taken a very, very long time. All right, this is good. They have a place to retreat.
Firme.
I guess we have to bring the front line forward because it's just better.
Atención.
It is just better for us to close that pocket.
Listo.
And we're going to have these 3 divisions completely surrounded. It's just going to probably take a while to take them out. But one at a time, they will pop, starting with this bottom one, whose green is almost out. Japan is declaring war on China. Woo. Okay, all right. It's getting spicy. It is getting spicy.
Firme.
We need to push,
Atención.
excuse me, here too. Takes pressure off of this. And closing this pocket means we only have to defend 1 border instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that consolidates our troops a lot as well. Also, I just saw a plink of a helmet. One of their divisions is gone. Encirclement complete. There's 2 left.
Listo. Firme.
All right, consolidating the front looks like it's going well. The Spanish Directory is tiny now. Carlos Spain's looking good. The anarchists are looking bad. Our main threat is probably going to be Republican Spain, which makes sense. It's sort of just up to us to get these little pockets closed, and then we're going to be gaming. Japanese and Chinese forces have skirmished inconclusively over the strategic Marco Polo Bridge located just southwest of Beijing. China has rejected Japan's demand for apology and territorial concessions, claiming that the breaking point of Japanese aggression has been reached. Diplomats fear that the volatile situation could result in war at any time. Did Mao hold out? Mao actually oversaw the execution of China's last leader, I think. What's going on in the provisional Russian government? Civil war doesn't look like... Well, I gotta say the provisional Russian government has closed out Vladivostok and is turning now to go march west, which is interesting. But we're winning all the fights we need to win. They're doing a force attack. They really want us out here. Probably safe to go up to 3 speed now that we've sort of stabilized a little bit. Improve machine tools. Production efficiency caps up 10%. Okay. So instead of 60%, we have a 70% cap. We desperately need to catch up on supplies. We do have a surplus of infantry equipment. Wow! We have gun! We don't have support equipment, though. A surplus of guns, is that allowed during a civil war? Huh. That means we're probably gonna win. It's July 1937. We're caught up on industry once we get construction 1 and 2. We're caught up on radio and computers. We're caught up on infantry equipment. The only thing we're not caught up on is future support groups, which I don't think are that important right now. So this is sort of a freebie. We can kind of pick whatever we want to research. There isn't like a must-have here, in my opinion. So I would say what we're going to want, we're eventually going to want armored trains. So just go ahead and get armored trains out of the way. I personally love armored trains because when you start losing trains, right? I need 5 trains and I only have 4 in the stockpiles. I don't want them to get blown up, and they have armor. So there's ways to get the trains that we need, but I'm not going to do it until it becomes a problem. I can commandeer civilian trains at the cost of stability, which I don't want to do. Our stability is real low. Chat, does something happen if you hit 0% stability? What's the situation in South America? The situation in South America is that Paradox is going to post something South America related, Hearts of Iron related, in the next, like, week, I guess. Yeah, look at that. Pocket closed. We've inflicted 9,000 anarchist casualties. Why do we got so many different wars? Okay, and then... Wait, where are the other Spains? Wait, where's us versus everyone else? Why is it only... Where's everybody else? I have no idea how many casualties we've inflicted on the other guys because I think the World Tension War counter is confused. Okay, either way, that was a huge pocket to take down, so now we want to, like, select those guys, control left-click the front line, and they'll redistribute to where they need to go on the front. And then we want them to take, strategic redeployment. They'll use the trains if they're there to go fast. And we're about to close that pocket too. That was a huge, huge pocket to close. Okay, so now that we're closing pockets, we want to start thinking long term. We want an offensive line that sort of stretches along the entire area, right? Down to at least Valencia, if not even more ambitious, but certainly to Valencia. And then I think this is a supply depot here. I'm just gonna follow the train tracks, cross the bridge to Madrid. Actually, let's get greedy and go to this river, and we'll just follow the length of the river. And that'll be my objective. And then if we get that far, we'll probably eliminate the anarchists. We'll eliminate the... Man, that's an evil-looking flag, bro. The phalangists. And we'll take the capital, Madrid. So we'll be gaming. So let's let them start planning that offensive attack. And by the time these guys reposition to the front line, we'll actually be able to make some moves, some gamer moves. We're looking good. I think we're looking good. I'm quite happy with our current battle position. I was a little worried when I saw those two pockets of our own forces out there, but reconnecting your front lines is very important, and trying to move up. If they don't have anywhere to retreat that's friendly territory and they're encircled, you lose them forever. So you got to rescue those boys. But yeah, front line looks very stable. I'm not sure why that guy's attacking. Oh, wait.
Sí, señor.
Sure I am.
Avancen.
Well, I don't know if... Well, it's probably worth taking the bridge. But this is a losing battle. Just happening in slow motion. Another pocket closed. Another successful encirclement. Excellent work. All right, everybody's here. Phalange defeated. Phalange's forces have surrendered en masse following the capture of their last major stronghold, and despite continued isolated resistance, this marks the end of the organized military of the Phalange. Though the conflict is greatly simplified as a result, our fight continues elsewhere. Spanish territory was annexed. We got a train. That's actually huge. Got a train out of that and some fuel. Got some equipment. So we're now plus 8 hundo infantry equipment. So we really need, like, some support equipment. So I'm going to do a bad and just take one factory off so that factory feeds down into the support equipment. We need to start making some artillery as well. And if we take more ground, we'll get more factories, probably. All right, so we need to reevaluate our front line, because now that the Phalange is gone, look at how the front line's changed. You know what I'm saying? So we've got a couple pockets here. The battlefield just changed dramatically. So we need to kick these guys out, right? ASAP, keep them occupied. There's going to be a mad scramble. So we want strategic redeployment on to try to fill those gaps as fast as possible. And they're going to try and kind of like walk back into territory to retake it as well. So a little period of chaos following that surrender.
Atención. Avancen. Firme.
Really need to take that space before they get there, so let's start a little attack just to distract them.
Sí, señor.
All right, that'll work.
Sí, señor.
Lots of chaos. The Republicans in your land walking out. Yeah, and guess what?
Listo.
The anarchists have shuffled.
Atención. Sí, señor. Atención.
And they've left some space open for us to try. If we can close out Barcelona, then we really focus on the southwest. And then things go, what is happening here? What is this, devs?
Sí, señor.
Yo, guys. What the hell is this? This is my territory. It doesn't make any damn
Sí,
sense.
señor. Avancen.
Or is it?
Sí, señor. Atención.
All right, this pocket's closing. Boom. Another nice encirclement.
Sí, señor.
Redeploy these guys.
Firme. Listo, señor.
I'm also working on encircling these dudes at the top.
Firme.
And then we're going to backdoor Barcelona, which is the anarchist capital.
Seguimos avanzando. Atención.
So we're going to stop this little advance.
Firme.
We need to reinforce here if possible.
Avancen.
I don't understand the concept, conceptually what's going on there, but that's
Sí,
okay.
señor.
And now that we got these dudes encircled, flush them out. Flush them out. All right, there's going to be a little instability on the western flank, but we're going to solve the eastern flank, and that's going to allow us to do big moves. We just took Barcelona, and now we just go all the way around the edge. Boom, boom, boom. It's easy. And then once this pocket is secured for the Carlist Kingdom, then we go west, and then we push back into Republican Spain, and we're gaming.
Atención.
These guys are moving fast. I don't know how they... I feel like they're moving faster than... Yep. Goodbye, anarchists. Anarchist resistance, though fierce, has become increasingly disorganized. Today's military victory has finally prompted unconditional surrender from the Defense Council, though isolated fighting continues where individual communes refuse to acknowledge the order. Because they're anarchists. It's funny. Though the conflict is greatly simplified, as a result, our fight continues. We're making progress. Wow, one whole truck, 4 support equipment, and some fuel. They had a lot of fuel. 6 whole equipment seized. Wowee. All right, now all these dudes are gonna redeploy. Redeploy fast.
Listo.
And now the real fight begins.
Sí, señor. Sí,
Oh.
señor.
My front line.
Atención. Firme.
I noticed that you have
Listo, señor.
left the door open for me to possibly take Valencia.
Atención. Listo.
All right, some of these guys are going to take a while to get to the front, but... Okay, we also have our first, like, massive amount of PP, or political power. Massive PP on screen. Massive political power on screen right now. Tab back in immediately. We have 150 PP. So we can do a lot of stuff with this. This is kind of the first time in the campaign that we even need to talk about what you can do with this that's not on the decision tree, which is sort of inverted from every other nation that you'll play. Most other nations you'll play, you'll be changing these things and then thinking about decisions. But the more story-focused, or I would say that the campaign for Spain is more set in stone, right? Like the intro, at least. You have to decide what to do with this. In our case... we would typically want to change our economy in order to free up some more factories so that we can industrialize. That would be what we wanted to do, like, long term. Especially now that we're in war, this is our best opportunity to go straight to war economy. You can't take war economy unless you are either fascist, communist, or you have to be at war. And any enemy country has more than 40% of Carlist Spain's total number of factories. This is going to be one of our only opportunities to take war economy. And it is so powerful that it's worth picking this, even over getting like military high command that's going to help us win the ground war. So we got to like sneak that economic, because once you get war economy, you won't go back down even when you're not at war anymore. So why is this so good? Because in civilian economy right now, we're having to suffer through a 30% construction speed debuff to all factories. And on top of that, we're having to commit 35% of all of our combined factories to be something that we can't actually take advantage of or use. So right now, we don't have that many factories. So it's not going to sound like a lot, but long term it adds up. So we have total factories. We have 14 combined civilian and military factories, and we're having to commit 35% of those to this sort of holdover that's called consumer goods. So we're not able to use those in the game. They're being reserved for the civilians. And because we want to have more factories so we can build more buildings, if we change the civilian economy, we can just actually skip. So unlike in recruitment you actually have to go step, 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 or you have to pay enough to go 2 steps or 3 steps or 4 steps. Economy's different. You don't have to go early to partial to war. You can just go straight to war for the same cost. That's why this is so important right now. So even though it might be tempting to change conscription, there's not really a rush because we have 50,000 manpower, but this might be our only best opportunity to go straight to war economy. And we go from that 30% factory construction debuff to a 20% buff. That's a 50% swing. We get +4 military factories. And then we only need to commit 20% of our total factories instead of 35. So we're going to free up factories to build with. So it's it's just the best. It's just the best. So now building that civilian factory is going to go way, way faster. And we only are committing 2 instead of 4. So we just got 2 more factories to build with. It's really, really nice.
Atención.
Spin that PP. Is there ever reason not to go war economy? Nope, I don't think so. It's always good. We no longer get the effect from no compromise on Carlist ideals. That was just giving us, I think, like a battle bonus, combat bonus.
Listo.
Wow, that's a really, really good way to spin that political power early. Now, I do want political advisors. I might even want the political advisors that boost my political power gain, and the earlier you take that, the better. But in Spain's case, we're not going to be in that civil war forever. So I wasn't going to be able to pick war economy after we're at peace, right? So it's just a case of FOMO. Basically FOMO.
Sí, señor.
So I had to pick it before the option went away. Now, they're still kind of being annoying over here.
Sí, señor.
Here's what we need to do now. Now that the front line is kind of stabilized, we can actually just plan an assault, right? So I'm going to plan a Madrid offensive. How long is that going to take? 90 days. All right. If we're still fighting in 90 days, then sure. But we may as well start preparing to take Madrid. That way, we'll be able to fight without hindrance there. Because right now, just to fight in Madrid, right, is 75% lower speed, 50% lower organization, ground support, and division attack debuffs. All of that stuff. Awful.
Atención.
Now, I'm going to let them kind of make their plans and try to get situated. Though he says this is pretty good. What are they doing right now? They're doing staff office plan. Their planning speed is plus 400%. So they're about to launch some kind of offensive. Not all of our people are in the right position that they need to be in. So I can kind of halt that. I'm not really sure. Oh, we're still attacking the people that are in our territory, which is so dumb. But I think we have the advantage on this right flank.
Listo, señor.
So I'm tempted to just go ahead and do a little poke. Let's go ahead and send off a little attack of our own. So I'm gonna launch and see what they do. And if they don't do anything over here like I want them to, then I can just shift click
Atención.
a lot of these. I like to leave at least one troop that isn't moving when they're in like a pivotal spot surrounded by a bunch of dudes so that they're still entrenched,
Avancen.
and then send everybody else. The Carlist Wars in the 19th century may have been regrettable losses to our cause, but the spirit of resistance lives on to this day. We will not rest until the rightful heir sits on the Spanish throne and safeguards the Christian faith for all Spaniards. War support is up 10%. And then we're going to do Crusade Against Democracy for another land doctrine bonus and some nice offense, defense, and org. And that's also a prereq for another important
Listo.
pick. The Republic of Crimea declared war on the Provisional Russian Government. Huh. Okay, but what? But the Soviet Union is in between you. Okay. I guess. That's fine. Meanwhile, we've pushed in here.
Sí, señor.
This dude's attacking us for some godforsaken reason.
Esto.
We definitely need to, like, kind of close a few of these pockets. Let some troops redeploy.
Atención.
And then just try and push into Valencia since they're really weak here. Really, really weak. And then we're holding another port, which is also a supply line. Ports are really, really great supply lines. And we do not have a surplus of guns anymore. So you have to keep tabs on that. Your logistics are important. Do what you think you can do, right? Make pushes when you need to, like Valencia. We just took Valencia.
Atención.
Now we'll let everybody kind of redeploy. That's a really nice one. Because look at that supply port. Keep pushing them back. Have a battle continue without interruption for a certain number of days. "302 days. Spanish Civil War will do that, I guess.
Sí, señor.
All right, we're kind of losing all these battles over here. This is probably the last one that I really want to win.
Firme. Listo. Listo.
We'll flank from this side as well. Okay, sorry. We're probably about to hold the offensive a little bit longer and regroup until maybe preparing offensive gives us the bonuses, because it's a little middle right now. There's a lot of red numbers, which means we're not winning everywhere that I want, and we're actively losing. Obviously, we're taking more casualties. We've lost 29,000. We still got manpower, and they've lost about 168K. We're going to be winning. We just need, like, some concerted pushes and to flatten out the front line. With tensions rising around the globe, the U.S. Congress has been the scene of intense discussions on the role the U.S. should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President FDR might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the U.S. out of foreign entanglements. Eager to shore up support for his proposed programs of economic reform, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt has signed the Neutrality Act into law, which places heavy restrictions on trade with nations at war and specifically prohibits the president from offering any kind of support to other nations. Ask the Belgians how well neutrality defended them in 1914. Gotta go to bed, long live Carl. Going to bed at 9 p.m., chat? Come on, a Thursday? Come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
Atención.
Good night, sweet chat. Okay, so I'm
Atención.
gonna do a little. I don't know if this is a good idea or bad idea. I feel like it should be something that we can handle pretty well. I'm also gonna allow them to go back to flexible cohesion so that people can move. The Bukharan Jadidist Republic declared war on the provisional Russian government. Okay, but yeah, see how when I changed flexible cohesion, some people over here are like rotating around to the left where we're a little bit weaker. So you want to kind of balance that back and forth when it feels right. When it feels right. Our Field Marshal, Manuel Falconde, is leveling up. Let's take Infantry Expert. That's just 10% bonus to division attack, which is going to help us. We need to be really aggressive and finish the job here. We've done so well so far. Crusade Against Democracy will give us another nice boost.
¡Por ellos!
There's a mountaineer in the back lines without an order. Thank you, you're right. He's just been chilling there for the entire war. But yeah. We're definitely winning this. We're kind of, you can see where we're making them retreat in different pockets around Madrid. We have about 34 days left until that's even easier for us. So I think I'm just gonna keep some pressure on right now if we're balancing on infantry equipment. In a last-ditch attempt to halt the oncoming might of the Japanese forces, the network of dikes and flood defenses along the Yellow River were destroyed by the Chinese army. The ensuing flash floods have displaced huge numbers of the rural population, who were given only a brief window to prepare. It remains to be seen if this act can buy the Chinese military enough time to regroup and face further combat. A humanitarian tragedy. They're getting desperate, chat. Manchukuo and Minkukuo big. China's shrinking. Communist China is not in a faction, but is also at war with them. Come on, Soviet Latvia. Why are you not helping the Soviet Union more? Oh wait, we already are pushing with the benefits. Oh, yeah, this is with the preparing offensive benefits. And we're still struggling here. Because there's no debuffs on these. It's just kind of a tough nut to crack.
Sí, señor.
One thing we could do is probably just, I would say, delete the current front line and go ahead and, like,
Sí, señor.
set the final front line. I think we need pressure on the right flank, on the east, that we're not currently giving them, and then they'll capitulate. And just go ahead and launch that offensive as well, because I think we're overwhelming them on the right flank. And there's no debuff to fighting here, so we're fighting and moving at normal speed. And if we can sweep around the coast, then we'll encircle them and they'll give up. But we are getting close to taking a couple of these tiles on the border with Madrid, which is nice. The Republic of Belarus declared war on the provisional Russian government. I want my freedom! Give me my freedom! Where did debuffs go? We're getting rid of them with these decisions on preparing offensive. So we're occasionally preparing offensive for different regions, and then it's removing the debuffs in those regions. This one was already, like, I didn't have to do it here. I don't know. Oh, they're doing a Last Stand. The AI uses so many of those.
Seguimos atacando.
I don't like Force Attack. I don't like Last Stand because, sure, it gives you a 20% defense bonus, but you cannot retreat. So if these guys die while doing Last Stand, they don't retreat, they just die. Which, okay. Only the rightful Carlist heir has been invested by God himself with the divine right to rule. Democracy is not only an insult to the king, it is also blasphemy against the very will of God. This blight must not be allowed to exist upon this world any longer. New crusade against democracy, national spirit, 5% to organization, attack and defense. We are getting strong. We are getting very strong. All right, we can't pick this until we get 70 days pass. So it's time to go ahead and confirm the fueros. Okay, I can't. It removes autonomous state in País Vasco and Catalonia. And also gives us some stability, which we desperately need to start rebuilding. But we're starting to make some moves here, chat. All right, these dudes with one organization. How? They're dead. No, they didn't die. I thought they couldn't retreat. They just retreated. What? They literally just retreated, and I saw the icon didn't disappear until after they retreated. What? I don't know. Like, go back and watch the VOD, chat. The icon didn't disappear until after they retreated. I was watching closely. Okay, Madrid, we are on the border with Madrid. Taking the capital will be a huge blow. But we're making some big moves on this eastern flank, because we got sort of just stuck up here on the west. We can also take another doctrine. We have 51 army XP. I think we take it. Plus 10% defense for all infantry, which is huge. Elastic Defender's nice. That'll protect us from counterattacks like this one. Look at Carla, Spain, chat. It's looking good. What? We're not worried about resources. I'm not really worried about manpower or garrisons right now. Like, I guess we can worry about the Air Force. We have, like, a handful of planes, but there's not even an airfield over here. So, yeah, we have no airfield. We have an airfield here. So I just click the planes, right-click to the airfield I want them to travel to. And the Air Force is kind of a whole ordeal. Why are these so many different groups? I just want to click them all. I don't really care right now. Air superiority missions, and then right-click Southern Iberia, and they will try and fly as far as their yellow perimeter will allow them to establish green air superiority over the area, which still does give you a small bonus to attack. So if the enemy has a debuff because we have air superiority, every bit counts right now. Why not? You do have to have fuel for that, though. Improved methods and materials allow us to construct buildings, civilian and military, faster. 10% to construction, and we're just going to go straight to construction 2, because it's 1937, almost 38. And we're going to want to start building soon, but we have a lot of researches all finishing at the same time here. There's armor trains. We can go ahead and start on 1938 tech, since we only have 1 month until 1938. We won't have much of an ahead-of-time penalty, so... Infantry equipment is good. Now, I still want political power, so I'm just going to continue not using any military-industrial organizations. But yeah, we got held up bad over here. Trucks! The Chechen English Republic has declared war on the Soviet Union. It's getting spicy over there. We learned how to use trucks. Look, the truck no longer looks like this. We put a cover on the back. That took our scientists years of research. No, but this is actually like incredible upgrade. Now we can start doing motorized infantry if we want, get spicy. It also unlocks a host of support groups that we'll be able to utilize, but for now we just want support weapons too. In the event that we're still at war for some reason in 136 days, I want to be defense breakthrough up as high as possible. I don't think the war will last that long, but who knows. Impending offensive. They're about to launch an offensive against us. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare an offensive against them in the same place. Take that. Get rid of unplanned offensive in 14 days. We're negative 1K on guns, but honestly, I think we just keep it up because their time is limited, dude. We got another dude retreating from Madrid. We're making some important pushes. We can kind of keep an eye on our orange strength bar. They're mostly like 70+% full. The United Mexican States just declared war on Mexico. The Second Cristiada. The forces of church and revolution have once again come into conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing its attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They have taken over several rural states and are using these as a base from which to operate. The first Cristiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials, thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks likely that this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. The Mexican situation seems too complex for an outsider to understand. I saw us take another tile. I see that we're winning each of these battles slowly, but we're winning them. I heard a factory. Did we just finish building a factory? All right, I want to keep building factories right now. Just civilian factories is fine. Let's build civilian factories to build more civilian factories so we can build more civilian factories, you know? Actually, let's build that in Catalonia because it's slightly higher infrastructure. So it's a good place to build. It'll come out a little faster because the infrastructure's higher there. 80%. But yeah, if we can't keep up on infantry equipment, then I'll slow down. But as long as we're winning and things seem like they're going in our favor, because they're weak too. Like these guys got nothing right here. They're about to lose their airfield. We're marching on the east. They're starting to collapse. We've inflicted 200,000+ casualties on Spain, which is bad because they're, you know, our brothers in Spain. And we've lost 42k ourselves. So, unfortunately, this is the price we must pay before we can rebuild. Chat, why didn't Hitler invade Spain? Invading Spain would have turned a potential ally into an enemy, used much-needed resources, tied up German troops more useful elsewhere, and perhaps given the Allies an additional 5,000 kilometers of coastline. Okay, so basically, you know when you struggle to defend against naval invasions in Hearts of Iron? Hitler was like, F that, bro. I ain't building coastal forts all over the Iberian Peninsula. Because that's how I feel, man. Once we play Spain, if we go to war with anybody else, we are going to have a lot of coastline to defend. Hitler tried to get Spain to join the Axis, but Spain said no. Yeah, but like, Mussolini tried to like hide from Hitler in prison, and Hitler sent a damn paramilitary op to bust him out of jail and force him to continue leading fascist Italy. That shit's crazy. I love how the story of Mussolini is one of like, fascism is cool, and then Big Brother Hitler comes over, and Mussolini's like, maybe I bit off more than I could chew. Yeah, he wasn't in a voluntary house arrest, but he was chilling, dog. He was not in voluntary house arrest in as much as he was in like, oh, they made me stop doing this. It's like a saving face type of house arrest. Italy tried to change teams in the middle of the match. Yeah, Italy tried to swap sides. Auto balance pushed him back onto the Axis side. Like, it was safer for him to be in jail and house arrest than to be busted out by Hitler. So I think he was chilling. Soviet Union took a state. Chechen Ingush Republic was annexed. Total surrender. All right, I didn't even know where that was, but it didn't last long. Also, we have a little encirclement over here on accident. The AI is just handling business. Not fast enough. I'm going to send some more troops over. Confirm the fueros. The governance of the nation falls into the purview of the king, but ancient privileges safeguard the right of self-government for the regions comprising the kingdom as a whole. These rights, or fueros as they are called, must be confirmed if the loyalty of the various regions is to be maintained. 10% stability. Overall, useful. We're at 14%. That's really high compared to 3%. And País Vasco and Catalonia no longer have this autonomous state debuff, which is lovely. So their factories are up, recruitable populations up, resources up, and more. All right, it's been 70 days. So we will want the civilian factory and the research slot. But we have to ask ourselves, do we need the extra help to win the war? And the answer is probably yes and no. Yes and no. This is recruitable population and organization. This is recruitable population and training time. Political power gain. I really want the political power gain, but I also really want the research slot. So let's just do the PP gain and recovery rate, and then we'll do the industry stuff. Hopefully we'll have won the war around then. And we can get the research and then hype up industry for a while. But yeah, he still says forces are stronger. Plan's looking good. This encirclement is all but done. And since we're taking land, we're actually getting use of the factories that are in that land because guess what? We just took Madrid. The capital is ours. Good job, boys. Soldiers rolling in hot, taking over a couple military factories. We got one factory on artillery now, support equipment, and we're gonna need some guns. Some guns. All right, let's get 4 on guns, 2 on support, and that'll keep us busy for a while. That's probably a big swing. Oh, that's a big swing. Suddenly 63% toward capitulation after losing the capital. Turns out that's kind of important. The little encirclement's done, reposition these forces, and we just gotta keep steamrolling, dude. See, like, at this point, I don't need to micro. The AI has got it. We've got the advantage. Let them keep pushing. I don't want to be aggressive because we're already short on infantry equipment. But the battle, you kind of have to learn to tell when the battles are mostly green. I'm hiding the enemy troops so there's less stuff. Brain equals off, just keep pushing. Just remember to move your planes forward. I mean, yeah, normally yes, but I got 13 fighters. But okay. Nenetsia has declared war on the provisional Russian government. It's going a little wild over there. Sometimes enemy forces are doing a counterattack because they were already walking to that tile when you took it over, so they don't even mean to be attacking you. They're sort of just attacking you by circumstance here. Decision-wise, we're still preparing the offensive on this side. I believe we don't have the penalties, though. Yeah, so it's good. It's just a timer until we can do the next offensive preparation. War supports, what we're doing is we're saving political power right now, prepping for our next change, which is probably just going to be a political advisor, because I think we're just winning the war. And we'll see who's available once we have 150 political power. What are the casualties? We've inflicted over 200k. They've inflicted like 50, 40. Historical is off, yeah. I don't play with historical unless I'm looking to do a specific challenge run. Tasso, you play with any mods? If I ever feel like it, then I will. You know, if I ever want to, then I will. But otherwise, I'm chilling. I refuse to go down the mod discussion rant this time. This is the happy tutorial game. The Panay incident. American and British gunboats were attacked by Japanese aircraft in separate actions today, while evacuating Western civilians from the front lines in the war between Japan and China. Despite being clearly marked as an American vessel, the USS Panay was hit by 2 bombs and sunk, with 3 Americans and 1 Italian citizen killed, and others wounded. In a separate attack on HMS Ladybird, 1 British sailor was killed. Both the American and British governments have issued strong protests. The incident highlights the increasing tension between the 3 foremost naval powers. How freaking dare you? Nothing's happening over there. Why are you giving me a naval update? Alright, so we're probably going to take down here and go to Almeria. Or Almeria? I don't know. We're pushing out of Madrid. One day we'll close this tiny little spot, even though we've flanked it on 4 sides. I don't know how they've held out so long there. At some point, if you felt like your attack was stalling, you could stop and replenish your plan attack prep bonus back up. Mine, however, is still looks like we're making progress, even though we're still losing some equipment, which we've got 4 factories on, so that'll slowly start to build the production efficiency up to our current cap of 70%. I feel like we're going. So I don't feel like I need to stop and regroup. I feel like we just need to keep the pressure on. Because when we stop to regroup, they also get to regroup. And they will get a bonus to entrenchment. So as long as we're continuing to attack them and put pressure on, they're not getting any time to entrench. So we're basically keeping them on their toes without allowing them the ability to set up any kind of defensive fortification. Japan took 1 state, Minkakuo took 2 states. Shanxi was annexed. What else is going on? Provisional Russian government and the Soviets are still fighting. Japan is still fighting. But yeah, a lot of this is just taking so long because we don't have offensive plan here. So I'm gonna go ahead and get an offensive plan for Granada. That'll be our next one, and we can just push the soft underbelly all the way down, and then we'll be right there outside of Sevilla. That'll be perfect. So we're trying to remember to use this is a Spanish Civil War specific thing. You don't have to do this in any of the other wars. It's just representing how difficult it is to fight street to street in Spain. So you have to actually plan offenses for different areas to make tangible progress there. So once this is removed in 8 days, we'll have less of a penalty to movement and fighting down here on the soft underbelly, and maybe we'll be able to sweep up and around. All right, we have 2 things we can do. 1, a doctrine. So we can another half-off doctrine with army XP, so we can either do disperse support or integrate a support. And these are mutually exclusive. So we have artillery and line, support and line gets plus defense and faster recovery rate, or line artillery is better at soft attack, and we have plus 5% coordination. It's pretty good. 5% coordination is pretty good. And then integrated is support companies get 25% soft attack, which is a high number, but support companies are quite small. And get plus 10 organization, which I'm actually not sure if that includes, like, I assume it's just their organization. And then they get another 25% soft and another plus 10 organization. So that's pretty cool for support companies. I think that's really neat. However, I'm going dispersed because A, I want to get thick line artillery, heavy defense, but mostly I really want 5% coordination. I think coordination wins battles. Support companies are awesome too. And buffing those support companies is nice. But this is only buffing the support companies. If you have a ton of support companies like I usually do, this is really good. But yeah, let's try this. Because I want to be stacked. Right now we're not stacked, but eventually I'm going to be stacked with line artillery. Let's put it like this, right? If you buff... you have to think about it in terms of actual quantity. If you're buffing the soft attack of a support company 25%, right? Let's think about this. If I have a single support arty, right? We are using 12 artillery units. So, hypothetically, if we're increasing that strength by 25%, it'd be as if we had 15 artillery instead of 12, right? Now, obviously, that is a 25% that applies to all of your support groups, however many you end up having. But if I'm buffing line artillery by 10%, line arty is 36 artillery units. So plus 10% of that is almost a plus 3.5. Or actually, it's almost a plus 4. It's like 3.8 or something. And if I have 2 line artillery, then it's like I have an extra almost 8 line arty on the defense, on the soft attack side of things. And then we're also buffing their defense as well. So if you're having thick line artillery, then the left side of that tree is pretty good. You just have to really lean into the line artillery. Like probably have more than 2 line artillery in the future. If you can stomach it with enough org. The organization will take some hits. But yeah, I think the support company one's very strong also. Oh, we have another government modification. So maybe it's time to finally get a political advisor. We got lifelong Carlist plus stability and daily support for unaligned. We have traditional theorist with the 15% PP gain. We have war support, and we have political power gain and improve relations. Let's go ahead and just invest in the PP gain. Plus 15%. And it's still 1938, so I think we'll make the political power back. But that'll let us choose, all these high command, theorists, more advisors, volunteer programs, export focuses, and all that. As it was 400 years ago, Spain must again be the defender of the Catholic faith. By extension, the common soldier must be the sword and shield of his faith and bear this sacred duty in mind, wherever his king might send him to fight. Modified Crusade Against Democracy with another plus 10% PP gain and plus 10% division recovery rate. Nice. That is good. That is good. All right, and we're going to go for the extra research slot now. Getting more research slots is a huge, huge update for our medium and long-term future. And typically what you'll want to do is sort of go to the research tree, or sorry, the national focus tree. And then if you look for what things, I don't really like clicking that button. I would rather just search for the word research slot. Which it ironically says is not found. Do we only get 4 research slots? Like, why is the word research not found? What? It's right there. He misspelled it. Oh, did I misspell it? Ah, I misspelled it. Okay, it's right there. It's right below. So, well, it's not right below. It's actually, like, off to the side. It looks like it's right below, but it's not. Requires adopt the 26 points, fuse the point. Yeah, okay, so that's not it at all. Typing is hard. It's over here. Okay, it's over there. So we can have up to 5 research slots. We have to go here, here. Settle the succession question is on the to-do list anyway after the Civil War ends. Basically, Civil War ends, boom, boom. We also have to get some infrastructure. So we got a lot of rebuilding to do. Also, look at how much we're pushing. Remember, we did the Granada Offensive? Suddenly, we're able to do Granada Offensive at full strength, and look how much faster the battles are going. 89, 90, 91, 92. These guys are already retreating. After the offensive has been planned, we capitalize, push. All right, and now I'm taking manual control. Because there's only one dude here. And we can move at full speed. I can run circles around them now. Watch as they collapse. Oops. Extend the front line, and some of our generals have some upgrades. So we're spending command power on upgrades. I don't really use command power that much. Let's do infantry expert, another plus 10% to offense.
Listo. Listo, señor.
I'm just sneaking in here.
Listo.
They might cut me off, but I think it's worth trying.
Listo.
Keep shifting.
Atención.
Wrap them up. Take the coast.
Listo.
Take the airfield.
Avancen.
I could just go for the capital, which is a little risky, but hilarious. A little risky.
Listo, señor.
I'll go ahead and engage that guy to slow him down. And we're just going to walk into Sevilla and see if we can end the war. We'll pause for a sec. Improved infantry equipment. Why not have another 5% soft attack for the boys? It's 1938, yeah? So let's get 1938 research speed bonus of 5%. And we got support weapons too, so we're stronger than ever. Another 5% defense and offense for infantry. And I'm gonna go ahead and take Decimetric radar for the plus 1% coordination. And building radar in the future will be nice as well. Hey, I took the capital. Oops.
Avancen.
The Swaraj movement makes gains in provincial elections. British civil servants woke to a rude shock this morning as the results of the recent provincial elections came in. It's clear now that a large majority of Indians have given their votes to pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule as quickly as possible. A spokesman for the British government stressed that now is not the time to discuss such measures, and that any transfer of further authority to Indians was out of the question. The British will never stand for it. They are at 88% towards capitulation right now. Almost 300,000 casualties to our 57,000 casualties. We have 67k manpower, and we're still about 2,000 guns in the hole, which honestly is not that bad compared to look at their orange bars on all their forces. Whittled down to almost nothing. They're really struggling right now. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick BRB, and then we're gonna wrap up this civil war and see what comes next. I think we're just look at those beautiful green numbers. Carl is winning, and chat's dreams are about to come true. Seeing Carlist Spain rise to the throne. By the way, Zent, thank you for the 2 years, dude. Appreciate the tier 1 sub. Welcome a few minutes ago. Sorry I missed you. But thanks for slubbing. I hope you guys are having a nice Thursday. I'll be right back. So while I'm gone, listen to this. I gotta take the doggo out. I need to get a snack, stretch my legs so I don't die gamer death, and then let's win a civil war, man. Thanks for watching tonight on the surprise not planned stream, but we're streaming anyway. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Chat, how you doing? Catch my breath. I did some squats. I should do some more squats. Hey, WB, bro. Bro, what up, bro? WB. Goob. You guys feeling good today? You feeling nice? You made it to Friday. You got one more day to the weekend. What are you guys playing right now? Where are you gaming? Let's see what. Take the chat survey. Warhammer, Isaac, Dominions. I have karaoke tomorrow. That's not what I asked. Crusader, Crusader Kings, Dwarf, X4, City Skylines, Stationeers. Your main screen. Wow, I'm honored. CK3 crashed. CDDA. Academia. Like My Hero? Farthest Frontier. Is that 1.0 yet? I'm waiting for Farthest Frontier to... It's not 1.0, is it? I'm trying to wait. Farthest Frontier is the coolest Banished-like I've played. But I don't want to play it again until it's ready. I liked it a lot. Still bashing my brain over Vicky 3. Why? Why? Bash your brain on Hearts of Iron instead. Space Haven. Eve. Ostfront. That game looks cool. Valheim. I got ice cream. Cool. I hate ice cream. Just kidding, it's aight. I'm escaping Tarkov. There's one of them. Get that guy. Planet Crafter. Is that done yet? I want to play Planet Crafter again, too. Hearts of Iron. EU4. EU4. Brotato's cool. War Hospital. What music is on this right now? Okay, we're getting to the ones we have to skip soon, I think. Dyson Sphere. Still? Tiny Rogues looks kind of cool. Anyway, I hope you guys are having fun with whatever you're playing. We are gearing up to finish the Spanish Civil War. We have a couple extra factories, which we're going to use to start producing some armored trains. I just want one factory on armored trains at all times, because it's going to take a while for that production efficiency to spool up. And we're going to need those for infrastructure, and we need to start making trucks as well. So this is a little bit more forward thinking. These are not going to help us immediately, especially when they're this inefficient. But you might see me moving these around, and it's not just visual. The higher one of these things is on the list, the more it will prioritize getting resources. So all of these seem to take steel. So if we were ever short of steel, it would distribute the steel highest to lowest. So this is your priority list as much as it is a visual help, if that makes sense. And we're assigning future dockyards to be used. The gray means that it's sort of reserved. So if this cruiser hull finishes, it's only got one dockyard working on it right now, but once it finishes, that dockyard will start helping this one, and this one will have two, and then these two will help this one, until eventually we have a bunch of dockyards on the same item. Similarly, if I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna need a fifth factory on infantry, a third on support, and a second on towed, you can go ahead and queue those up. So that if you do get those factories, they'll automatically be assigned. You don't have to micromanage it as much, which is cool. All right, back to war. Back to war. We backdoored their new capital, Sevilla, and we are moving in fast here. We are moving in real fast, and I think we're just gonna have, like, land. Each time we take some land, they lose more resolve and get closer to capitulation, and they are about to hit their breaking point because they have their third capital, Cordoba, here. And we are moving fast because of the war planning, and we've got them locked down. We took Madrid, and we're pushing past Toledo.
Listo.
We've got up to the river on this side, which is very nice. They've almost got a pocket right here. It's really hard for them to defend that, though it does take a lot of troops for us to hold this entire line.
Fuego enemigo.
All right, and this is where we kind of just need to, like, stabilize, because we just did some real rapid moves. And we want to look back over here at some places where we know that they're going to be weaker, and see if we have, like, some good flanks. Now, there's another thing to be concerned with, and there's a visual representation of this as well, which is forts. So we want to make sure that we're not attacking, like, super heavily fortified areas. Like, this fort could be a couple things. Let's see if we can find out what it actually is. It looks like it's a level 2 land fort. So if there are land forts, we'll find that info by clicking on the tile. But you can also see a visual, which is a nice reminder. And that's a 15% defense penalty, or offense penalty for us for every level that they have. So it's going to be harder to attack Granada, right? So we probably want to avoid land forts. But something like this should be pretty easy if we just go 1, 2, 3. I'm going to peel one guy off at this battle. Start a different one. I honestly can't believe they're still fighting. The Mountainous Republic of Dagestan declared war on the Soviet Union. Best of luck and Godspeed, Dagestan. Every time the provisional Russian government civil war happens in the Soviet Union, this also happens. And it's kind of hilarious because they declare civil war, then they die. And then another one, and then they die. But yeah, look at our landmass now. So it really should be any time now. 90%, that's it? They're 92% toward capitulation.
Seguimos atacando.
How is this guy allowed to be here?
Firme.
Okay, like, come on, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is this dude on this side of the river allowed to be there, for real? Sometimes you gotta go and take matters into your own hands. And then
Atención.
these guys are so weak, their strength is so low. Their organization's high, but their strength is low, so we'll win those battles as well. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats demanding they submit to complete military occupation. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania will now be rolled in a personal union under King Vittorio Emmanuel III. Italy looks to the Balkans. But yeah, I don't think I can cut off the throat of this little pocket here. They've got some higher strength units down here. Have an army consist of a certain number of veteran divisions. 15?
Por ellos.
Oh, dude, look at our troops. Oh my god. They're all level 5 super veterans with like a handful of exceptions. That's a plus 75% modifier in combat. So a veteran combat troop is worth 1.75 normal combat troops. So they're fighting well above their pay grade. Even the seasoned ones are plus 50%. They've just been fighting for so long, dude. No one's below seasoned.
Por ellos.
Giga Chads. They're threatening to retake Sevilla. There were actually forts here. Level 2 land fort. Level 3 land fort. So we're getting the benefit of those land forts now, even though we didn't build those forts, which is hilarious. All right, we're still doing the preparing offensive cooldown, so there's not much we can do there. Construction 2, 10% faster build speed, and it's May 1938. And we're doing both of these from 1938. We got both the infantry ones from 38. We could do logistics or field hospitals. Or we could just catch up on our... Actually, we are caught up on artillery. All right, sure. Let's research field hospitals. I feel like because the Civil War is so bloody, it wouldn't be bad if we're planning on going to war in the future to have some field hospitals, since we're already hemorrhaging a lot of the population of Spain in the Civil War. So let's learn how field hospitals work. But yes, this would be an awesome pocket if we could encircle these guys. We're having to fight for every inch right now. I was hoping we would have won the war before we got the extra research slot, but they're proving stubborn. Like, they're very much losing. They're just not losing fast enough. All right, I think another civilian factory just finished. We made a couple in Catalonia. I say let's just build another one because the 80% infrastructure is already there. We don't want to build infrastructure right now, though. Oh, we have 15 civilian factories. Oh, oh, that's pretty good. So for Spain's future, I'm probably going to want to get 30 civilian factories at least that we can use to build. And there will be other ways to do that that don't involve us manually building them one after the other. Abkhazia has declared war on the provisional Russian government. Godspeed to you. I don't know where that is. Here? Yeah. Interesting. All right, this song. That song is dead to me. All right, where am I? Hate that song. Endless war, pump it. They're at over 300,000 casualties. Those gifted with superior intellectual faculties should be given the resources they need to best serve the country in ways the troops cannot. +1 research slot. Incredible. How long do I think this is going to go on? Do we start industrializing now? I think we need to finish the war. Battle rights. Attack, defense, and recovery rate. Sure. We're gonna do that anyway. In the event that we're somehow still at war in 70 days, then that'll benefit us right now.
Por ellos!
Hello, GDB. I'm already one step ahead of you. I've already handled it. Chad, what did you eat for dinner tonight? What was your food? The fall of Nanjing, the capital of the Republic of China. Nanjing has been occupied by the Empire of Japan. Despite fierce resistance from the walled city's Chinese defenders, Japanese troops managed to capture Zhongshan Gate and fought their way into the city. Sporadic gunfire can still be heard, and several fires are raging in different parts of the city, but most surviving Chinese forces have either withdrawn or been captured. Along with the capture of Shanghai, this is a significant victory for Japan. Wow. They're going. I feel like they're moving fast. They're moving real fast. All right, what did chat say? Chat said a lot of things. Hold on. Let's document this. What did chat say? Lots of things. French dip, Chinese food, chicken, lasagna, lots of tacos, BBQs, chicken noodles, fish and chips sounds good. toast. You still hungry, Johnny? Spicy soup, pass. Turkey and roast beef, I'll have it. Leftover pizza, I want like a gourmet hot dog. I just watched the, me and Alice just watched the Gordon Ramsay Kitchen Nightmares new season episode where they have the hot dog place and they make the grossest, most terrible, disgusting hot dogs ever in New Jersey. And it's like, I think it's called like Max's or something like that. And it's this old, like almost 100-year-old place that's been on the Jersey Shore for a long, long time. And he has to go in there and help them make gourmet hot dogs, and it's so funny. Dude, the new season of Kitchen Nightmares is actually legit. I've been enjoying it a lot. I haven't watched all the other American seasons. It's a lot more watchable now, I feel like. I still wish they didn't bleep it. Like, I'm a grown adult watching a streaming service. I can handle the uncensored version. It's still going? Yeah, he came back and did a new season. I think there was a hiatus. Philly cheesesteak. Tomato vegetable pasta, alright. Bag of pistachios for your whole dinner? Corned beef and mozzarella sandwiches. Cajun. Chicken, broccoli, and mac and cheese. Sounds good. Taco Bell, I'll take it. But yeah, they had to... He had to go and help them with a new recipe for hot dogs, which is so funny to me. The hot dogs were disgusting. Hold on. I wonder if I can produce a picture. Okay. Here you go. Here you go. Oh my god, WebP, please. I will simply take a screenshot of the WebP. It's so sad that that's the easiest way to do this. He picked it up with the fork, and every time they would bring him another hot dog, because it's a hot dog restaurant, so he ordered like 2 or 3 hot dogs. And every time they had like a crack deeper than the Grand Canyon, all the way like a crevasse down the middle of the hot dog. And it was like oozing. I've enjoyed watching that a lot. Anyway, I digress. Gordon Ramsay cursing makes half the shows. That looks so gross. Yeah, and it's so funny because like most of the episodes are Gordon Ramsay coming in and doing therapy for these groups of friends or family or former family who hate each other's guts but don't have the balls to say their feelings and cope with the situation. And it's surprisingly weighted toward people who just hate each other. And usually there's someone that's at fault, but like the last couple episodes, kind of everyone sucks if you think about it. I would love to watch like Kitchen Nightmare. I wish that the Amazon Prime video sharing thing where you can watch with chat was better, because it'd be fun to watch some of those other Kitchen Nightmares with chat. I would love that, actually. But even if they were on Prime, you still have to have Prime to even watch the stream, so that gets kind of annoying. The Kitchen Nightmare interventions go so hard. I agree. Kitchen Nightmares is an iconic show. It's iconic. I love watching it. I love just watching it, pausing, and like analyzing the situation, because it gets wild. All right, 1938. We have a new research slot. So we can do with that what we will. And at this point, we're sort of like doing everything that we really need to do in the most immediate future. So this is kind of like a free space, I would say. This is kind of a free space. So we have two choices, really. We could start focusing on air, which we're gonna need, or we can start focusing on naval, which we're gonna need. Because I believe our line ends with conquering the United States. So when you start thinking long-term about the Navy, we already are blessed with 1936 hulls. So that saves us quite a lot of research. The cruisers are already researched. Submarines are researched. You know, some major things. So I probably want, like, to start researching depth charge throwers to get rid of submarines, and then sonar. So let's just start researching a ship thing. Why not? Let's learn.
Listo. Atención.
All right, this guy, how big is this? 1 to 5? He's pretty small.
Fuego enemigo.
Soviet Union annexed the mountainous Republic of Dagestan. I'm sure you did your best. But yeah, this is a tiny division, 1 to 5, so small. So you can mouse over those, get a little bit of intel. Taking one and then like going that way, because if we can get to Cordoba, it's GG. If we get Cordoba, it's GG. Oh, we can go ahead and do, is there another offensive, or is it just Sevilla? It might be just Sevilla, so we'll go ahead and get that one done. Indian calls for independence have intensified lately. Now things have come to a head as the radical Quit India movement has called for the UK to leave the country as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react, however, and have cracked down on the movement, arresting several leaders in dawn raids on homes across India. Reports prepared by Special Branch indicate that many sympathizers are still at large, however, and many in the civil service have expressed fears that more extremist elements of the movement may even resort to violence. Not violence. Also, look at this spot we just took. We are surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a little dangerous here, to be honest. The Anschluss of Austria. After a successful coup d'etat by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and have taken control of the country. No fighting has been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at the Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich, if that is what they wish. Czechoslovakia, fear intensifies in the maw of the unicorn dragon. Look, it's like a horn. Okay, anyway, never mind. All right, we're gonna go ahead and pause and do like a this, you know, a little bit of that.
Listo, señor.
Because this dude, once they figure out that this dude's surrounded and they all push over here. Oh, you absolute hero. The encirclement of Granada is being witnessed. One unit pops and the other one is cracking like a nut. All right, how is that not capitulation, dude? I don't know how that's not capitulation. They're gone. They don't have anything left. The Republic of Ukraine declared war on the Soviet Union. If I were you, I would have waited a little longer, but okay. Good luck. Godspeed. Poland is like, thank God. Like, the Soviet Union is locked in war with the Provisional Russian government. The problem is, fighting in this area sucks. Both sides are probably strapped for supplies. There's no resources. So the Soviet Union actually has quite a lot of ability to respond to this. Salute. Another tile. We're closing in, chat. We're closing in. They are 96% toward capitulation. I don't understand how that's even as high as it is. I would just think it'd be like 99. Because we got them on the run. We got these dudes on the run. They have no more strength. They're at like 10% strength, and we're about to take their next cap, the third capital. I think this is too generous. We have so many victory points. The game just does not want Karl to win. All right, it's over. We're on across the river from Cordoba. What's weird is we've never been able to push up here. And I'm not really sure why. We have some attrition, but like, I feel like the battles here don't move. We have 24-6 combat width. And it feels like they just don't move. We have people on the other side of the river, which cancels the river crossing penalties. All right, this is way too generous. How have they not capitulated, bro? How have they not capitulated? All right, we can do another government modification. We're gonna need conscription. I think export focus is fine. This is giving us construction speed, research speed, factory output, dockyard output, all those things. If we really wanted to... All right, this song, you gotta go too. This song, you gotta go. Gotta go. All right, fine. What was I gonna do? Oh, research. Or, sorry, resources. We do have spare resources right now. We're about to tap into all of Spain's resources. There is a temptation to change export focus to free trade to get even more construction, research, factory, and resources to market means more people will be buying our resources and we'll get their civilian factories. So anytime we're exporting resources, like right now we're extracting 104 steel. You can see where those resources are on the map. Because of our laws, we're exporting 52 out of that 104, 50%. And of that, we still have 28 left for export. So nobody's actually buying all of our steel right now. So for that reason, I don't think it's worth going full export. But if the steel was in high demand, they're trading us civilian factories that we're able to use for building. And so that sometimes is worth it for that. But in our case, it's probably worth it for a different advisor or an industrial concern. Industrial concern is nice because we can choose like a research speed bonus. I usually prefer to get the industrial research bonus of 15%. Which is good because it'll buff... Here's the thing. I've still never understood if the 15% to industrial... It should be everything on this page. But there is a subsection of the industry page that's also called industry. So one thing I need to be tutorialized on... This just says industrial research plus 15%, but this buffs synthetic and industrial. And this buffs electronics. And electronics is not engineering, it's only electronic engineering, not atomic. So there's already a different one that is only referring to a subset. And I don't really remember if industrial research includes production. But I feel like I always pick that one. Let's just be different and get electronics research speed. And the reason why electronics is good is because we are currently researching computing and decimetric, and we're going to be constantly researching these, and they usually take a very long time, and we're going to need boat fire control systems. And you can do one of these every year, so you'll at least take advantage of that every year. I don't know. I think it's probably fine either way. Depends on your needs, and you can always replace it later. All right, just give up.
Sí, señor.
Honestly, just surrender.
Sí, señor.
Let's just make one final offensive line for this stubborn Republican Spain group and launch. The United Kingdom disavows appeasement. In a public statement today, the new British Prime Minister Winston Churchill has announced the new government's intention to steer away from the course of appeasement their predecessors had loyally maintained. In no uncertain terms, Churchill made it clear that the UK's aim is to, quote, put a halt to the march of tyranny wherever it may rear its ugly head. Whether the threat of war will serve to halt expansionism of certain nations remains to be seen, but already recruitment programs are well on their way in the UK, lending credence to their statements. Bro. 99% toward capitulation. Just die already. Kalmykia declared war on the provisional Russian government. Who cares? Cordoba's ours. It's over! Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have finally defeated their Phalangist and Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage a guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local Carlist control in previously Republican areas, it is unlikely further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. The bravery and fanaticism of the Carlist Riquetes were key in securing their victory, and this same high morale characterizes the Spanish post-war rebuilding effort. With the war over, however, many Carlists impatiently await when their efforts are rewarded and the rightful Carlist claimant will at last ascend to the Spanish throne. Okay, la guerra ha terminado. Okay. Delete the Nacionalista template. Okay, we lose a lot of templates that were specific to the Civil War, so our armed forces are shrinking dramatically. Remove death before surrender, which increased our surrender limit. Gains recovering from the Civil War, which grants consumer goods factories factor 20%, construction speed down, factory output down, dockyard output down, join factions harder. Oof. Madrid, Catalonia, Valencia, and 10 others. State is no longer a core of Carlist Spain. Initialize resistance activity. That's also really harsh. That means that there's a bunch of states that do not acknowledge us as their true leaders. And we have a claim on Gibraltar. Because why not? All right, Spain has been annexed. We get all their stuff. And this is the troops that we're left with.
Listo.
These are what we got left. Also, Pump It, nice first message from Nox Psychic. What up? Okay, chat, the war is done. We're stuck with this stupid flag forever. You know what this flag looks like, chat? It looks like somebody took a white bedsheet and laid over on it two. You ever use those long plastic strips with the teeth on the side that you push into the bathtub drain to pull out hair? And you shove that snake down into the pipe and you pull it out and it gets all the gunk and hair out? Some of you know what I'm talking about. That's so specific, but yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. Bathtub air snake. These guys right here. Damn, WebP. Why are you like this? I gotta take a screenshot of this. This guy. Anyway, okay. That's what our flag looks like. Easily remove hair from your government. Very true. Okay, we're actually going to condense all of our troops. We only have 18 divisions now. We got a lot of work to do. Okay?
Atención.
So what we're going to do is find who the weakest... We got so many different units, it can be a bit confusing. So we have some that are just 3. We have some that are many more. Nice. And we have the God troops. Okay. So I'm going to take the super weenies and put them in their own group. And give them... Honestly, probably this dude. Dude, we got a level 5 general now because of the Civil War. We have some incredible generals. All right, but anyway, I know this guy's a cavalry officer. We're going to need to hire a new field commander, basically. So one thing that we can do is go to Officer Corps and look at my officers. And these are people that are currently serving in the divisions. And some of them are like gamers, to be honest. And you can even give them citations for bravery and stuff, but I don't have enough political power for that. So I'm going to just hire... We have 200 command power, so I'm going to spend 30 of that to create a new general. Okay, and then that guy came in at level 2. He's an infantry officer, 2221. That's how you get more generals. So I'm going to hire him.
Atención.
Put him in this army group with all the weenies, who are like my weakest units. And then this is going to be my garrison. We're going to use area defense to defend like North Africa, my islands, the Canaries over here. Yeah. And I just want them to defend ports right now. Okay? Then everybody else is going to get like an area defense of the coast, I guess. I don't know. We don't have enough divisions, as you might be able to tell. All right, there we go. So, look, we're going to pause that, okay? I know you like it, but I waited until the song was over. I need to be able to focus on what's going on, because we got some business to attend. Number 1, decimetric radar is opening us up to a new decision that needs to be made. Are we going to go full bore into boats? Are we going full bore into boats? Are there other support companies I'm going to need? Probably. We need military police, right? Yeah. Military police is 100% what we need. And I'm going to use political power to research that one faster. So we're going to use our support equipment manufacturer. There's another thing I need to do that I should have done this a long time ago if you've got the latest DLC. So this is something I just forgot because it's still new. But we could have been using our military industrial organization of our choice to produce our weapons. If you don't have the latest DLC, then this doesn't exist in your game. And if we click that, then it'll start using that organization and gaining experience for them. But we'll start that now, and it's fine. And then we'll do support equipment with the support manufacturer. And then as those level up, they'll unlock different perks that we can take advantage of. We have an artillery manufacturer. We have an automotive manufacturer. And then we have some boat manufacturers. And I don't know which of these two I actually want, so we're going to hold off on that. But yeah, I need to do those. Now we're going to start thinking about training people, but we need more manpower first, and we're also going to need some more equipment. So we actually have a surplus of guns now, trucks, support, some trains, no fighters or naval bombers, which reminds me, I'm going to find my Air Force and, like, disband all the air wings, because it's just annoying me, and they're stupid. Okay, that looks good. Now we have a new thing that we need to learn, which is garrisons. So because we just won the war, much of Spain does not regard us as like the rightful ruler per se. Most people say, sure, you're the boss. But there's a lot of places now that are going to start forming resistance. And this is where we have to learn about garrisons. And it looks as though, if we take a look at our occupied territories, that it's chosen Division de Caballeria for our default garrison, which is good, because those are our horsies. And oh my god, there are a lot of horsies. 24 combat with horsies, in fact. There was going to be so much suppression that I don't think there will be a problem. But then again, it is going to take a lot of troops to make that happen. So you usually want cavalry to be your garrisons because they have a stat called suppression more so than regular infantry. And this is their ability to suppress local resistance. So more horses equals more suppression. And if you have more suppression, you don't have to worry about them rebelling as much. So we can kind of combo who's garrisoning. And you can see that we need 5,000 infantry equipment for this. So we don't have that. So right now there's not even like a garrison because those forces are so large. So what we really want to do is like create our own. Hopefully you have some army XP by this point. And I can just choose one of my unused division templates.
Sí, señor.
Like, who's this?
Firme.
Oh, man. We have, which one is this? Brigada de Infanteria. Infanteria. And there's only one dude who has this template, and they kind of suck. So a lot of these people are going to lose their veterancy because we're going to change their division template because they're very weak. They're very strong, like they're elite, but they don't have that many people. So I'm just going to pick... Like, I could create a new template, but that's kind of tough. Let me see. What happens if I duplicate the horses? And then it costs me... the reason I don't want to just remove them from this division is because it costs me a lot of army XP to remove these. Which is rough. But then again, it does have a ridiculous amount of cavalry anyways right there. To the point where it's almost unusable. So... this is gonna have to do. So what I want is about 6 cav, just to start out with. Because 6 cavalry is about 6,500 manpower. So right now the current division is like 12,000 manpower or something crazy, and that's why we're short so many divisions. And then we don't need these to have a recon, but I'm going to leave that there. And what we want to do is add military police, but we haven't unlocked that yet. Duplicate cavalry division and remove the support group for your garrison. What is that word that you just wrote? Did you just write a word in another language? Conconnaissance is not a word, as far as I know. But that was a good attempt at creating one from scratch. You can just create new and add 1 cav for 5 army XP. Yeah, but it'll come out to the same amount, chat. So we may as well use an existing one. All right, this is the part where we don't let chat bog us down in the tutorial phase too much. Because you're kind of just like skinning a cat a different way. Not that I'd never condone skinning a cat. But it's going to cost us 40 out of 49 XP to remove the recon. And we need 10 to add military police. So we just have to gain 0.38 more. But yeah, it's probably better this way. And we're just going to rename this the Garrison Division. They got the horse icon. All right. And let's just save it. Army XP is there to be spent. Okay, now we have that. We're going to go back to the occupied territories and change it to the garrison. And that one we will edit. So this one still exists, but it has 24 combat width, which is a little on the crazy side. But yeah, if we went to the division designer and created an empty space, it would still cost us 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would still cost us 30, so it would literally be the same amount, except we wouldn't have to remove the reconnaissance. So it would save us 10, I guess, to create a new one, which is kind of like a fault in the game, actually. All right. So it would save us 10 from not removing the reconnaissance, but otherwise it'd be the same. Okay, anyway. That's the main thing we needed to do. Now, they're going to fill those divisions. Current equipment ratio is 100% and manpower is 99%. It looks good. But also we have to change the government type. Right now it defaults to military governor, which has big reduction to resistance. But also they are not cooperating. We want them to cooperate. So what I'm going to do is kind of start at civilian oversight and work my way backwards. So if they start to act up, we put a local police force in. If that doesn't quell unrest, we put secret police in, and we just kind of crawl down the list, right? But we also have more factories now. And if they become more compliant, we'll get access to even more of their factories and resources, and maybe we'll be able to core them again. And then that'll get us full control. But let's see how many civilian factories we currently have. We got about 19 to play with, so I want to get to 30. So I'm just going to focus on building civilian factories for a bit. And then we're really going to go to town. I want to have 30 that we're using for construction at any given time. But this is still a huge step forward, because we had like 6, and now we have 19. So it's time to rebuild Spain, chat. Everything's green here. It's time to rebuild. Did your economy go back to pre-war? Nope. Stays war economy, which is why I said it was so good earlier. Battle rights. Warfare in defense of our nation is a sacred duty. Our chaplains will accompany the soldiers on the battlefield and administer the last rites on the spot for any who give the ultimate sacrifice for king and faith, ensuring all are rewarded in heaven. So I did this just in case we were still at war, because it was going pretty slow, but we finally cracked it open. So this is just going to help us in future wars, attack, defense, and recovery rate. Now, we need to focus on the succession question, right? That's a big one. But also, we need to industrialize. So what do we need to do first? In my opinion, infrastructure's great. But I think let's go ahead and settle the succession question, because that's also stability up. and it's sort of why we fought the war in the first place. And 3 civilian factories is nice, but it's really not gonna, like, make or break Spain right now. So let's figure out who's supposed to sit at the throne. All right, and see, if you've been playing Spain yourself and you're a new player, you can breathe a deep sigh of relief. The war's over, you did it. Now, nobody's gonna touch you unless ahistorical France or Portugal does something crazy. And you can sit back, learn how to industrialize, build up your forces, unite an awesome nation. Like, Spain has a lot of potential, high ceiling. And you can spend a while, like, min-maxing that, while everybody else breaks themselves all around you. And the rest of the campaign kind of goes at your pace. So for all intents and purposes, you've sort of won at this point, and anything else after that is sort of up to you. But obviously there's a lot more stuff for us to do. A lot more stuff. But you did it. You did the hardest part. Everything else is cake by comparison. Other than the fact that for some reason I just lost all of my military factories. Chat, where do my military factories go? They took them away, I guess, because we lost cores. I would assume. Yeah, it's because we lost cores on all of these. We had them with cores, and we need to build compliance without. So it just updated at the beginning of the new month. So it was giving us the benefit of those factories until 1st of September rolled over, and then it updated. But yeah, I see resistance going up slightly, so we're just gonna go to local police force, which is minus 15% resistance. And then once we're done researching military police, we're gonna add those. So to add military police, we still need 1 more army XP. So what we're gonna do to build army XP is select our armed forces and have them do a little training. I know it seems redundant, we just had a civil war, that's plenty of training, but we're gonna start army exercises. This will consume equipment while gaining army experience, and also trains them, but they don't need to be trained. We're just doing it so that we can try and get that last army XP. Hungary has joined the Axis. German demands for the Sudeten territory in Czechoslovakia, which is home to a considerable German minority, have intensified. At a summit held in Munich, Germany, Britain, France, and Italy sought to find a diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudeten crisis. Czechoslovakia was not invited to attend. An agreement was reached in which Germany annexes the Sudetenland, but will not pursue any further territorial gains in Europe. Mr. Chamberlain spoke to crowds in London. For the second time, a prime minister has returned from Germany bringing peace with honor. I believe it is peace for our time. Wait, what? Why did Mr. Chamberlain say that? They've already got Churchill in office, and he said that they would not be pursuing any appeasement whatsoever. And now they're giving up the Sudetenland. And Czechoslovakia was like, okay. Very weird. Hungary renounces the Treaty of Trianon. In a public declaration, Miklos Horthy has renounced a treaty imposed by the Allied powers after the Great War. Signed by the Hungarians under protest in 1920, it greatly reduced the country's size and limited the strength of its military. In his speech, Miklos Horthy already hinted that Hungary may soon look toward reaffirming their claims on their territories, taken from them 2 decades ago. They are meddling with the world order. Okay, well, it's going to take a while for us to spool things up, isn't it? I'm just going to have to watch the average resistance numbers until things cool off. Compliance is going to be huge for this stuff. All right, it's already skyrocketing. All right, secret police it is then. It's going up a little too fast. We were on military governor before. Maybe that was better. But what's really nice about these is they require fewer manpower from you. We don't have a lot to spare, so it's going to be hard to keep these occupied. But settling the king is probably going to help. Field hospitals. All right, we're going to hold on to that. We understand the technology, but we're not ready to use it yet. I say let's get ahead of the curve on resources and maybe start an excavation. Like one on excavation is probably good. We're going to dedicate multiple to boats in order to start fielding a navy. We're going to have a lot of space for dockyards, which is nice. 4 research slots is cool. The decisions tree is very simplified. We're saving our political power probably for another advisor at this point. Refineries for the Navy? One day, but what Navy? I need to build, you know, we got 10 civilian factories. I think building a refinery now is very cart before horse. We don't even have dockyards. We have like 7, 8, 9 dockyards, and we're already net surplus on fuel. Mexican Republic was annexed. RIP Mexican Republic. We will have to be the sole defenders of Christianity around the globe. Also, the Soviet War. They've got a few places where they're not having too much fun. Why is the provisional Russian government getting that territory? I guess that's how it works. But yeah, we're going to have to work on securing our cores first and slowing the resistance. I guess I'll just do military governor, but we're going to need to up manpower soon. So our next priority is going to be spending political power on a limited conscription. Expand the Requetes. Also would have increased that. What's weird is this doesn't make any sense. Why can't we pick expand the Requetes? At least 70 days since Crusade Against Democracy has been modified. It's been... Has it not been 70 days? Was it just modified? The Kingdom of Lithuania. On June 4th, 1918, Wilhelm Karl von Jurek was democratically elected King of Lithuania with overwhelming support. However, interference from the German Empire meant that the referendum was declared null and Lithuania was never united with her king. In spite of this, the president of Lithuania has today abolished his own office and declared King Mindaugas III as head of state of the new Kingdom of Lithuania. With Antanas Smetona now serving as Lithuania's prime minister, the nation has become an absolute monarchy, and it would seem that a new wave of Lithuanian patriotism and jingoism is spreading throughout the nation. Okay, but yeah, we got 0 manpower. We're gonna fix that. We're getting 1.3. We're getting actually a really good amount of political power per day because of our political advisor and the Crusade Against Democracy are giving us a 25% boost, which is huge. And we're going to be going 4x speed here soon. We got 10 army XP, so I'm going to stop exercises and go 4x. Passive sonar. All right, passive sonar. We're going to do some depth charge throwers as well. And let's see how we settle the succession question. I probably should look ahead at what we're going to be meddling with. Yep. The Carlist cause is split between camps supporting different claims to the throne. Alfonso Carlos, the Carlist heir, died without issue late 1936, but not before appointing Xavier of Bourbon-Parma as his heir. However, there are who's... Who? What? Okay, hold on. Paradox moment. However, there are those who instead support the claim of the old exiled constitutional king, Alfonso XIII. So we got 10% stability. So we're back to 55 from 3. From 3. With the death of the childless Alfonso Carlos, the Carlist line has been extinguished, and as a result, a split has emerged in the Carlist movement. There are those who would support the claim of the successor appointed by Alfonso Carlos himself, Xavier of Bourbon-Parma, but he has no dynastic claim. Others would rather support the claim of the exiled king, Alfonso XIII, who, despite being a scion of the traitorous line descended from Isabella II, does have a dynastic claim. If this question is not handled swiftly, it may well cause our support to fracture into squabbling camps. Okay, so let's see what that chooses first, right? So this is a succession issue. Dictator for life requires Francisco Franco is the current country leader. Requires adopted 26 points. Okay, so we can never go down that path anyways. Since I've never played Carlist before, I'm curious if which king... Does that affect any of these? Or is this just flavor? Because it doesn't seem... It seems like I can take either of these without any restrictions. They just have different traits? Okay, well in that case, it's sort of just like look it up ahead of time if you really care. Bourbon King unlocks some unique stuff if France also goes Bourbon Monarchist. And this is also very Hearts of Iron, is you just have to play and sometimes things will work out and you can do it again if not. So what's the benefit of Alfonso XIII? Let's see. I'll just look it up. Okay, I looked up Hearts of Iron 4 Alfonso XIII. The first response is, as Carlist, pick Xavier over Alfonso. That's all. That's the first response. Rip Alfonso. Okay, Alfonso gets Disgraced Monarch, which gives him minus 10% stability and minus 5% consumer goods. So minus 5% consumer goods is fine. But it ain't much, and also they changed how those modifiers work recently, I'm pretty sure. And then Xavier gets plus 10% stability. It seems like no contest unless they've changed this. So Xavier shall become our new king. Okay. Next. Since we haven't cored these territories, There's actually a lot of good stuff here. This is good. New decisions, and you can start coring states. The sooner we can core states, the better, but we're going to need political power. It's going to take 140 days to get there, though. All right, let's start restoring the monarchy immediately so we can core the states, then. Also, it'll probably accelerate getting the king on the throne so we can get that stability bonus. The stability bonus is improving factory output, dockyard output, also reducing consumer goods factory need. Uzbekistan is declaring war on the Soviet Union. Chaos! Combat on all sides! Actually, except for Nenetsia, who's at war with the provisional Russian government. Well, the Soviets, Poland has a buffer state now. It's going to be Kingdom of Poland versus the German Reich without having to worry about the Soviets. So that's going to be interesting. Computing machines! Developing a groundwork for modern computers. 5% to all research forevermore. And it's almost 1939. Since it's 1939 almost, I'm going to get ahead on concentrated industry. Small ahead of time penalty that I think is worth taking. 20% more max factories in each state is huge. Factory output's huge. Normally I do dispersed industry, but I think Spain's a good candidate for concentrated. Which king did Poland choose? Karl Albrecht. The Dominion of Australia seeks distance from the Commonwealth. In a speech this morning, Prime Minister John Curtin announced the Australian government's dedication to growth and stability as an oceanic state. This means looking to new shores other than those of Britain's Europe, as the Australian people can no longer bear the weight of foreign conflict on their shoulders. In a direct reference to the King's speech at the open of the last Parliament, John Curtin hit the point home by stating, "Never another Gallipoli!" The rapturous cheers from the crowds indicate a new era of Australian politics has begun, and where it will end, the world can only speculate. All right, 150 PP, and it's time for us to start recruiting. Limited conscription because we just can't be at 0 manpower. I would love to get some more political advisors, but we're currently volunteer only, and we need to start some actual limited conscription and build that manpower number up. So it's going to hit 2.5% of our total population. So we're at our eligible population's 21 million, so we're able to mobilize about 2.5% of that 21 million. And we just got military police. So the benefit of these guys is we can go to our garrison template that we just used in maintaining our states that we're occupying, that are still Spain, but they don't listen to us yet. And if we throw in some military police, we're getting a wonderful 20% suppression bonus. So all of our horses go from 12 suppression with 6 horse units to 14.4. And they have some other benefits as well now, even if they're in combat, like recovery rate. So there's an important thing here, if we're doing a tutorial stream, that I need to explain about garrisons. So let's go ahead and... We're primarily doing the military police here just for their suppression bonus, which will help bring this resistance down. And the important thing is, your garrison troops are imaginary. They do need manpower, and they do need supplies. But what they don't need, you don't have to physically train them. So I don't need to train any divisions to go in the garrison. The garrison is automatically taken from your stockpiles and reserves, and it's sort of like only seen in this menu. And it's a common new player mistake. Be like, oh, I need like 30,000 dudes in my garrison. I guess I'll train some troops. Wait a second, why are they just sitting there? Is it working? You don't have to actually physically train them. They just go. So depending on who you pick, it just fills in from your reserves. Yeah, that was a change way back when. And it was a really good one. All right, since it's almost 1939, let's continue to pump our industry because we're trying to catch up now. It's industrialized Spain time, so production efficiency cap 1939 tech's good. And we're off. That is so good to know. Hey, I'm glad it helps. La Resistance, if I recall. Yeah, La Resistance DLC changed it. I think it was a patch. You don't have to have the DLC for that, I don't think. There's usually a huge patch with each DLC release. Behold, manpower above 0. Also, behold, resistance is going down. Perhaps we get another... bump these guys down a little bit, because we really want compliance to grow faster. Azerbaijan Democratic Republic has declared war on the Soviets. I don't know who's going to win this. Usually, I think Provisional Russian Government does, but not always. Yeah, we're at 4 times speed now. We can kind of be cruising, which is a nice feeling from having to like micromanage and do the minutia and like 2 times speed to make sure that the battles are happening or you don't miss your window for decisions you need to make. And now we're just Neum. Watching everybody else and seeing what they're up to while our things continue to research behind the scenes. Getting 1.5 political power per day because stability's going up. About to restore the monarchy and seat the new king. China has capitulated. That was fast. China has announced total surrender to Japan. The Japanese forces, along with a number of independent Chinese fascist supporters, have forced Wang Jingwei and his government into exile, as a new government has been established to rule China in cooperation with Japan. Hirohito has remarked this mutual agreement will bring a new age of prosperity and cooperation to China. Wang Jingwei responded by stating that even in exile, he shall continue to fight for China and support all resistance efforts in the homeland. Well, that's not exactly what I expected to have happen when I saw that, but I guess it makes sense. They were both at war with China. But how did communists trying to get so much land out of that? Japan working efficiently this campaign, yeah. Ma Bufang takes national leadership in China. They may have just avoided civil war. Which China are you talking about, though? The one that doesn't exist anymore? Or a different China? The Komi Republic declared war on the Soviet Union. Of course they did. Who? This is a funny series of events, though. The Provisional Government has served its purpose in the ousting of the communists and the ending of the Second Republic. Now it is time for the restoration of the Spanish monarchy. We are now known as the Kingdom of Spain, and thank God we get a different flag. And we'll get an event shortly. Now let's start recovering from the Civil War and getting some core decisions that we can use. After over half a decade with no monarch, the elation of the welcoming crowd in Madrid was hard to contain as Xavier of Bourbon Parma entered the city this morning. Cheered on by jubilant onlookers, the royal procession proceeded through the streets of Madrid to San Geronimo el Real Church. In a pompous ceremony, Xavier assumed the crown and the royal style of Javier I, at last placing an heir of the rightful Carlist line upon the Spanish throne. Though much of the nation still lies in ruins, perhaps the new king may serve as a unifying and healing force and guide the Kingdom of Spain to a glorious future. Stability plus 10%? Oh my god, 65% stability. There he is with a cool hat with the little the little floof that your grandma used to turn on the ceiling fan light. back in the day. Tasseled up. Yeah, tasseled up. That's a good way to put it. And that plus 10% stability is huge. Kingdom of Spain is here. We got a cool flag. I dig it. I know it's like McDonald's colors, but it's okay. It looks good. They don't have McDonald's yet in Spain. No divisions in basic, I know, because I'm waiting on manpower, bro. Don't backseat me. What is Portugal doing? Why are they so secretive? The fate of Czechoslovakia. Oh, so sad. German troops have crossed into Bohemia and Moravia, ostensibly to restore order to the regions in the wake of the collapsing Czechoslovakian government. In Prague, the occupying forces announced the creation of an autonomous protectorate within the German Reich. With German support, Slovakia has been declared independent under the leadership of Joseph Tiso. Czechoslovakia is no more. And they're allied with Hungary. But yeah, what we're doing right now is just chilling. We're building. We're getting infrastructure. We're going to start pivoting into military factories and all that. Because we definitely want more military factories. Kyrgyzstan declared war on the Soviet Union. What is happening? It's chaos in the streets. All right, so I'm going to queue up military factory for you, a military factory for you, military factory for you. We'll get some more space unlocked here, so these are not actually full, even though they kind of look like they're full. But yeah, we're going to pivot hard into military factories. Hello, Celestial Cage. What up? Good evening. It's kind of late here. A little late here in Vegas. But we're having a good Spain campaign. Carl of Spain. Finish our civil war. Cruising toward 1940. How to gain cores on your states again? We're about to start that process. That's our next national focus. We had to restore the monarchy first, which makes a lot of sense, you know? The people need some kind of leadership before they're like, maybe I'll work with you. And we got 150 PP. So we just did some recruitment, and we're at 2.5%. So we want to go higher, but we can't unless we were fascist, communist, or at war. So we're just going to have to live with what we have, unfortunately. So what I want to do now, I do want a political advisor, but we don't have any that I think are like things I can't live without. What we do need is somebody who is going to be our chief of army. The reason we want a chief of army is because we want to start building passive army XP so that we can A, get more land doctrines, and B, modify our existing army division templates. We can't do that without XP, and these guys build it at an insane rate. So we have defense or organization. I say we're going to be offensive, so let's go for the organization guy. And then we can start accumulating XP passively, which is pretty sweet. What's up, Nomac? Late night in Spain. Yeah, we've been doing a tutorial campaign, actually, Nomac. And I haven't played this nation in a few years, and I always say that it's really good for learning. It's quite difficult. It's not easy. And it has a lot of advanced mechanics that help teach how to play the rest of Hearts of Iron. So I thought I would just do a nice tutorial walkthrough of one of my favorite nations, actually. I think it's one of the most fun nations as well with the DLC, and it's been going good. Unfortunately, the League of Nations just ended, but, you know, we can't have everything. With the declaration of war on Iraq by the United Kingdoms, okay, the League of Nations has failed in its attempt to preserve peace. Winston Churchill openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League. With other world leaders... Wait, you are the United Kingdoms! You can't... Okay, you can't be like, I declare war on Iraq! Look at you, League of Nations! You fools! You can't stop me! I declare the League of Nations over! Like, that's basically what he just did, like an evil villain monologue. You're the one that declared war. The days of the League are de facto over. Whatever authority the Council had is long lost. Why? Dude, I can't believe the United Kingdom is starting World War II. There's the Russian Civil War, and then the British-Iraqi War. And that's it. Those are the only wars right now. Japan already beat China. We already won our Civil War. Okay? That's it. So they're like, UK's sort of just like going on an offensive war against Iraq for some reason in ahistorical, I don't know. What is France up to? I mean, they're right there. Nothing. You can see them. But yeah, my 2024 has been off to a nice start, Nomac. Hope the same for you and the fam as well, and the kiddo. Are you getting any sleep these days? You've only got 18 more years, I think, until you can get 8 hours of sleep again. But you are going to have so much fun during that period of time. It'll be worth it. The UK just declared war on the Netherlands. What is this upside down universe? This is democratic United Kingdoms, by the way. The Netherlands are just chill. This is what pisses me off in Hearts of Iron. In Hearts of Iron, if you're a democratic nation, you are not allowed to ever declare war on other democratic nations. It is incredibly restrictive. But the AI, they don't give a shit. They're just like, oh, yeah, no, I want the Netherlands. I'm gonna take it right now. Iraq? I don't care. I'm a democratic nation, so what? I saw it. I'm close to it. It's mine. I have a border with it. I take it. And you, the player, were just like, well, I want to declare war on you. And they're like, nope, sorry, you're not allowed to. And that's Churchill's laugh. I think that I just did a perfect imitation of it. All right, we've been training to make boat. We're gonna be making boat. We're gonna be making different kinds of boats, and they're gonna need torpedo launchers for sure. We're gonna start using, okay, this is for torpedoes. Yeah, we're gonna start using our political power to start getting XP. They declared war on Iran. Sure, start World War II, you know? With everybody you want to... You just declare... Like, first of all, I think that was a stupid idea to declare war with Iraq and Iran right now. Do you know how difficult it is as Turkey to fight in these areas? I can't imagine it's going to be easier for you guys. You have airplanes, I guess, and that's about it. Good luck explaining that to the British people. Why you guys are on these offensive wars. We will not tolerate tyranny anywhere. We are not going to follow regiment of appeasement any longer. We will put a stop to this. Oh, by the way, go ahead and take Czechoslovakia. I declare war on the Netherlands, Iraq, and Iran. Can't stop me. League of Nations dead. I killed him. Churchill gone wild. But really, though. All right, we got 10% more resources because of excavations, so that's going to buff. Yeah, we got green resources as far as the eye can see. That will change. It's 1939. Let's get construction 3, and then we'll have all our industrial stuff. And we're about to see what our new sort of decisions are. there's a few of those. Stamp out the Maquis? How do you say that? The Maquis, the remnant of our enemies, have continuously fought a guerrilla war in an attempt to contest our control of the Spanish mainland. Over time, their influence has waned. And now the time is ripe to root them out once and for all. Unlock recovering from Civil War decisions, making it possible to return Spanish states to core states. Yes! They just need high compliance. Add air bases. All right, no, we don't need air bases or coastal forts. It's time to industrialize. Let's go ahead and get the civilian factories that we had passed on earlier. So, new decisions. Oh, there they are. Poof, they just appeared. Just appeared. So we need compliance at more than 35%, and we need 10 army XP. Did not know I was going to need army XP for this, but now I'm real glad that we started to gain it passively from our little dude over here. So that was a good decision. And to do even more, we can... you don't really get a lot from exercising only 18 units, but I think any amount counts. So we'll get an extra little bit from army exercises. Try to build that up fast. Let's check our occupied territories compliance. So we have really, really good resistance. We can turn secret police probably down to civilian oversight now. Hopefully. It might raise some resistance, but that's really going to boost our rate at which we are gaining compliance. 35%'s a lot, though, so it's going to take a while. So we might not be able to go straight to civilian oversight. I'll let it cook for a bit. I'll let it cook. I'm going to cancel this civilian factory for a bit. Or at least, like, just move it down, I guess. The Second Vienna Award. A treaty has been signed at Vienna following German arbitration that will see northern Transylvania restored to Hungarian rule. The territory had previously been awarded to the Kingdom of Romania upon the conclusion of World War I, leading to a bitter dispute. Are these the first of many borders to be adjusted now that a new order seems to have been established in Europe? All right, we got 4 research slots. We can't recruit anybody. We need the manpower to just... that's another thing about manpower, I guess. You do always want to have some manpower. Like, I got 69K right now. Because you know, like in that last war, we just lost like 60K. So if we get into another war with Portugal or something, which can happen, we're going to want to have a reserve of manpower so that our current forces can get reinforced. You don't want that manpower to be at 0 because your garrisons are going to be empty and you won't be able to reinforce your troops when casualties start piling up, right? So we like having a surplus of manpower. The Treaty of Craiova. More concessions have been forced on the Kingdom of Romania, with Bulgaria reclaiming southern Dobruja. Oh. Territory was annexed by Romania in 1913 after the Second Balkan War and is still mostly populated by ethnic Bulgarians and Turks. Regardless of the reasoning, Romania now stands weakened. Romania small. So yeah, getting some resistance is fine. They won't actually do anything until 90%, and then they'll rebel against you. So that's your emergency uh-oh button, you know? So we can allow them to get a little resistance just so that we build compliance faster. And then the more compliance we get, we'll get resources and factories, and then we'll be able to core them again. So we should be patient. Armenia declared war on the Soviet Union. May as well. Why not? Okay. Can't do conscription. Don't need you. Political advisor-wise, We don't have a lot of choices. There will be some on no compromise on car list ideals. Did we just never pick that, I guess? I think let's go for the stability bonus. 10% stability is not bad. I will need to save some PP for these decisions as well. But 75% stability is nice because output is up, consumer factories down. Japan declared war on communist China. They were not satisfied. Oh, there is another China now. China joined the mutual. Uh-oh, Japan mutual assistance bloc. It changed back to Yunnan. Right before my eyes, they grouped up. Canada seeks immediate patriation. After breakdowns in negotiation with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by British Parliament or monarchy. Although not an anti-British move in its own right, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. While the natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure their future, it does nothing to alleviate the tense state of global politics. There's a compliance gain advisor. That would be good, yeah, my bad. Yeah, there is a daily compliance gain, 0.05%. That's true. I just didn't want the other two things. But that might be worth. I don't need another 10% political power because they're going to run out of things to use it on. Because we're getting already 1.5 is a lot, actually. But yeah, that might have been nice. All right, we just got Concentrated Industry 3. Plus 20% room for factories in states, so they're expanding. There's more space to build. And then all of our factory output is better. So industry's looking good. It's 1939. Let's catch up on infantry weapons. So we're going to want to upgrade from the Destroyer Carbine/Carbine to the Labora Fontbonnais M38. More defense, more breakthrough, 50% more anti-infantry and hard attack against armor, more piercing, same reliability. Takes a little bit, so production cost is how long it takes to produce, so we'll make them slower. And they're also more expensive, so every single factory will cost us another steel. So typically, these are always better unless you're strapped for resources. Let's use the infantry weapon manufacturer and pay a little PP per day to start training that up. Also, switching your production line will reset your production efficiency a good way, so we already have a stockpile of about 6,000 weapons, and we're at peace, so it's a good time for us to go ahead and switch over to the latest and greatest tech, and we also happen to have a surplus of steel. So it's perfect time for us, but if you're in the middle of a war and you need that supply of guns, probably not a good idea to switch. Long Yun takes national leadership in China. They keep changing leaders. I can't keep up, dude. Can't keep up. It's gonna be a while before these hit 35%, I think. The Netherlands is dead? Total surrender to the United Kingdom. So sad. Dirk Gendegier responded, sitting in exile, he shall continue to fight. Wait, where did... What? Did they just take the Dutch East Indies and leave mainland Netherlands alone? He doesn't look like he's in exile to me. Alright, we also got advanced machining tools. Automating machine tools using servo mechanisms has been discussed before. Putting these ideas into practice allows making use of other advancements in automation, like computers. Production efficiency cap plus 10%. So our new efficiency cap is 83. We're getting mo better. Alright, we're getting guns. And it's 1939, we do need to catch up on our support. So engineer companies upgrading these basically gives you, first of all, if you have the DLCs, some upgrades for tanks. You can make new tank companies. But I don't know why Paradox decided to make you scroll all the way down to get the thing that actually helps everybody. And primarily the actual support group, which is plus 50% entrenchment. So, 2 entrenchment should be 3, I guess. Use my support organization for that as well. But yeah, we got to start like catching up the tech level of our support companies, which we're going to want to use if we can get a stockpile of support equipment. Don't give me a low manpower warning. I'm doing what I can here, bud. I'm doing my best. But yeah, I don't know what that was all about, because like the Netherlands is still here. He's not in exile. He just doesn't have any colonies at all. They left him with mainland Netherlands and went, "Nyeh," and took any other territories that they had and put them in the Allies. Which is interesting. Industrialization should be encouraged by our various regional governments, as local initiatives like this will undoubtedly serve to strengthen the nation as a whole. 3 building slots were created from thin air, so these civilian factories don't go in existing building slots. They're special building slots that are invented for this particular national focus. So we got 1, 2, 3, including the Canary Isles, Salamanca, and Navarra. Good, good, good. We can get some free infrastructure and some unique decisions to prospect for resources. That'll be real useful. I don't know if I need it right now compared to either... Now we can expand the Riquetes, which is recruitable population. I said we go ahead and go back and do that because I really do need some recruitable population, and this is a great way to do it. That's plus 3%, which is massive. That's more than we currently... That's like double our current armed forces. And then we can start actually training... Oh, sorry, chat. Training some new... I'm animated! Train some new troops. Which we're going to need to do to start thinking about future wars. Because we're just sitting on our dwindling manpower pool right now. I assume it's going down because of garrisons. Alright, since a couple of these are more troublesome. Georgia has declared war on the Soviet Union. But yeah, they're all going up at a similar rate. So I'm just gonna bump it to like local police force. Let it chill for a sec. I saw world tension just shoot up. I love that we're at 63% world tension because primarily the British, Iranian, and Iraq war. And Japan. Japan's the other belligerent. Song. Oh no. The dawn of Confederate Middle Eastern nations. This is a rare event. Reza Shah Pahlavi announced today that Iran has reached out to form a new alliance. Confederate Middle Eastern nations have made public their intent to cooperate in case of war. Although great coalitions can deter against aggression, we've seen the consequences they bring when conflict does arise. The intentions of the different parties joining in this new alliance is still debatable, but what purpose it may end up serving may be unknown even to its instigators. Will this lead to eternal peace or another war, as the Mexican Soviet Republic declares war on Guatemala? What? Not this again. Mexico, please. Calm down. All right, well, Iraq and Iran are in an alliance now. The UK just did paratroopers into Najaf, maybe? Is that what I'm seeing here? Possibly? The German Reich claims Memel? It's about to pop off. With German forces on the border poised to attack, Kingdom of Livonia has given in to a German ultimatum demanding the surrender of Memel. It was passed to the Kingdom of Livonia by the Treaty of Versailles, but it's been reintegrated into Ostpreußen. Have we reached the extent of German territorial ambitions? Experts are doubtful. Now we get to just kind of observe and build. We just got a bunch more factories. We got like 21 factories we're sitting on, and that's without even coring anything. It's time to spool up military. Honduras is under attack. We're making military factories, chat. It's go time. We're gonna start making trucks, trains, all sorts of things. All right, so these are all components we're gonna be building ships with. So I'm researching torpedo launchers so we can use those in our boats. But I'm actually gonna go back and update our recon. Actually, let's update the military police for that suppression bonus. It seems useful right now. I'm gonna spend some political power to make that go faster. I think military police is a good choice. Japan declares war on Xinjiang. Joining the Mutual Assistance Bloc. El Salvador is under attack. It's getting a little chaotic. But yeah, it seems like local police force is kind of a nice balance for now in our game state. What's the template for your divisions? Right now, in Spain, post-Civil War, it's whatever the hell the AI decided that they are. We're currently in the process of saving all of our army XP because to repair fractured Spain, we have to use 10 army experience every time we core one of our former Spanish states. So we have to hoard all of our army XP, and we can't change any of our garrison or any of our division templates. The only one that I changed was I made a custom garrison with military police and 6 cav for suppression for our occupied states until we can core them again. So we're just gonna sit on all that army XP because by the looks of things, I'm gonna need 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. I can't even finish because Soviet Union took over my screen. Ukraine and Armenia was annexed. So sad. So sad. They held out as long as they could. Soviet Union still at war with the Provisional Russian government and also Japan. I don't know when that happened. Oh, Provisional Russian government joined the Greater East Asian Prosperity Sphere. I don't know if we had a pop-up for that. But that's a little scary. So now Japan, Manchukuo, Minkakuo, Provisional Russian government versus China, Communist China, Xinjiang, and the Soviet Union. All right. A historical getting spicy, yeah. It is getting spicy. But fun. That'll be fun. Komi Republic was annexed. Goodbye. Yeah, there's a lot of just weird states popping up right here. We got Kalmykia. The Jadidis Republic is a cool one. We just had Ukraine. We got Abkhazia. Crimea is still at war, but with Provisional Russian government. Belarus is here. Some interesting stuff. But yeah, we're just in rebuilding phase. We got our Civil War done, and tutorial of how to complete the Civil War as Carl is complete. And now we got to figure out how powerful we can become. I've done Spanish Anarchists, and it's incredible. Carlist sounds like it's got the potential to be very powerful too with some of these down here. Retake Gibraltar, War of Vengeance, annexing the U.S., claim West Africa, claim the French throne. Some fun stuff on this path. We have relied upon a relatively small but comparatively well-trained force of assault troops so far. Our ambitions require much more, however. We must expand the briquetes and provide the necessary training for all who answer the hunting call. So we get 5% to our whole division organization, that's just soft HP for us, and a 3% to recruitable population. So we're about to more than double our manpower. And then we can do another 2% soon. But we're going to pivot over to Dios Patria y Rey. The rallying cry of the Carlists. Do it. Kazakhstan has declared war also on the Soviet Union. Everybody just jump on in there, you know? Everybody jump on in. So yeah, we're conscripting 0.391% of our eligible 21 million manpower every day. So this number should just be going up, and soon we'll start to be able to customize. Our default infantry is better than some other nations. I don't think we have enough support artillery, or just we have an artillery deficit, but otherwise I'm just now starting to pivot into building military factories. And it looks like resistance is going down. So you can tell that the resistance is resisting because they're breaking our infrastructure. So higher resistance is higher chance of them destroying some infrastructure and you having to repair it. The Netherlands maintains trade neutrality. Well, I mean, you did just get invaded by the UK and you lost the wars. So I don't know if you have a choice. Poland refuses German ultimatum. Considering the demands, it seemed inevitable. The Kingdom of Poland would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate further terms. Karl Albrecht pointed out to the German Reich's recent actions when stating it was obvious Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war, and reports are coming in of clashes on the border. Once again, there's war in Europe. We got another 150 PP. All right, yeah, I'll take the other dude who builds daily compliance, 0.05%. I think that's a good call from chat earlier. And we can take another land doctrine, but I'm not gonna... No, actually I can't, but I'm not gonna do it. Don't tip me. Don't tip me. The German Reich has declared war on Poland. Who is being guaranteed by the UK, but not France. But also Denmark. So UK and Denmark are about to be pulled into war with the German Reich, but not France. Interesting. Okay, and that chat is where we're gonna bookmark this to finish this campaign on another stream, because it's getting late here in Vegas and I need to go eat dinner and spend some time with Alice and the dog. This was kind of like a stream that wasn't supposed to happen today, so I think a good 7.5 hours. Campaign's been going fantastic, so we'll definitely finish that soon. I should be streaming again tomorrow at probably around like 3 p.m. Pacific. I don't know, we won't necessarily play this back-to-back, but I will be finishing this campaign soon. So I might play some more Tarkov tomorrow, I might play some more Hoi tomorrow, I might do something that you don't expect tomorrow. I don't know, it depends on how I feel. I am beholden to the whims of the streamer brain. But this has been fun. Really, really killer campaign. Hearts of Iron's been great. Tarkov's been great. Maybe we'll find a third thing. We don't expect a new subathon. It won't be a new subathon. That I can promise you. But yeah, campaign's in a nice balanced spot right now that we can like kind of pivot into infrastructure, building up a military, building up a navy, and then going on the offensive instead of just fighting the Civil War. But yeah, lots of action. I think we got a lot of important stuff done. And I have no notes. Obviously, we could have been a little bit more efficient at the beginning. There was a little bit of, political power that I misplaced. Do this one instead. No, do this one. No, do this one. There we go. What song am I looking for? I don't know. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'll catch you guys again tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had fun. Maybe learned something. Or just enjoyed some war in the background. Or the foreground. He's building military factories before 1940? Yeah, because we're going to core all those other Spanish states and they're going to give us their factories back. And then we're going to have some amazing infrastructure. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Spain's cool. I like it a lot. But what up? Thanks, Scripps, Robot Mystics, Johnny, Retrograde, Shy Wolf, Crazy Rocco, Cutie Wasp is here, Godly Ollie, Delete a Gamer. Thanks, Etel, take care. Hey, thank you for choosing to spend your time here out of everywhere on Twitch. We're going to do a raid before you peace on out. Or if you got somewhere to be, good night. Thanks for the streaming, Talent Chat. Have a nice rest of your day. Hey, if you're waking up or going to bed, then I hope you have a good start or end to your day, whichever the case may be. Looks empty without the Christmas tree. Yeah, I know. I'm actually gonna get some furniture. I'm leaving that space open because I got some furniture that I'm gonna get, and we're gonna spruce it up a little, develop the office a bit. I like the changes to lighting, but yeah, it needs a little bit more stuff. This guy's buying furniture, buying office decorations. I am, yeah. Not a tree, though. It will not be a new tree. That much I can tell you. All right, chat, let's go say what up. Let's watch some, speaking of Tarkov, I want to watch some Tarkov. Let's go raid Fairlight. He's hung out in here a number of times, and I don't get to raid very often. But he's a cool dude, awesome broadcaster, and very worthy of your attention. And he is grinding some Tarkov and is as addicted as I am. And I also saw him in Summit's chat recently while I was also watching. It was like, man, it's like a funnel. We're all sucked into this addiction together at the same time. But here's what I need you to do. Get that raid emote ready. Give a nice, strong raid. And also toss him a follow while you're there. But represent us well. Be nice. Give them some love and let them know that you're here. Okay? You need to just wake up. Got to be respectable and respectful as well. But good night, everybody. I appreciate you all hanging out. It's been an awesome stream today. And let's do it again tomorrow. Okay? Good night. I will see you on the next one. Raiders, get out of here. Goodbye. Now.